Chapter 760. Yen Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone clawed downwards, domineeringly ripping a crack open in the defense of his opponent's mid-grade sacred artifact, the precipitous golden armor. Greatly shocked, that golden-armored martial practitioner wanted to change his stance. However, the Northern Ocean clone was faster than him. After breaking through the defenses of the precipitous golden armor, the Northern Ocean clone immediately stabbed out with the fish-dragon spear in his other hand. The tip of the spear turned into a dot of golden light and pierced into the crack at an unimaginable speed. The golden-armored martial artist roared and stumbled back, but blood was already spurting out of his chest. The other Grand Xian Dynasty martial practitioners watched this scene in shock, wide-eyed and tongue-tied. Despite wielding two mid-grade sacred artifacts, the golden-armored martial practitioner was actually unable to stand against the Northern Ocean clone who was only wielding a low-grade sacred artifact at the same cultivation level. The difference between a mid-rank sacred weapon and a low-rank sacred weapon was there for all to see. However, the difference in strength between the two masters was equally obvious. Who exactly is this fellow? The hearts of those of the Grand Xian Dynasty grew cold. Although they were shocked, they were all veterans who had been through hundreds of battles, so they did not panic. They continued to charge towards the Northern Ocean clone with all their might. If that golden-armored martial practitioner was slain just like this, it would be hard for the others to survive. Several martial sacred realm experts joined forces and covered the sky and earth in their attacks. Their aura was like an endless tsunami. The spiritual energy in the surroundings rippled like a tide and spread out in all directions, forming visible folds in the void like waves. The Northern Ocean clone whipped out the fish-dragon spear in his hand, swiveling towards the incoming enemies as he brandished it with the momentum of sweeping away 1,000 enemies. As the Kuan Peng's shadow flapped its wings, its body swooped down. It transformed from a Peng into a Kuan and rushed into the sea of light. As the giant Leviathan swam, the vast blue sea erupted outwards in all directions. A frenzy that was even more ferocious than the opponent's attack swept through the heavens and earth. Great, desolate Kunping art, ancient, desolate tide. The immeasurably long giant Kuan set off boundless waves that swept in all directions, reaching everywhere. As the Northern Ocean clone brandished his spear, power expanded, catching all fishes big and small in one fell swoop. The terrifying might of the desolate ancient tide that devoured the heavens and overturned the earth, drowning the great 1,000 worlds as it swept through all enemies before him. The power of one person encompassed the world. All of the Grand Xian Dynasty martial practitioners were forced into retreat at the same time. Those with weaker cultivation bases directly spat out blood, splattering it all over the sky. Sweeping through his enemies with a single spear, the light of thunder flickered within the pupils of the Northern Ocean clone. Under the effect of the Philip Swift thunder technique, it was as if he didn't need to take a breath. Without the slightest pause, he immediately turned around and thrust his spear at the golden-armored warrior. With the help of his companions, he finally managed to catch his breath. Just having suppressed his injuries, before he could even regroup, Yen Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone's attack immediately arrived before him once more. That golden-armored martial practitioner clenched his teeth, wielding the precipitous golden armor to forcibly resist the Northern Ocean clone's spear. The Northern Ocean clone was shocked as he repeated the same method, ripping apart the defenses of the precipitous golden armor once more, while the other party was dumbfounded. A spear as fast as lightning pierced through the gap and through his chest. That golden-armored martial practitioner's ferocity was stimulated as he ignored himself, grabbing onto the shaft of the fish-dragon spear with a single hand, not letting the Northern Ocean clone draw it. At the same time, he also brazenly stabbed towards the Northern Ocean clone with a spear. The Northern Ocean clone directly let go of the fish-dragon spear, his figure like the wind as he soared through the 9 heavens, evading his opponent's dying blow. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived behind the golden-armored cultivator. Substituting a spear with his fist, the Northern Ocean clone punched out, striking the back of his opponent's head. A tiny speck of crimson blood appeared between the brows of that golden-armored martial practitioner's head. The bloodstain expanded unceasingly, finally forming a massive bloody hole. This golden-armored martial practitioner was slain on the spot by Yen Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone. The Northern Ocean clone leisurely circled back to his opponent, who was already a corpse, casually plucking out the fish-dragon spear in a leisurely manner. However, the other Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners present all felt a chill run through their hearts as a chill shot up their spines all the way to their heads from the soles of their feet. At this moment, they no longer had the confidence and motivation to persevere any further. Everyone scattered like birds and beasts, going their separate ways as they only hoped that Yen Zhaoge would not pursue them, placing all their hopes on the Northern Ocean clone's spear targeting someone else first. How they would account for this to King Xuanmu afterwards was already not something they could consider. There was only one thing they were concerned about now, and that was how to flee from Yen Zhaoge. This youth's methods were really too powerful to the point of being inconceivable. Seeing this, the Northern Ocean clone smiled, his figure flickering as he traversed the heavens and the earth, already arriving behind one of them and stabbing him to death with a single spear strike. Afterwards, he spun and chased in another direction, arriving later as he intercepted a second person. He was too fast such that his opponent would not be able to escape even if he wanted to. A Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioner who was fleeing in the opposite direction heaved a sigh of relief as he continued fleeing. However, a sword light flew over from the distance, chopping off his head. Yen Zhaoge had one hand behind his back, the other wielding the glorious rainbow sword. His expression relaxed as though he was taking a stroll in the green. Yet, all his opponents felt utter despair. After slaying another person, Yen Zhaoge gazed in a certain direction amidst space, smiling. "Long time no see, Mr. Qin. How have you been, Mr. Bai?" The figures of Chun Jiliang and Bai Ziming appeared in the distant horizon. They were somewhat unable to reply as they just stared blankly at everything before them, unable to recover for a long time. They had originally come to see the situation at the Radiant Light Sect, but who knew that they would see something completely unexpected. Yen Zhaoge smiled casually. "Right, I was unable to find a chance to return it earlier. Your jade pendant is still with me, Mr. Bai." Recovering, Bai Ziming hurriedly said, "It's fine." He involuntarily glanced at his surroundings once more, murmuring in admiration. "Unbelievable, unbelievable!" Qin Jiliang first looked at the Northern Ocean clone before turning to Yen Zhaoge himself. "This clone of yours is truly powerful. The martial art that he cultivates and has truly obtained the will of the Kunpeng, being one of the peak martial arts. As a personal disciple of the Southeastern Exalt, the martial arts that he cultivated and could also be considered top tier in the entire world beyond worlds, as he was rarely a match for martial practitioners of the same cultivation level. Even though that golden-armored martial practitioner of the Grand Xian dynasty wielded a mid-grade sacred artifact earlier, Qin Jiliang would still have dared to battle him barehanded. However, against Yen Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone, he felt that he had no confidence at all. What is even more unbelievable is that you yourself actually seem to be even more powerful than this clone of yours at the same cultivation level. Looking at Yen Zhaoge, a look of shock surfaced within the depths of Qin Jiliang's gaze as well. Your strength really cannot be measured by the cultivation bases that everyone knows of. He unconsciously glanced at the wound of the sky beside him, unable to help but sigh. If you continue staying in the lower worlds, I even suspect that you will not be able to reach the seeing divinity stage at all before you will be rejected by the power of dimensions, unable to remain in that lower world. Hearing his words, an expression of deep agreement appeared on Bai Ziming's face. Yen Zhaoge smiled. "You are polite." Qin Jiliang looked at the wound of the sky. "Do you have a way to go down now?" I believe that King Xuanmu will return to the world beyond worlds very soon. At that time, it will be difficult for you. After all, the difference in cultivation bases is just too great. Yan Zhaoge was about to speak when the wound of the sky before him suddenly shook intensely. To be continued. Chapter 761. The wound of the sky shook intensely. A few figures vaguely visible amidst the radiance formed of the pressuring power of dimensions. When they had shot out of the wound of the sky, they saw that it was precisely King Xuanmu. It was just that this current ruler of the Grand Xian dynasty was currently in an extremely sorry state. The crown on his head had been completely shattered, his hair disheveled as fresh blood dripped from a tragic wound on his left shoulder and right abdomen. There was a dark red scar on his forehead. Blood flowed down from his forehead and dyed half of his face red. Behind King Xuanmu were a few Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners who had descended to the Eight Extremities world alongside him earlier. It was just that while they had left with the momentum of a vast army, only a mere few remained now that they had returned. Lingering fear still remained on everyone's faces as they hurriedly left the wound of the sky behind them, as if it was a deep abyss of destruction. What exactly is this Eight Extremities world? Besides that Yan Zhaoge father and son, there are actually other heaven-shocking experts here. Are they really born and bred in that lower world? It can't be that they are from some power of the world beyond worlds, right? Monstrous geniuses and monsters are appearing one after another. This is truly unbelievable. At this moment, the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners who had been able to return to the world beyond worlds through the wound of the sky all simultaneously had the same thought. Fortunately, the other party was unable to catch up. With the wound of the sky and the barrier of the heavens and earth separating the world beyond worlds and the lower world, it was really too good. No one dared to say this out loud. That would be too weak, boosting the morale of their enemies while diminishing their own. However, this was what everyone was thinking within their hearts. Also, this thought lingered in their minds for a long time, unable to dissipate. The Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners looked like they had lost their parents. King Xuanmu himself similarly feeling utterly dejected, personally leading the army and descending to the lower world. He had actually been heavily injured by someone in the end, nearly dying down there. Yes, that was right. His cultivation base had been suppressed to the third level of the martial saint realm by the power of dimensions. Even so, however, his strength was still much greater than that of true, late-merging avatar martial saints. Yet his opponent was even more powerful than him. That saber aura, which resembled the descent of a monarch, even caused King Xuanmu, who had reigned over the royal reed, for so many years, to feel a sense of misconception. The other party was the true supreme being, and he could only submit to him. He wanted to shatter this illusion, but the result proved that this feeling was right. His dignity did not allow him to admit defeat just like this. Still, the truth was that if he had hesitated slightly just now and had not released the restrictions and ascended in time, he would have perished in a foreign land, perishing within the Eight Extremities world. He had managed to break free of the Eight Extremities world in time, ascending to the world beyond worlds, as he had barely managed to evade that supreme saber. That terrifying blade still shattered his crown and left a scar on his forehead. If he had been any slower, his entire head would have been split open by that saber. The Grand Xian dynasty had already suffered quite a few losses at Yan Zhaoge's hands. However, those who had directly clashed with Yan Zhaoge and sown a life and death enmity with him were mostly figures of the Shunling Ten Swords. Before this, amidst his hostility towards Yan Zhaoge, King Xuanmu had also felt some admiration towards him. However, having personally entered the Eight Extremities world this time and returning in defeat, having narrowly escaped death, King Xuanmu was unable to relax at all. Unprecedented depression and resentment. Your Majesty, a Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioner asked. King Xuanmu's face was sunken, resembling a volcano that was about to erupt. having left the wound of the sky and returned to the world beyond worlds. His cultivation base had instantly recovered. The wound on his body, which had originally been bleeding unceasingly, now gradually retracted, no longer bleeding. Rampant saber chi was still rampaging about his wound. However, having returned to the world beyond worlds, he was finally able to suppress and expel it, preventing it from continuing to wreak havoc. How powerful were the fleshly bodies of martial saints! How intricate was their control over their bodies! Yet, back in the Eight Extremities world, King Xuanmu had been unable to even staunch his own bleeding. Even now, while he had temporarily suppressed his injuries from worsening, those heavy injuries were still real, as they would not be able to recover from within a short period of time. As he thought of this, King Xuanmu's expression turned even gloomier than before. He spat out the words through his teeth, return to the capital, and prepare the chaotic, heavenly falling treasure pouch. He did not have the face to seek help from Kongping, Hidongqing, and Guzhong. Preparing the chaotic, heavenly falling treasure pouch and descending to the Eight Extremities world along with the high-grade sacred artifact, the King Xian spear, he definitely had to personally regain his face. The Grand Xian dynasty had as many experts as there were clouds, its 4 Lord Protectors all being peak-seeing divinity martial saints. Having hurriedly descended to the Eight Extremities world this time, he had not made sufficient preparations. Now that he had returned, he was determined to flatten that lower world which had nearly caused him to fail miserably. Hearing his words, the spirits of the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners all rose. King, let's not waste our breath on them. If the King Xian spear can descend to that lower world and release the restrictions, then we can directly destroy that world from within. Someone gnashed his teeth. That Yan Zhaoga's lineage and this world from which he was born will be reduced to dust together. King Xuanmu did not express his stance. After exiting the wound of the sky, he immediately roared in a heavy tone, "Where is Yao Hai?" Before he had finished speaking, his expression changed greatly. It was not that he could not see the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners who should have been guarding the wound of the sky. Instead, he felt that the connection between him and the King Xian spear had been severed. Gazing over, King Xuanmu saw Yan Zhaoga standing amidst the empty heavens and earth, a massive palace hovering beside him. Looking at King Xuanmu, Yan Zhaoga smiled. Is Yao Hai referring to him? Standing beside Yan Zhaoga, the Northern Ocean clone picked up a corpse which was shockingly still garbed in golden armor. Looking at the massive, bloodied hole in the forehead of that golden-armored martial practitioner, and then at the smiling Yan Zhaoga, King Xuanmu could only feel the flames of fury shooting straight to the top of his head as he was hard-pressed to suppress them. King Xian's spear. Concentrating, King Xuanmu finally felt a hint of spiritual qi fluctuations that were weak to the point of virtually undetectable, originating from the King Xian spear that he was most familiar with. And this fluctuation clearly originated from the myriad dragon palace beside Yan Zhaoga. Seeing his appearance, Yan Zhaoga could not help but smile. "Are you still looking for something?" King Xuanmu's vision darkened as he glared viciously at Qin Zhiliang. Is Golden Court Mountain going to go back on their word? Qin Zhiliang frowned slightly, but before he could answer, he heard King Xuanmu say coldly, "If I do not kill this Yan Zhaoga, how would this king have the face to stand between the heavens and the earth? Even if Golden Court Mountain helps him today, this king will definitely not compromise." Saying thus, a spear suddenly appeared within his palm, blazing flames blazing to the heavens as he pierced straight towards Yan Zhaoga. Yan Zhaoga said, "This Yan's appearance here has nothing to do with the lineage of the Southeastern Exalt. Do not sully the reputation of the Southeastern Exalt." The Northern Ocean clone transformed into the silhouette of a Kuanping, sweeping along Yan Zhaoga and the myriad dragon palace as he soared high into the air, shooting into the 9 heavens. King Xuanmu pursued, But the Northern Ocean clone was too fast, as he was actually unable to close the distance between them within a short period of time. Seeing the rage on King Xuanmu's face grow even greater, Yan Zhaoge laughed. Even Kong Ping would not be confident of leaving him behind, let alone King Xuanmu, who no longer possessed the King Xian spear. More importantly, King Xuanmu was currently riddled with injuries, as his strength had been greatly diminished. If not for the fact that he was currently unable to use the extreme Yang seal, Yan Zhaoge would even like to clash head-on with this expert of the 6th level of the martial saint realm. Looking at King Xuanmu, who was enraged yet unable to do anything to him, Yan Zhaoge waved his hands at him, chuckling. "If you have the ability, come and hit me." To be continued. Chapter 762. Of the Grand Xian Dynasty's 7 foul treasured spears, there were the Great Rock treasured spear and the White Crane treasured spear. The former was swift, while the latter was agile. When King Xuanmu had clashed with others in his life, the vast majority of the time he had never suffered a disadvantage in terms of speed. At this moment, however, facing an opponent who was merely an early-seeing divinity martial saint, he was actually unable to catch up to him even as he flew about. He could barely maintain the distance between them, but he was unable to close the gap. King Xuanmu admitted that his injuries were not light. While it affected his strength, it naturally affected his speed as well. However, with his cultivation base of the 6th level of the martial saint realm, speed had never been his weakness. Yet he was still unable to catch up to an opponent of the 4th level of the martial saint realm. The other party's speed was really too fast. In terms of speed alone, even Kong Ping and the others who cultivated in the time-flowing sword would probably be unable to catch up to Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone at the same cultivation level. The Northern Ocean clone's forte was speed in the first place, having long ago been able to match the Radiant Light sect martial practitioners who cultivated in the 1,000 illusory streaking light art, their bodies transforming into streaks of light. Today, with his cultivation of the great desolate fishrock art progressing day by day, his speed had risen to a whole new level, as he was already able to reign supreme over all martial practitioners of the same cultivation level within the Royal Reed Sea. Even King Xuanmu could only eat the dust behind them, let alone the others of the Grand Xian dynasty, who could not even arouse the thought of chasing after them. When Chen Jiliang and Bai Ziming saw this, they had complicated expressions on their faces. Such speed is truly rare. He has truly obtained the true meaning of the Kuan Peng. Exasperated, King Xuanmu gradually calmed down. While he felt vexed, he still followed closely behind Yan Zhaoge, not relaxing in the slightest. Even though Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone was shockingly fast, he did not believe that a 4th level martial saint would be able to compete in endurance with him. King Xuanmu made up his mind to pursue relentlessly, not giving Yan Zhaoge a chance to catch his breath, as he wanted to deplete the Northern Ocean clone's stamina as much as possible. As his stamina decreased, his speed would naturally slow down. As long as the Northern Ocean clone slowed down, he would rush over and rip him to shreds. He had still been too careless to the extent that he had been separated from the King Xian spear, descending to the lower worlds, while leaving the King Xian spear in the world beyond worlds, not in a place like the capital where experts were as numerous as clouds and security was tight. In the end, he had actually really lost his heirloom. King Xuanmu felt that this was even more shameful than him returning in defeat in the 8 Extremities world. He had to take back the King Xian spear. Yan Zhaoge naturally saw through King Xuanmu's intentions. He chuckled and circulated the yin-yang heavenly scriptures method. Yin and yang energies intertwined, creating and nullifying each other in an endless stream. Apart from speed, the Northern Ocean clone was renowned for his strength in the first place, now that he was unceasingly being supplied with the true essence of his main body. His stamina and aura grew even more protracted. If King Xuanmu wanted to waste time with him, it was hard to say who would be the one wasting time. However, at this moment, the wound of the sky in the distance suddenly shook again. Looks of shock appeared on the faces of Yan Zhaoge, King Xuanmu, Qin Jiliang, and Bai Ziming. All eyes were on the wound of the sky. The Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners exchanged looks. All of their people who could have retreated had already retreated. The Northern Ocean clone continued speeding along, evading King Xuanmu. Yan Zhaoge sat on the back of the Kunping silhouette that the Northern Ocean clone had transformed into, gazing at the wound of the sky in the distance. Looking at the wound of the sky, Bai Ziming said in shock, "Someone of the eight extremities world has surpassed the tolerable limits of the heavens and earth and is about to ascend to this world beyond worlds." When martial practitioners ascended from the lower worlds to the world beyond worlds, they did not necessarily have to pass through a wound of the sky. If they did not pass through a wound of the sky, there were many possibilities for them to land in the world beyond worlds after ascending. Still, if they just happened to be near the entrance of a wound of the sky, they would arrive in the world beyond worlds through it, landing in the crevice of the wound of the sky on the opposite side. Whether someone had ascended or had ascended due to a lack of cultivation base, the changes in the wounds of the sky would be different. Having ascended from the floating gate world himself, Bai Ziming was immediately able to tell that someone from the eight extremities world had reached a sufficient cultivation base. Qin Jiliang, however, was able to discern even more. The power of dimensions is pressuring unceasingly as it is unstable. Yet that person has not ascended, instead seeming to be in a stalemate with the power of dimensions. Bai Ziming was taken aback. Doesn't that mean that this person has yet to attain the seeing divinity martial saint realm, having yet to refine his acupoints to see divinity, being unable to resist the power of dimensions? Yet his strength has already surpassed the tolerable limits of the eight extremities world. Everyone present was dazed. Even King Xuanmu was taken aback as he seemed to have thought of something. Qin Jiliang gazed shockingly at Yan Zhaoge. "Little friend Yan, I really cannot think of anyone else in this world besides you who has yet to attain the seeing divinity martial saint realm can actually surpass the tolerable limits of the heavens and earth. Who exactly is this?" Within the myriad dragon palace, Feng Yunxing and Ah who exchanged looks, speaking simultaneously. Martial uncle sect leader, family head. Yan Zhaoge could not help but laugh uproariously. Those of the Grand Xian dynasty felt their hairs stand on end from Yan Zhaoge's laughter. King Xuanmu was still fine, but the expressions of the other Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners all changed greatly. Earlier, they had still been saying that the wound of the sky just happened to obstruct the malefic star of the lower worlds, that the other party would not be able to catch up. Yet, from the looks of it now, could it be that the other party had directly caught up just like that? Even the boundaries of the heavens and earth were unable to obstruct his footsteps? Looking at the battered and defeated martial practitioners of the Grand Xian dynasty, Qin Jiliang and Bai Ziming understood as well. Their expressions simultaneously changed as they simultaneously lunged towards the vicinity of the wound of the sky. Qin Jiliang inhaled deeply, throwing out a small seal. After landing on the wound of the sky, the radiance of the wound of the sky gradually turned illusory. The illusory radiance was clear and transparent, the chaotic space and time within seemingly becoming orderly for a short period of time. Under such circumstances, the spatial passageway seemed to be temporarily fixed in place, resembling a tangible tunnel that went straight as one would be able to see the scene on the other end of it. Without the disturbance of space and time, with the vision of Qin Jiliang and the others, they would be able to clearly see the entrance to the wound of the sky. That was precisely the eight extremities world. Currently, in the eight extremities world where the sacred Sun Clan's world illuminating peak had been, two figures were hovering in the air. A handsome man whose temples were slightly stained with frost was seated in the meditative position at the entrance to the wound of the sky. Radiance flickered by the crevice in space, sweeping him along as it seemed to want to drag him within. The entire eight extremities world was shaking at this moment, the mountains and seas roiling. A majestic, formless force repelled that man together, wanting to drive him out of the eight extremities world. Seeing that face, which bore 60 to 70% resemblance to Yen Zhaoge's, those of the world beyond worlds all unconsciously swallowed their saliva. This man was naturally Yen Di. While the current Yen Di was not tolerated in the eight extremities world, his expression was still composed. The acupoints of his entire body were shaking slightly, streams of qi surging from within, surging and surging. Yen Zhaoge laughed loudly. It was indeed his father. At this moment, Yen Di had shockingly merged his body, avatar, and soul as one, having attained the third level of the martial saint realm, the late merging avatar stage. It must have been after his battle with the Grand Xian dynasty that he had finally taken this step. This step was merely a step up to a higher level for everyone else in the eight extremities world. However, for Yen Di, who had originally already been invincible in this world, not only would he be invincible amongst men from now onwards, even this eight extremities world would no longer be able to keep him, unable to trap him. To be continued. Chapter 763. At the third level of the martial saint realm, Yen Di had already surpassed many seeing divinity martial saints in terms of pure strength. He was currently situated amid space between the eight extremities world and the world beyond worlds, seated at the entrance to the wound of the sky. The entire eight extremities world was shaking as it assisted Yen Di in leaving this world. This shocking scene was even more shocking than the ascension of the Sacred Sun Clan's Purple Sun Martial Saint Zhang Chao. In the world beyond worlds, those who could directly see the scenes of the eight extremities world through the crevice of the wound of the sky all had shocked looks on their faces. As the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners looked at that figure that resembled a nightmare, the terrifying memories from not long ago immediately surfaced within their minds once more. Qun Zhiliang and Bai Ziming were both in awe as well, looks of disbelief on their faces. There actually really exists such a person who hails from the same lower world as Yen Zhaoge, and they are father and son. Bai Ziming shook his head repeatedly, his tone still filled with disbelief even now. Qun Zhiliang's gaze flickered slightly. He should have just advanced from the mid-merging avatar stage to the late-merging avatar stage. His strength is indeed shocking. Still, he has to face some difficulties now. When other martial practitioners ascended to the world beyond worlds after reaching the fourth level of the martial saint realm, the early seeing divinity stage, it was because their strength surpassed the tolerable limits of the lower world, being rejected by the power of dimensions as they naturally ascended. On the other hand, refining their acupoints to see divinity also gave martial practitioners the ability to independently resist the pressure of the power of dimensions. Without having seen true divinity, with their acupoints not resonating with actual stars, even if their fleshly body and martial cultivation base could ascend, they would still be hard-pressed to resist the pressure of dimensions. While Yen Di had successfully ascended now, in the process of leaving the eight extremities world and entering the world beyond worlds, his body and soul might be forcibly ripped apart by the power of dimensions. He is actually stuck between a rock and a hard place now, Qun Zhiliang said with a solemn expression on his face. He should have ascended with the help of a treasure, like his son, little friend Yen. That way, things would not be as awkward as they are now. When conversing with Yen Zhaoge earlier, Qun Zhiliang had sighed at how Yen Zhaoge might be able to ascend to the world beyond worlds without having to reach the seeing divinity stage. This was not just praise. He had actually felt fortunate for Yen Zhaoge as well. It was just praise. Never would he have thought that Yen Zhaoge came from the eight extremities world. Bai Ziming reacted now as he instantly felt greatly, a pity. After their initial panic, the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners all calmed down. The problem that Qun Zhiliang and Bai Ziming had thought of, they had also thought of it. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. The Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners discussed animatedly, all feeling as though the rock in their hearts had finally been eased as they felt greatly at ease. Fortunately, this person can't come up. He might even directly die in the wound of the sky. If the mountain doesn't move, the road won't move. It's hard to predict whether it'll be a blessing or a disaster. When he was flaunting his power earlier, did he expect that he would be in such a predicament? To tell you the truth, when I was in the lower realms earlier, I expected that this day would come. I just didn't expect it to come so soon. Someone even had a pitiful expression on his face. Perhaps this is the true meaning of the heavens being jealous of geniuses. There are too many outstanding people, but they die because of the rules of the world. Humans can't take them, but the heavens will take their lives. King Xuanmu's gaze calmed once more before he continued chasing after Yan Zhaoge. Sitting on the back of the Kunpeng silhouette, Yan Zhaoge soared through the 9 heavens, avoiding King Xuanmu as his gaze remained fixed on the wound of the sky. Chen Zhiliang roared loudly, "Little friend Yan, persuade him to disperse a portion of his true essence in the opposite direction, suppressing his power and preventing him from immediately ascending now. Once he has made sufficient preparations and refined his acupoints to see divinity, everything will naturally fall into place. Do not advance recklessly just because of a moment of greed." In the Myriad Dragon Palace, Xiao Ai looked at Feng Yunxing and Ahu. Young master is so formidable. Still, this maid feels that the words of that senior surnamed should make sense. Ahu shook his head like a rattledrum. Definitely not. Feng Yunxing said slowly, "I heard Zhaoge say before that chief's martial intent is one of advancing with an indomitable will, only advancing and never retreating. He can temporarily halt and temper his saber, but he definitely cannot regress and move in the opposite direction. Otherwise, his saber will be completely blunt, with no hope of improving at all in this lifetime, as he can only remain where he is. Unless he starts all over again, starting everything over from the beginning." Xiao Ai opened her mouth wide. What can be done then? Without refining his acupoints to see divinity, he will likely die if he enters the wound of the sky. This was also what everyone else was thinking at this moment. Yan Di had just stepped into the 3rd level of the martial saint realm. How would he be able to immediately advance to the 4th level of the martial saint realm, refining his acupoints to see divinity? "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Chen. Still, there is no need to worry about my father," Yan Zhaoge laughed. Everyone was taken aback. Opposite the wound of the sky, Yan Di sat in the meditative position amidst space, his eyes tightly shut. Now he suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze seemingly traversing through numerous layers of space to arrive even higher up in the sky as he gazed directly at those of the world beyond worlds. Facing the laughing Yan Zhaoge, Yan Di smiled as well. Then he abruptly stood up, forming a saber with his palm as he chopped down towards the wound of the sky. A majestic, tyrannical saber intent pierced straight through the sky, penetrating the 8 extremities world as it resembled the creation of the heavens and the earth, establishing the human world once more. The acupoints of Yan Di's entire body shuddered together, roiling true essence converging at the Danzhong acupoint on his chest. His saber intent pierced through the entire universe, opening a path to the heavens that directly connected to the sea of stars of the universe. All the stars seemed to be resonating with him for a moment. As Yan Di's Danzhong acupoint shuddered, an actual star in the sky also resonated with him with a strange rhythm. In the world beyond worlds, Chen Zhiliang, Bai Ziming, King Xuanmu, and the others all watched this scene in shock. They watched as Yan Di consecutively broke through 2 barriers, ascending to the 3rd level of the martial saint realm, the late merging avatar stage, then ascending to the next level, refining his acupoints to see divinity as he ascended to the seeing divinity stage. Streams of light flickered from Yan Di's body, illuminating the entire 8 extremities world. Every one of the 8 extremities world watched as Yan Di appeared within the sky, entering the wound of the sky and ascending step by step, leaving the 8 extremities world and heading to even higher heavens and earth. Everyone from the 5 lakes and 4 seas mountains, and rivers all let out heartfelt sighs of admiration as they bowed towards Yen Di in the sky. "Congratulations, Heaven, trampling Lord, on your ascension." A skinny, ruddy, one-armed old man stood beside the wound of the sky, smiling as he looked at his disciple. His disciple had surpassed his master. While he was Yen Di's guardian, he had never once looked worried. From beginning to end, Yuan Zhengfeng had only watched quietly from the sidelines, watching as his disciple opened the path to the heavens with a single saber. With a single saber, Yen Di had carved out a smooth path for himself. Within the wound of the sky, the terrifying, distorted power of dimensions transformed into a stairway beneath his feet at this moment. Yen Di ascended the stairway, traversing numerous layers of space as he arrived in the world beyond worlds. Having entered the world beyond worlds, Yen Di's gaze fell on King Xuanmu, who was currently in the midst of pursuing Yen Zhaoge. He raised his brows, his gaze like a saber. "Let us continue that battle just now." Amidst his words, his saber intent that cleaved the heavens and split the earth broke through space, instantly arriving before King Xuanmu. To be continued. Chapter 764. Seeing King Xuanmu hot on Yen Zhaoge's heels, Yen Di raised his brows, chopping downwards with his saber. King Xuanmu was greatly enraged. "You dare! Do you think this is still that lower realm? This king admits that your talent and strength are both supreme, but that is in the 8 extremities world. In this world beyond worlds, you are nothing more than a pawn." He did not hesitate in the slightest as he abandoned Yen Zhaoge, directly meeting Yen Di's saber. The 5-fire true technique was pushed to the extreme. Even without the Xian King's spear in hand, the terrifying 7-foul treasured spear pierced through the void in an instant. The quintessential essence turned into monstrous flames. Wherever it burned, the void seemed to collapse bit by bit. King Xuanmu's gaze was icy cold, his killing intent resolute. "Has your path been too smooth that you have forgotten yourself? In the lower realms, you run amok without fear. Here, you're nothing." The sea of flames that filled the sky gathered at the tip of the spear, and its momentum was like a meteor falling to the ground. Yen Di raised his brows, his tone indifferent. "Here, your cultivation base will indeed no longer be suppressed by the dimensions of the heavens and earth. However, the me here is also different from before." He brandished his blade, majestic purple light condensing into a blade that formed the heavens, tyrannical and disdainful, as it brazenly shattered King Xuanmu's spear. The blade light seemed to be invincible. Wherever the blade pointed, it was invincible. The explosive power was unstoppable, breaking through the sea of fire with an unstoppable momentum. Not to mention the blazing fire in front of him. Even if it was the heavens, hell, immortals, Buddhas, and deities, as long as they stood in the path of the blade, they would be killed, destroyed, and crushed. Yen Di's saber seemed to have merged with a great momentum. The heavens and the earth were opened, and the fortune of creation revolved. The great 1,000 worlds changed, and they moved towards the end. His saber intent was not purely about extermination, slaughter, and destruction. Instead, it seemed to be the general trend of the world, the torrent of fate. Any existence that tried to go against the current and go against the obstruction would be crushed into pieces by the great momentum of the world. Therefore, he was successful in every endeavor, and he just kept moving forward. Forward. Forward again. King Xuanmu was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied as he watched helplessly as his 7-foul treasured spear was hacked apart by Yen Di with a single saber. A fact that was hard for him to accept was right before his eyes. Even if he returned to the world beyond worlds, he would still not be Yen Di's match. As a late-seeing divinity martial saint, he had been unable to defeat a 4th-level martial saint who had just refined his acupoints to see divinity and ascended to the world beyond worlds. Currently heavily injured, he was no longer at his peak state. However, what shocked him even more was that even if he were at his peak state, he would still not have sufficient confidence in obtaining victory against the current Yen Di. Even though King Xuanmu was used to seeing storms. His emotions were still shaken at this moment. Yan Di split open the heavens with his saber, a majestic force breaking through the sea of flames as he directly arrived before King Xuanmu. Not daring to be careless, King Xuanmu brandished the white crane treasured spear as his figure rapidly evading that terrifying purple saber light. A purple saber appeared in Yan Di's hands, the shadow of a dragon coiling around it as a long roar resounded. Its appearance was exactly the same as the high-grade spirit weapon, the heavenly dragon saber, but its saber intent and power were worlds apart. The high-grade spirit artifact of the past had already been shattered, the fragments having been combined with the corpses of numerous dragons and polished with his saber intent to reforge this sacred artifact saber. His name was still the Heavenly Dragon Saber. However, just like its owner, it had already been reborn, stepping into a brand new heaven and earth. Yan Di's domineering aura overflowed as he attacked without defending at all, each saber more ferocious than the previous, as he did not give King Xuanmu a chance to catch his breath in the slightest as he killed over towards him with the momentum of toppling mountains and overturning seas. King Xuanmu could only retreat time and time again. Good move. King Xuanmu stabilized his mind, his fury, hatred, humiliation, and shock all having been eliminated. His mind regained its calm as there was only a single thing on his mind, which was how to deal with the enemy before him. A robe on his body lit up with numerous layers of radiance, innumerable talismans appearing on its surface. This immortal talisman embroidered robe was a rare mid-grade sacred artifact that could regulate its own power and descend into the lower worlds. It had accompanied King Xuanmu in descending into the Eight Extremities world earlier. In King Xuanmu's escape from the Eight Extremities world, this treasure had played a huge role. At this moment, this mid-grade sacred artifact finally unleashed its full power as it displayed its original flair. King Xuanmu no longer dared to underestimate or be careless in the slightest, as he completely treated the person before him as an opponent who was his equal or even stronger than him. While seeing divinity martial saints could already wield the full power of mid-grade sacred artifacts, at the end of the day, it was the person controlling the weapon, not the other way around. A mid-grade sacred artifact in the hands of King Xuanmu, who was at the peak of a late, seeing divinity stage, possessed extraordinary power. Innumerable talismans transformed into numerous barriers of light, helping King Xuanmu to block Yan Di's saber. Yan Di's expression did not change. Whatever you have, whatever abilities you have, I will break through it with a single saber. Where the terrifying purple saber light passed, innumerable talismans shattered, scattering into dust all over the ground as light shone brightly, resembling a thin mist that enveloped the heavens and the earth. Yan Di willed slightly as he discovered that mist of light had transformed into infinite sharpness, attacking towards him from all directions as it was omnipresent. Saber wielding in his right hand, he still hacked out viciously. At the same time, Yan Di suddenly opened his mouth, abruptly inhaling. Like a whale sucking in water, infinite light dust was suddenly sucked into Yan Di's mouth and swallowed into his abdomen. Chun Jiliang and Bai Ziming had dazed expressions on their faces. Facing that light dust, they would either defend against it or evade it, absolutely unwilling to let it touch them. Yet this Yan Di before them had actually directly swallowed it into his abdomen. The internal organs of the human body were far more fragile than the tendons, bones, skin, and bones of the body. Seeing this, King Xuanmu inhaled deeply. After controlling the immortal talisman embroidered robe and barely blocking Yan Di's saber once more, this current king of the Grand Xian dynasty, an expert of the peak of the 6th level of the martial saint realm, did not even leave a single word as he immediately turned and left. Seeing this scene, the other Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners were all rendered speechless. After their shock, they all seemed to have woken up from a dream as they all fled into the distance. Yan Di hacked out with his saber, breaking through the layers of light mist once more as he hacked down on the blazing fire that protected King Xuanmu's body. King Xuanmu emitted a muffled groan as he landed in the Eight Extremities world, his wound that had already temporarily healed breaking apart once more as fresh blood spurted out. He did not even look back as he instead sped up, continuing to flee into the distance. Yan Di's saber surged madly once more as the low-grade sacred artifact, the heavenly dragon saber, now began shaking slightly. "Father, having reached the seeing divinity stage, you should refine this saber once more." Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge instead laughed loudly. "I will first help you find a temporary replacement. While it might not suit you, it will definitely be a good saber." He slapped the door of the Myriad Dragon Palace. "Yunsheng!" Within the Myriad Dragon Palace, Feng Yunsheng similarly smiled as she said, "Chief, please allow this disciple to secretly learn a few moves from you." Black fire and devilish qi suddenly surged out from within the great hall as a black saber that flickered with a dim blue luster and was wreathed in black fire shot straight before Yendi. A hint of a smile surfaced on Yendi's cold face as the clouds broke and the sun rose. "It should be said that I am basking in the light of you youngsters." He held the dragon centipede in his right hand and held it behind his back. His left hand directly grabbed the cold sun divine saber flying over, and he slashed out with a saber. The purple saber light that was wreathed in black fire and demonic qi instantly lit up the world, turning it a dark purple. An unstoppable edge destroyed the heavens and earth as it chased after the fleeing King Xuanmu. To be continued. Chapter 765. After being nurtured by Feng Yunxing day and night, the strength of the cold sun divine saber had ceaselessly increased and recovered, and it was only a matter of time before it returned to the might of the Rahu saber of the past. Now that this saber had landed in Yendi's hands, it instantly displayed a ferocious might that surged to the heavens. The black flames and devilish aura formed by the power of corrosion merged with the purple saber aura, turning the entire saber aura dark purple. The brutal saber light instantly broke through the defense of King Xuanmu's immortal talisman embroidered robe. Billions of radiant spirit talismans were destroyed at the same time. The mist of light and dust that had been created were also completely destroyed by the terrifying saber light. The majestic and domineering divine blade cut through the immortal talisman embroidered robe like a hot knife through butter, landing directly on King Xuanmu's body. Greatly alarmed, King Xuanmu's entire body surged with 5-colored fiery light, transforming into the phoenix, azure luan, great roc, peacock, white crane, swan, and owl. The 5 flames, 7 fowl, soared together, forming heavy storms of flames that swept through the heavens and the earth, protecting King Xuanmu's entire body. However, wherever this saber light of Yan Di's terrifying saber passed, flames dispersed and bird feathers fell. The storm of flames was directly cleaved apart by the saber light, a new wound instantly appearing on King Xuanmu's back. He let out a miserable groan, but didn't dare to stop. He could only flee. Yan Di strode forward in pursuit. Where his saber light passed, the flow of time in the heavens and earth around King Xuanmu's body became strange. King Xuanmu's speed had decreased, but the speed of the saber light had increased. Black-purple light flashed as blade after blade swept through the heavens, pursuing King Xuanmu relentlessly. As he unceasingly struck out with his saber, Yendi's aura surged increasingly as the unceasing saber intent of the heavens and the earth grew stronger and stronger, sweeping everything before it, chasing after King Xuanmu. Yendi kept the heavenly dragon saber in his right hand, having just arrived in this land, having an expert as a sacrifice to my saber. What a joyous thing it is! He raised the cold sun divine saber in his left hand high above his head, and then slashed downwards. All the light in the world dimmed at this moment. Everyone's vision suddenly turned black. and they couldn't see anything clearly. There was only that unstoppable saber intent which had reached a whole new level of strength as it enveloped the entire spirit inheritance region of the Royal Reed Sea. King Xuanmu's tragic cries rang out by everyone's ears. The next moment, the darkness dissipated. Everyone looked into the distance and saw two figures standing where the sea and the sky intersected. One of them had a long black saber in his left hand. He held the saber upside down and put it behind his back. In front of him was a headless corpse. In the sky, a large head spun and flew up. After reaching the highest point, it quickly fell back down. The head's eyes were wide open in fury, an expression of both shock and fury still remaining on it. It was shockingly King Xuanmu. Yan Di extended his right hand, catching King Xuanmu's head. After glancing at it, his true essence absorbed the headless corpse that was already beginning to descend towards the sea down below. He turned and strode away, bringing along King Xuanmu's corpse as he strode through space, returning to the side of Yan Zhaoge and the others. The Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners who had wanted to flee earlier had been consecutively slain by the Northern Ocean clone. Those lucky survivors who had their path blocked and were in the midst of resisting were currently looking dazedly at Yan Di and the head that he was holding in his hand. Even Chen Jiliang and Bai Ziming revealed shocked expressions as they sucked in breaths of cold air. After witnessing Yan Di's ascension, they already knew that the person before them was no ordinary person. Let alone a lower world, even in the world beyond worlds, he would be a top-notch genius, a heaven-defying genius. Still, personally witnessing Yan Di slay King Xuanmu with a saber still left them feeling incomparably shocked. After all, that was a peak expert of the late seeing divinity stage, a mighty figure of the Royal Reed Sea, a monarch and hegemon of a region. Even though he had been injured in the Eight Extremities world earlier, his might had still not been concealed. The strength that he had displayed in his earlier clash with Yan Di had left all the spectators sighing in admiration. Now, however, such a peak expert had already been beheaded. The one who had slain him was a martial practitioner who had just ascended from the lower worlds, having just entered the seeing divinity stage. Even Chen Jiliang, a personal disciple of the Southeastern Exalt who had seen countless experts and geniuses, was unable to speak for a long time now. Even eldest apprentice brother probably did not possess such strength at this cultivation level. I really don't know who else can achieve this. Gazing unconsciously at Yan Zhaoge, Chen Jiliang suddenly smiled bitterly. Oh, there really is. Bai Ziming shook his head repeatedly, not having the mood to speak at all. Comparing goods to goods to be thrown away. Both of them were early seeing divinity martial saints, having ascended from the lower worlds to the world beyond worlds. Still, the difference between them was truly as great as the heavens and the earth, as they could not be mentioned in the same breath at all. Looking at the approaching Yan Di, Yan Zhaoge smiled. Father, you shocked the world with a single feat this time, your name immediately spreading far and wide. It was just a coincidence. Coming beside Yan Zhaoge, Yan Di smiled. You, on the other hand, have transcended mortality and entered sainthood. As compared to himself, Yan Di was more happy about his son's accomplishments. Yan Zhaoge said, My speed is still passable. We can't let others say that we have a tiger father and a dog son. Yan Di could not help but laugh. You have already surpassed your father. At your age, I had not yet stepped into the martial saint realm. Yan Zhaoge chuckled. Just a moment of carelessness, and I succeeded. Exiting the myriad dragon palace, Feng Yunsheng and the others all made faces at Yan Zhaoge upon hearing his words. Keep acting, keep acting. Yunsheng and Hudding have improved greatly as well. Yan Di smiled as he returned the cold sun divine saber to Feng Yunsheng. Based on this speed, you will all be able to attain the martial saint realm at a young age, even faster than me. Feng Yunsheng and who hurriedly shook their heads. We cultivated in the world beyond worlds. The environment there is much better than in the Eight Extremities world. and we also have a great amount of heavenly materials and earthly treasures from the Dragon Tomb and the dim, radiant mausoleum. It is only with such a superior environment that we can achieve such results. You will also have to be willing to put in the effort. Yendi smiled, turning to look elsewhere. There, a white-clothed girl was currently looking dazedly at him. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Father, this is Xiao Ai, Mother's personal attendant. Having coincidentally met her in the dim, radiant mausoleum this time, I brought her along with me. Yan Di was rather astonished, as he could not help but appraise Xiao Ai once more. Xiao Ai still appeared, rather dazed. Yan Di looked at Yan Zhaoge. This is... Yan Zhaoge, who already had a certain understanding of Xiao Ai, waved his hands. You were too handsome just now. She is currently infatuated with you. She will naturally recover after a while. What kind of weird things are you saying? While Yan Di said this, he could not help but smile as he understood what was going on. Now, Yan Zhaoge introduced Qin Zhiliang, and by zimming to Yan Di. Hearing Yan Zhaoge's introduction, Yan Di said solemnly, "Many thanks for taking care of Zhaoge. If there is a chance in the future, I hope that you can head to Golden Court Mountain to meet the Southeastern Exalt. I hope that Mr. Chen can introduce me then. My master being able to return to our 8 extremities world from the Floating Gate world was largely due to the help of Mr. Bai and Great Snowy Mountain. Yan Di thanks you here." Qin Zhiliang and Bai Ziming regained their wits now as they hurriedly bowed to Yan Di. "You are polite. Your son has also helped us with many things." Looking first at Yan Zhaoge and then at Yan Di, they both sighed simultaneously. The father is a hero, the son is a hero. To be continued. Chapter 766. Bai Ziming could only sigh in admiration in his heart. Qin Zhiliang, who was more experienced, was able to think even more. His gaze shifted between Yan Zhaoge, Yan Di, and Feng Yinsheng. That saber qi is ferocious, and it manifests black flames and devilish qi that corrodes everything in its path. It seems to contain the power of corrosion? Qin Zhiliang thought to himself, I actually can't tell what grade the saber is. It doesn't look like a high-grade sacred artifact, but it doesn't look like a mid-grade sacred artifact either. Logically speaking, there aren't many treasures that possess such powerful and pure corrosive power. All of them are world-shaking and famous. Qin Zhiliang's gaze flickered. I wonder if it is the power of the Rahu luminary or the power of the Ketu luminary. Still, that Yan Zhaoge possesses the extreme yang seal. Perhaps this saber is related to the opposing star of the extreme yang, the Rahu luminary. However, the Rahu saber was rumored to have been destroyed many years ago. Thinking of this, Qin Zhiliang felt a little uncertain. That radiant light, sect possessing the extreme yin crown, could it be related to this 8 extremities world as well? Qin Zhiliang was shocked. This 8 extremities world actually has such crouching tigers and hidden dragons. He composed himself, looking at Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di again as he grew increasingly cautious. Yan Zhaoge was actually also appraising his father as he asked via sound transmission, I heard Grand Master mention that he obtained the life creation, heavenly scripture of the jade, clear direct lineage in the Floating Gate world. From the looks of it, you should have studied it as well. In Yan Di's earlier battle with King Xuanmu, his low-grade sacred artifact, the immortal talisman embroidered robe, had manifested countless spirit talismans with its spiritual energy. The immortal talisman embroidered robe had its own wondrous uses. The talismans formed a light mist barrier that had a powerful defensive power. If the light mist was shattered by the opponent, it would turn into a light mist that filled the sky and hurt the opponent invisibly. After the enemy broke through the defense of the light mist barrier, if they pursued a victorious pursuit and underestimated the immortal talisman embroidered robe, it was very likely that they would be taken advantage of by the light mist and suffer a great loss. When Yan Di had first broken through the light mist barrier and been enveloped by it, he had not evaded or resisted. He did something that made everyone speechless. Without dodging or blocking, he actually opened his mouth and sucked all the light mist into his mouth, like a whale sucking in water before swallowing it. When this scene landed before everyone's eyes, the degree of shock was even comparable to when he had killed King Xuanwu later on. Yan Zhaoge was the only one who had been somewhat mentally prepared, recovering very quickly from his slight surprise. The first thought that popped into his mind was the heavenly book of life creation. The reason why Yan Di dared to devour the spirit talisman light was because his life force and recuperative abilities had reached a certain level. The light mist was dark and damaging, but it was a type of continuous damage. The damage caused in an instant wasn't great, but it would accumulate quickly at a high frequency, causing great damage in a short period of time. What was even more amazing was that after a martial artist was hit by this technique, it was very difficult to get rid of it. Even if they could escape with their lives, they would be plagued by a deep-rooted disease in the future. However, the life creation heavenly book happened to be able to restrain such a move. Yan Di had chosen to devour and absorb the mist of light, thinking that the life creation heavenly scripture would be able to help him swiftly refine the mist of light, converting it into his own strength. Indeed, it is this mystical art treasure book. Yan Di smiled. After Master imparted it to me, I have always been making good use of my time to comprehend it. While I have not used it to replace my foundation, I have still benefited greatly from it, feeling that it is boundlessly profound. It is not just the life creation heavenly scripture. I have also comprehended the hearts will thunder incantation a little. The fact that I was able to complete my accumulation within a short period of time and advance in my cultivation base once more is related to all of this. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge nodded before asking, after cultivating in it, do you feel that it is the same as Mother's martial legacy? Yan Di shook his head, answering, while they are relative supreme martial arts, there are great differences in the minute details. This should be due to different people having different understandings during the process of the legacy. Therefore, while it is the same as Chuqing's, it is not of the same lineage. When different people cultivated in the same martial art, they would all have their own interpretations and understandings of it as it reached a higher level. Therefore, there would naturally be differences, perhaps even completely opposing sides, as contradictory interpretations would appear. Even if the disciples were taught by the same master, the comprehension of the same martial art between the disciples might be different. They would then impart it to their own disciples, with the differences possibly growing greater and greater in the end. While it could be clearly seen that they originated from the same lineage, being of the same lineage but not of the same source, they would naturally have their own unique aspects. Yan Zhaoge nodded, no longer saying anything. In fact, there was a second half of his sentence that he did not say. It had not been obvious in the past. Still, after Yan Di had refined his acupoints to see divinity and stepped into the seeing divinity stage, his saber intent had grown increasingly majestic and domineering, as well as increasingly refined and pure. The general trend gradually took shape, and no one could resist it. Still, observing Yan Di's saber intent, Yan Zhaoge just felt a sense of familiarity that seemed right whilst also wrong. However, like looking at flowers through fog, he was unable to see through it for the time being. As for the life creation, heavenly scripture, what Yan Zhaoge was concerned about was its origins. He would slowly inquire about this after meeting Yuan Zhangfeng. Yan Di's saber intent interested Yan Zhaoge even more. Having roamed the world beyond worlds for so long, some fortuitous encounters were already very easy to explain, as they were not as conspicuous as they were in the eight extremities world. Therefore, while the peerless heavenly scripture could only be cultivated by him alone, Yan Zhaoge was already prepared to find an opportunity to gradually hand over a portion of the peak martial arts recorded within the Divine Palace's martial repository to his father. Feeling Yan Di's saber intent, Yan Zhaoge felt even more anticipation and curiosity. Yan Di now looked at Hu Ting. Hu hurriedly said, "Master, please give me your orders." Yan Di handed King Xuanmu's corpse to him. Find a place to bury him. Beneath Yan Di's true essence, King Xuanmu's decapitated head remained connected to his corpse. His cultivation base was not weak. It was only by chance that he died so easily by my hands. After all, he was the first expert I slew in the world beyond worlds. Leave him with a complete corpse. Keep his remains, Yan Di said. Hu was taken aback for a moment before he answered solemnly, Yes, master. He cupped his hands towards Yen Zhaoge and Yan Di, keeping King Xuanmu's corpse and descending towards the great sea down below. Seeing this, Qin Zhiliang sighed as he said, Kong Ping and the others who entered the clear scenic region would probably not have thought that such a change would actually occur after they left. Yen Zhaoge asked, Mr. Qin and Mr. Bai have come specifically regarding the Grand Xian dynasty's attack on the Sun Moon Peak. Qin Zhiliang first shook his head before nodding. We came along with Senior Apprentice Brother Mu for other matters. Afterwards, seeing that the battle at the Sun Moon Peak was in full swing, Mr. Bai and I came along to take a look. It was also because the extreme Yin Crown had actually appeared on the battlefield of the Spirit Inheritance region. The Kunlun 9 luminaries were a group of bigwigs who had stabilized the heavens and earth of the world beyond worlds that year. Any one of them could cause the entire heavens and earth to tremble with the stomp of their feet. The extreme Yin Crown was precisely the famed supreme treasure of the exalted lunar luminary. It is regarding the matter in the West. There have been new developments. Therefore, Senior Apprentice Brother Mu has come along with us to take a look. Looking at Yen Zhaoge, Qin Zhiliang pondered for a moment before adding, There are people coming over from the other side. They are in the region of sea around the Spirit Inheritance region and the Clear Scenic region. Yen Zhaoge blinked. To the west of the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory was the southern Blazing Heaven Territory. To be continued. Chapter 767. Glancing at Yen Zhaoge, Qin Zhiliang said, If little friend Yen is still active in this region, you should be careful. When the southeastern Exalt's lineage had captured the southern Exalt's personal disciple Wang Hui earlier, Yen Zhaoge had assisted them. He had even personally slain another personal disciple of the southern Exalt, Li Jing. It could be said that while he had yet to go to the southern Blazing Heaven Territory, Yen Zhaoge had already offended the southern Exalt to the core. Qin Zhiliang said slowly, The southern Blazing Heaven Territory has already sent people to our southeastern Golden Court mountain to meet Master. Still, we discovered that some of them have come directly to the Royal Reed Sea. From the signs, the other side is no simple figure. Instead, they are peak experts with profound cultivation bases. Senior Apprentice Brother Lin and Senior Apprentice Brother Mu have both come here to deal with them. Qin Zhiliang paused for a moment before continuing. Still, due to the endless magnetic storms in the region of the Clear Scenic region, the environment is too complicated. It will not be easy to find them for now. Hearing his words, Yen Zhaoge nodded. Thank you for your reminder, Mr. Qin. I will be careful later. If I happen to find traces of the descendants of the southern Exalt's lineage, I will try to inform you as soon as possible. Qin Zhiliang looked at him. You are indeed going to the Clear Scenic region? That is no ordinary danger ground. The dangers, there were not just natural dangers like the endless magnetic storms. The 3 peak experts of Shen Lingzi's lineage, Kong Ping, Gu Zhang, and He Dongqing, the 3 immortal bridge martial saints, entered together. Apart from that, the chief of the Radiant Light sect, Luo Ziyuan, who had fled before them, was also a foe and not a friend to Yen Zhaoge. To Yen Zhaoge, the threat of man-made disasters in the Clear Scenic region was even greater than that of natural disasters. Yen Zhaoge smiled, cupping his hands towards Qin Zhiliang and Bai Ziming. This Yen thanks you for your kind intentions. Seeing this, Qin Zhiliang and Bai Ziming knew that he had already made up his mind. This youngster is really incredible, not fearing anything at all. I really don't know if he is crazy or courageous. Chan Jiliang sighed, ceasing his thoughts as he glanced at Yen Di and the nearby wound of the sky. Having witnessed everything earlier, Qin Jiliang felt that he had to immediately communicate with Lin Hanhua and Mu Jun. After exchanging some pleasantries with Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di, Qin Jiliang and Yen Di took their leave. They had come to the vicinity of the clear scenic region and the spirit inheritance region, primarily because of the arrival of disciples of the Southern Exalts lineage. Having already gained a general understanding of the situation of the conflict between the Grand Xian dynasty and the anti-Xian forces in the spirit inheritance region, Qin Jiliang and Bai Ziming left together. After watching the two leave, Yen Zhaoge swiveled his head and said to Yen Di, "I am preparing to head over to the clear scenic region." He first briefly explained the latest situation in the Royal Reed Sea, as well as how the Radiant Light Sect Sun Moon Peak had just been breached by the Grand Xian dynasty not long ago. King Xuanmu and a great number of Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners have all been slain by us here. The Grand Xian dynasty's heirloom, the high-grade sacred artifact, the King Xian spear, has also fallen into my hands. Whether or not Kong Ping and the others have dealt with the Radiant Light sect, after they have extricated themselves from the endless magnetic storms, they will definitely seek revenge upon receiving the news. Looking at that wound of the sky, Yen Zhaoge said, "There is no place for us to defend here. We have been too passive. Therefore, I want to take the initiative to attack. While I will have to bear quite a bit of risk, it is also necessary." His gaze turned slightly cold. If we can make use of the endless magnetic storms to do something, it would instead be of a great help to the current us, not being all alone. Yen Di frowned. "While I do not understand this endless magnetic storms, from what you have said, even experts of the 7th level of the martial saint realm would have to be careful inside. You intend to take advantage of the situation. How confident are you in succeeding?" Yen Zhaoge said, "You can rest easy on this. While the endless magnetic storms are violent, Kong Ping and the other immortal bridge martial saints have already entered. With their cultivation bases, even as they resist the storms, they are actually also suppressing their power. If I go now, it will instead be much safer than usual. As for the threat posed by those people, due to the endless magnetic storms, I will also have a great deal of leeway." Yen Zhaoge glanced at the clear scenic region. "Instead, if I want to enter, I will have to make haste." Yen Di pondered for a moment before saying, "All these years, I have always been very reassured in how you handle things. While you like to make risky moves, you still do not lose your sense of propriety. You have long since grown up and have your own ideas. I am very supportive of that. Still, I fear that I will not be able to accompany you this time." Yen Di's brows were knit tightly. "According to what you said just now, this Grand Xian dynasty has other experts of the 6th level of the martial saint realm besides the King Xuanmu, and not just a single one at that. If they rush over, I will have to stand guard here at the wound of the sky. While the 8 Extremities world currently has Master sitting over it, we cannot let him bear all the pressure." In having descended into the 8 Extremities world with his people this time, the 8 Extremities world had truly given them a massive surprise. Yen Di aside, Yuan Jingfeng had already successfully returned to the 8 Extremities world as well. Master and disciple were both domineering figures in the lower worlds, sweeping through all their enemies as they were able to contend against many alone. In the end, the two of them had joined forces and nearly wiped out all the Grand Xian dynasty experts who had descended this time in a lower world. This time, however, King Xuanmu had been rather careless, having acted hastily as he had not been able to predict his enemies. With King Xuanmu having perished and the King Xian spear having been lost, the Grand Xian dynasty could be said to have suffered heavy losses this time. Still, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. The Grand Xian dynasty still had peak experts, like the 4 Lord Protectors. In having come to the virtuous spirit region's Sun, Moon, peak this time, the main force had been Kong Ping and the others. King Xuanmu aside, The other peak experts of the Grand Qian dynasty had not come as they were still sitting over the royal reed sea. When they received news of King Xuanmu's death in battle, a storm would definitely ensue. The Grand Qian dynasty martial practitioners here have basically all been slain by us. Qin Jiliang and Yan Di will not speak out of turn. It will still be some time before the news here reaches the ears of the others of the Grand Qian dynasty. Yan Zhaoge said, also, with King Xuanmu's death, the throne of the Grand Qian dynasty has been vacated. There will probably be many who wish to sit on it. This way, if some wrangling occurred, Yan Zhaoge and the others would have much more time to spare. Yan Di said, this is a possibility. Still, we cannot pin our hopes on internal strife among our opponents. That's right. Still, this is a gap of time that we can make use of. Yan Zhaoge looked at the wound of the sky before swiveling his head and gazing into the distance, his gaze traversing the vast ocean as it fell on the old site of the Sun-Moon Peak, which had already been destroyed. The Floating Gate World's Heavy Sun sect has stabilized their footing in the world beyond worlds and re-established their headquarters. Our Broad Creed Mountain can similarly do so. Yan Zhaoge suddenly laughed. Still, if we are to re-establish our headquarters, we might have to temporarily choose this place, occupying the former home of the Radiant Light sect. Yan Di smiled as well. The existence of this wound of the sky has its pros and cons, Yan Zhaoge said. Having dealt with all the enemies that pose a threat to us, we will naturally have nothing to worry about. Yan Di said, just in case, Master will have to temporarily remain in the Eight Extremities world for a period of time. Actually, Master is already just lacking that final window paper that he has yet to break through. He looked at Yan Zhaoge. Before I came up here this time, Master specifically instructed me to impart to you the life creation, heavenly scripture that he had obtained. Chapter 768. Saying thus, Yan Di retrieved a jade talisman with a flip of his hand, handing it over to Yan Zhaoge. Receiving the jade talisman, after carefully appraising it for a moment, Yan Zhaoge let out a light sound of surprise. It's an ancient artifact. This means that, yes, this is the original talisman that Master obtained in the Floating Gate world that day. It was not something that he himself had created afterwards. Understanding what Yan Zhaoge found strange, Yan Di explained. This jade talisman was the one that Yuan Zhengfeng had obtained in the Jambu world by chance. He did not know who had left it behind. This item was the most original item. The life creation, heavenly book was also preserved in its original form. Yuan Zhengfeng's personal understanding was not added. Yuan Zhengfeng was still the same as he was when he obtained it. However, this kind of thing, if it was studied by different martial artists, because everyone's true essence and martial intent were different, it would inevitably cause the traces to become fainter and fainter until they disappeared. From a certain perspective, there was a limit to the number of times a jade talisman could be comprehended by different people. If Yuan Zhengfeng wanted to leave this life creation, heavenly scripture in Broad Creed Mountain, he would craft his own jade talisman. However, in this way, the meaning of the heavenly book in the jade talisman would inevitably be integrated with Yuan Zhengfeng's personal interpretation. Now, however, he had specifically asked Yan Di to bring this jade talisman to the world beyond worlds and hand it over to him. On one hand, it was love, and on the other hand, it was expectation. Warmth surfaced within Yan Zhaoge's heart as he looked at Yan Di. What about you? Yan Di said, just like you, I also use this original jade talisman. Apart from that, there is also second apprentice brother. Therefore, the number of times this jade talisman can be used is already extremely few. Master specifically left it for you. Senior apprentice uncle, he and senior apprentice uncle Zhang also use the jade talisman that Master personally produced. Yan Zhaoge laughed. Second apprentice uncle should be fine now. A smile appeared on Yan Di's face as well. That's right, he is already fine. Knowing that the supreme martial art that Yuan Zhengfeng had obtained was the life creation, heavenly scripture, Yan Zhaoge knew that Fang Zhuan would be fine. When he had left the 8 extremities world earlier, Fang Zhuan had still yet to awaken. Still, his life was no longer in danger. However, his injuries back then were too severe, even more severe than Yuan Jingfeng's old injuries in the past. Even with the heaven-reversing divine pill, it was hard to say whether he would be able to make a complete recovery. It was already a blessing that he was able to recover his health without his cultivation regressing. However, it was very likely that he would end up like Yuan Zhengfeng back then, having his path of advancement severed. Yan Zhaoge had once wanted to head to the floating life world and ask Su Yin about the life creation, heavenly scripture that his mother, Xue Chuqing, had imparted to him. However, what Su Yin had learned were just some of the heavenly scriptures that Xue Chuqing had casually taught her when she was by her side. It was not complete. Xiao Ai's situation was similar. While it had created Su Yin and Xiao Ai, it was not suitable for Fang Zhuan's situation. Yan Zhaoge could only give up on it. Now that Yuan Jingfeng had obtained the complete life creation, heavenly scripture, all of his problems would naturally be easily resolved, as Yan Zhaoge could finally rest easy. As Yan Zhaoge infused his true essence, the jade talisman instantly flickered with a lustrous radiance. Then numerous profound runes appeared within Yan Zhaoge's mind, expounding on the profundities of the changes of creation and the endless cycle of life. While Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change this time, he inwardly exclaimed, "Why does this life creation heavenly scripture feel like the most orthodox, primordial, direct lineage?" The so-called most orthodox, primordial, direct lineage was the records of the founder of the Jade, clear lineage, the Lord of primordial beginning, personally speaking about the Tao. While they all originated from the same source, such heavenly scriptures did not incorporate the interpretations of later generations, as they were the closest to the Lord of primordial beginning's own interpretation of the great Tao. As for how one cultivated and comprehended it, it would still be up to the later generations, as their attainments might not necessarily be stronger than theirs. Still, such heavenly scriptures were indisputably the purest, as they pointed straight to the very source. The few primordial heavenly scriptures that Yan Zhaoge possessed were all like this, as their origins were already hard to verify. As for the life creation heavenly scripture that Xue Chuqing cultivated in, and the Aeon Light heavenly scripture that Kong Ping and the others cultivated in, they had all been unceasingly analyzed and comprehended by other predecessors. Yan Zhaoge cultivated in the peerless heavenly scripture of the 10 primordial heavenly scriptures. He would definitely not be wrong in this regard. Personally, he would naturally prefer supreme martial arts like this. Still, Yan Zhaoge felt rather hesitant at this moment. The person who left behind this legacy within this jade talisman was someone who had personally listened to the Lord of Primordial Beginning's speech. The strange feeling he had felt when he had heard that Yuan Zhengfeng had obtained the life creation heavenly scripture, and the hearts will thunder incantation surfaced within Yan Zhaoge's mind once more. This time he felt that his thoughts were clearer as the fog before his eyes had thinned somewhat. It was just that the doubts within his heart had instead increased. As he pondered, Xiao Ai came over and tugged on Yan Zhaoge's sleeve. As Yan Zhaoge turned, he heard Xiao Ai chattering incessantly, young master, son-in-law is so cool. He's a different type from you, but he's both so awesome." Seeing her wide-eyed appearance, Yan Zhaoge could not help but smile. "Haven't you seen an image of my father before?" Xiao Ai said matter-of-factly, "How can an image of light be compared to the real person? How can it display even a fraction of son-in-law's flair?" She suddenly drooped her head. "Sadly, he's the same as you, young master, no longer single. I can only give him an A-grade evaluation, not above A." Yan Zhaoge felt exasperated whilst also amused. "That is why I said that this evaluation of yours is very unreasonable. Besides, my father is already taken. That's my mother." Xiao Ai blinked. No wonder Lady has always been thinking about son-in-law. Xiao Ai finally understands it today. Lady is naturally extremely good. Still, Xiao AI still feels that it would be perfect if son-in-law did not have a companion. Having just returned from burying King Xuanmu, Ahu could not help but stare wide-eyed as he heard these words. Wouldn't there be no young master then? Hearing his words, Feng Yunxing burst out laughing. Yan Zhaoge directly rolled his eyes. Xiao AI was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied as she looked first at Yan Di and then at Yan Zhaoge. Her little face scrunched up as she was conflicted to the extreme. Yan Di shook his head, smiling as he waved toward Xiao AI. Is it convenient for you to tell me about the time when you were by Chuqing's side? Xiao AI hurriedly said, Ask away, son-in-law. Yan Zhaoge said solemnly, Father, this matter cannot be delayed. I will be heading over to the clear scenic region now. Yan Di nodded, Be careful. Xiao AI stayed behind to chat with Yan Di, while Yan Zhaoge entered the Myriad Dragon Palace with Feng Yunxing and Ahu. His Northern Ocean clone's true essence surged, manifesting the silhouette of a Kuanping which swept along the Myriad Dragon Palace and soared high into the air, instantly leaving far away. Swiftly traversing the Spirit Inheritance region, it was the Desert Mountain region. Half of this had originally been the territory of the Radiant Light sect. Still, the other half was bordered by the clear scenic region. When the endless magnetic storms were rather intense at their peak, this half of the Desert Mountain region that was close to the clear scenic region would be swept along by the storms as well. While the winds were rather calm now, the distant horizon was already completely dark. As Yan Zhaoge proceeded, the clear scenic region was already within sight as the terrifying endless magnetic storms also appeared before him once more. To be continued. Chapter 769. The hurricane swept along the seawater as it shot into the horizon, resembling numerous water dragons rising from the sea. The water dragons were surrounded by rings of electricity that flickered rampantly. Such might of the heavens and the earth was still shocking. Still, as Yan Zhaoge saw it, the storm was far from as intense as it had been the last time he had been here. Observing carefully, radiance could vaguely be seen emanating from the depths of the storm. Standing beside Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunxing and Ahu both knit their brows as they saw this. Is this because Kongping, Luo Ziwan, and the others have entered? Yan Zhaoge nodded. That's right. They have entered the depths of the clear scenic region, resisting the endless magnetic storms with their cultivation bases. The two sides are in a stalemate, restraining each other. To put it another way, the endless magnetic storms are suppressing the strength of Kongping and the others, who in turn are causing the storms to be less intense. It is precisely because of this that we can enter this region of sea as well. Otherwise, we will end up like Golden Court Mountains when Luoxia previously. As Yan Zhaoge spoke, he led Feng Yunxing and the others into the Myriad Dragon Palace once more. The Myriad Dragon Palace transformed into a tiny speck of light, vanishing within the Northern Ocean clone's palm. The Northern Ocean clone's gaze flickered, golden light suddenly surging on his body. A golden armor enveloped the body of Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone. It was the mid-grade sacred artifact of that golden-armored martial practitioner Yao Hai who had been the guardian of the King Xian spear for King Xuanmu earlier, the precipitous golden armor. The armor's defenses had previously been torn apart by the Northern Ocean clone as it had been damaged somewhat. Still, after some simple repairs, Yan Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone could now use it again. The spirituality and autonomy of the high-grade sacred artifact, the King Xian spear, was far from being a treasure that could be refined and used within a short period of time. They would already have to thank the heavens and the earth if it did not rebel. After slowly subduing the King Xian spear in the future, it would be very easy for Yan Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone to refine the mid-grade sacred artifact, the precipitous golden armor, and the cloud commanding spear. Meanwhile, these two mid-grade sacred artifacts were also suitable for their use now. Having already attained the seeing divinity stage, the Northern Ocean clone could sufficiently exert the might of a mid-grade sacred artifact. The Northern Ocean clone who had transformed into the silhouette of a Kunping shot headfirst into the sea of the endless magnetic storms of the clear scenic region. The Northern Ocean clone that had transformed into the silhouette of a Kunping plunged headlong into the sea of the clear scenic region where endless magnetic storms rampaged. Just having entered, Yen Zhaoge could clearly feel a powerful pressure surging towards the Northern Ocean clone. Still, while the electromagnetism unceasingly attacked the Northern Ocean clone, it did not entangle him. Yen Zhaoge let out a sigh of relief, his final worries no longer existing. If the Northern Ocean clone was also suppressed by the endless magnetic storms after entering, he would actually be in a similar situation as Kunping and the others, having to bear the brunt of the pressure of the endless magnetic storms as well. From the looks of it, the existence of Kunping, Guhong, Luo Ziwan, and the others just happened to form a rather fragile balance in the fight against the endless magnetic storms. As a result, Yen Zhaoge instead benefited from this. A good start half done, Yen Zhaoge nodded to himself. The Northern Ocean clone traversed the storm before diving towards the depths of the sea. The situation under the sea was not as comfortable as it was on the surface. There were also countless whirlpools spinning within the seawater, and there were even terrifying magnetic lightning energies rampaging within them. Terrifying purplish electric snakes shuttled back and forth in the water, looking even more ferocious and violent than outside. The Northern Ocean clone opened a path with his spear, his armor protecting him as he barely withstood the immense pressure as he dove downwards. In the process of diving, he held a spear in one hand and a small black incense burner in the other. It was the earth-devouring burner. While wanting to make use of the endless magnetic storms of the clear scenic region to reap the benefits of the conflict between the Grand Xian dynasty and the Radiant Light sect was a good idea, it would not be of any use at all if it was just empty talk. Yen Zhaoge naturally had some plans in mind for having dared to enter. Of course, it was still unknown whether everything would go as he wished. After all, Yen Zhaoge's understanding of the clear scenic region was actually limited. Whether they could succeed or not depended on improvisation. But the opportunity was fleeting, and he had to work hard to grasp it. It was undeniable that Kunping and the others had high cultivation bases and many experts. It was not the right time to fight them head-on, now that there was a chance to fish in troubled waters. Yen Zhaoge was naturally happy to make use of it. At the end of the day, there were only two ways to defeat an enemy. One was to improve oneself, and the other was to weaken the opponent. As his mind communicated with the earth-devouring burner, Yen Zhaoge could vaguely feel that there seemed to be some sort of clue guiding him in the right direction. After the Northern Ocean clone had attained the Seeing Divinity Martial Saint realm, Yen Zhaoge had discovered that communicating with the earth-devouring burner through the Northern Ocean clone had clearly become much more convenient. The earth-devouring burner was no longer as lifeless as it had been before. Instead, it seemed as though it had awakened from a deep slumber, able to respond to Yen Zhaoge even more. Amidst the vortexes of the endless magnetic storms, Yen Zhaoge could even feel the earth-devouring burner devouring the surrounding electromagnetic force somewhat on its own accord, providing assistance and protection for itself. For the Northern Ocean clone to be able to traverse the endless magnetic storms with relative ease, the earth-devouring burner was undoubtedly a great help as well. While the territory of the clear scenic region was vast, it could not be considered very big for Yen Zhaoge, who had already attained the Martial Saint realm. For the Northern Ocean clone, he would be able to traverse it in an instant. There was no need to mention Kunping, Guhong, and the others. However, under the interference of the magnetic storm, everyone had to break through the storm bit by bit before they could continue forward. The originally small place now seemed very vast. Also, the deeper they went, the fiercer the endless magnetic storms became. After traversing at the bottom of the sea for a period of time, Yen Zhaoge could still feel violent power fluctuations emanating over despite the interference of the magnetic storms. Clearly, Kunping, Guhong, Luo Ziwan, and the others were in the vicinity. Also, They had been caught up to by Kong Ping's group and were currently clashing with each other. If the anti-Xian coalition could completely shake off Kong Ping's group, leaving the interference of the endless magnetic storms a step ahead of them, the storms would become their natural barrier, helping them block their pursuers. Even if it was only for a short moment, with the speed of Guhong, Luo Ziyuan, and the others, it would be sufficient for them to leave speedily, as Kong Ping and the others would not be able to catch up to them. After pondering for a moment, Yan Zhaoge did not enter the fray, as he instead dived deeper into the depths of the sea. Guided by the earth-devouring burner, Yan Zhaoge could already feel that he was getting closer and closer to that dilapidated palace that he had seen within the earth-devouring burner earlier. Still, along the way, Yan Zhaoge's heart suddenly jolted slightly. The Northern Ocean clone retracted his aura, concealing the earth-devouring burner as he halted where he was, only stabilizing himself as he released his true essence, reducing his defenses to the minimum. From another direction, a tyrannical aura suddenly emanated over. Blazing fire illuminated the deep sea, even with thunderbolts and storms rampaging all around them. This fiery light did not seem dim or weak at all. Gazing over, Yan Zhaoge saw a fiery phoenix suddenly appear within the great sea. The surroundings of the phoenix were enveloped by streams of yellow smoke, emanating a vigorous, heavy feeling. To be continued. Chapter 770. Yellow smoke surrounded that fiery phoenix, separating it from the storms of thunder and water outside. While it was just smoke and dust, it gave off an incomparably heavy feeling, resembling the great earth that bore the weight of the heavens. Yan Zhaoge's eyes narrowed slightly. Thick earth of meritorious virtue, boundless meritorious virtue, supplementing the heavens and continuing the Tao, used to protect one's body, endless and impervious to all evils. Observing the aura and concept emanating from that fiery phoenix as it soared, Yan Zhaoge felt a sense of familiarity. It was similar to the phoenix true form scripture that Wang Hui and Li Jin, who had clashed with him earlier, cultivated in. The person before him was clearly a personal disciple of the Southern Exalt's lineage. Also, this person's cultivation base was much higher than Wang Hui and Li Jin's. Observing his aura, he was a late-seeing divinity martial saint. A shocking treasured light flickered on his body as it was contained and not released. Still, Yan Zhaoge, who already possessed the extreme Yang seal and the King Xian spear, could feel that this person likely possessed a high-grade sacred artifact as well. Due to Kong Ping, Guhong, Luo Ziyuan, and the others, the endless magnetic storms were currently weaker than usual. While they were still very fierce, the threat they posed to 6th-level martial saints who were protected by the earth of meritorious virtue was rather limited. Therefore, the power of that sacred artifact was contained and not released, as it was only used as a precautionary measure. Yan Zhaoge thought, not all immortal bridge martial saints of the Southeastern Exalt's lineage possess high-grade sacred artifacts, let alone seeing divinity martial saints. While it is normal to bring along a high-grade sacred artifact for safety's sake when venturing into the Southeastern Yang Heaven territory, this person's status in the Southern Blazing Heaven territory is probably still not ordinary. Amidst the endless magnetic storms, everyone's sensory abilities were lowered. Still, the aura of this fiery phoenix was too powerful, as it showed no intention of being retracted in the least. Kong Ping and the others who were in the midst of battle all slowed their movements slightly as they observed this uninvited guest who had suddenly arrived. Yan Zhaoge felt that that fiery phoenix should have discovered his existence as well. Still, whether it was Kong Ping's group or Yan Zhaoge, this person who cultivated in the true intent of the phoenix completely ignored them as he continued heading deeper into the sea. Someone from the Southern Blazing Heaven territory went to Golden Court Mountain to see the Southeastern Exalt and the detained Wang Hui. At the same time, they split up, with another person still coming to the Royal Reed Sea. It is just that this person did not have time to know that I had killed his fellow disciple Li Jin. Yan Zhaoge thought rather amusedly, running here so hurriedly, what do you want? Was it because of the sword box with the word heaven swallowing engraved on it in the abandoned palace? Or was there something else in the palace? Even as Yen Zhaoge pondered, he followed the guidance of the earth-devouring burner and continued descending towards the depths of the sea. Feeling that Yen Zhaoge was clearly heading in the same direction as it, that fiery phoenix instead paused for a moment. A sense of danger arose within Yen Zhaoge's heart. Indeed, a voice resounded from within the flames. "Who do you think you are? How dare you have designs on the treasure I've set my eyes on?" The fiery phoenix abruptly flapped its wings. Numerous fire arrows shot towards Yen Zhaoge amidst the whirlpools of seawater and the essence magnetic storms. The raging flames that had obtained the true will of the phoenix were unaffected even in the middle of the ocean. Where the fire arrows passed, they merged with the purplish-green thunder as their might grew even more ferocious. As soon as Yen Zhaoge sensed this, the Northern Ocean clone held the cloud-commanding spear horizontally before him. Virtually at the same time, those ferocious fire arrows had already struck the shaft of the spear. The silhouettes of 7 birds danced on the cloud-commanding spear. Yet they were all shot down by the fire arrows, emitting mournful cries. Despite the strength of the Northern Ocean clone and the ferocity of the mid-grade sacred artifact, the cloud-commanding spear, they were actually somewhat unable to withstand it. Golden light lit up on the precipitous golden armor, forming layers of defenses which helped the Northern Ocean clone to block the remaining attacks. The golden light flickered unceasingly as the fire arrows struck, tottering on the brink of collapse. The fire arrows were still not finished after being blocked as they all exploded, forming a great fire in the depths of the sea that enveloped the Northern Ocean clone for a long time. The Northern Ocean clone's expression was calm as he breathed in and out, circulating his true essence to resist the assault of the blazing fire. The attacks of an expert of the 6th level of the Martial Saint realm were naturally extraordinary. This was especially so for the person before him who was even stronger than Luo Ziyuan, King Xuanmu, and the others. He had merely done so casually as he had not taken the Northern Ocean clone of the 4th level of the Martial Saint realm seriously. Even so, with the assistance of the cloud-commanding spear and the precipitous golden armor, the Northern Ocean clone had still felt immense pressure. The cloud-commanding spear was the weapon that King Xuanmu had commonly used before wielding the King Xian spear, as it was of rather extraordinary quality. Otherwise, the Northern Ocean clone might not have swapped out the fish dragon spear, which was perfectly compatible with his martial arts. Currently, however, blazing fire coiled around the cloud-commanding spear, its spiritual light dim as its shaft shook unceasingly like a living life form struggling. After casually attacking, that fiery phoenix down below did not look at the results of his attack at all as he continued diving deeper into the sea. He seemed certain that the Northern Ocean clone would definitely die. As a 6th level martial saint, he had indeed never encountered a 4th level martial saint who could withstand a single blow of his. Sensing that the blazing fire surrounding the Northern Ocean clone was gradually extinguished, that fiery phoenix immediately paused, feeling rather taken aback. After hesitating for a moment, this fiery phoenix did not continue attacking as he instead continued diving deeper. His time was very tight as he could not afford to waste it on such a small fry. He believed that his earlier warning had already been sufficient for the Northern Ocean clone to halt. If the other party was smart, he should know to give up. Yen Zhaoge chuckled coldly. The killing intent contained in the other party's attack just now could not be any clearer. If it were any other 4th level martial saint, they would have been directly shot to death by the fiery arrow at the depths of the sea. The Northern Ocean clone's gaze turned cold as all the acupoints of his entire body, with the Baihui acupoint at the top of his head as they shook together, a majestic force instantly erupting. The trembling cloud-commanding spear stabilized once more, a bone-piercingly cold glow at its tip transforming into a streak of cold electricity as it rapidly stabbed towards that fiery phoenix. The silhouette of the Kunping appeared, emitting a deafening roar that resounded throughout the deep sea. That fiery phoenix was clearly momentarily stunned. You still dare to retaliate? The next moment, the fiery phoenix mightily turned, rising into the air amidst the clear cry of a phoenix as it collided head-on with the descending Kunping. The Northern Ocean clone's entire body shook intensely, the golden light of the precipitous golden armor instantly dimming as the cloud-commanding spear was virtually shaken out of his hands. He secretly wielded the earth-devouring burner, a powerful devouring force emanating from within as it absorbed much of the terrifying force of the other party's attack. While the Kunping was known for its strength, its cultivation base was rather inferior. Instead, it was that fiery phoenix that was more ferocious as it immediately collided with the silhouette of the Kunping to the point of shattering. Yet, as the silhouette of the Kunping shattered, infinite sunlight appeared, illuminating the entire Great Sea. A great golden seal descended from the sky like an actual sun star, smashing down on the head of that fiery phoenix. The fiery phoenix emitted a long roar, the fortuitous purple light of fortuitous virtue lighting up outside of the thick earth of meritorious virtue as well. Bolstered by the two virtues, it blocked the terrifying collision of the extreme yang seal. Even so, it was still seeing stars as it was smashed by the extreme yang seal, falling backwards. To be continued. Chapter 771. That fiery phoenix smashed apart the silhouette of the Kunping. Still, the extreme yang seal descended, smashing him to the point of dizziness as he fell backwards in retreat. Fortunately, he cultivated the Phoenix True Form Scroll, and with the addition of merit and fortuitous virtues, his defensive power was astonishing. If it were King Xuanmu or Luo Ziyuan, if they were caught off guard like this and suffered a blow from the extreme yang seal head-on, they would definitely be badly battered. Struck by the extreme yang seal, the high-grade sacred artifact on his body was naturally triggered. A streak of dark red light suffused the depths of the sea, enveloping the surroundings as it supported the extreme yang seal. A voice came from the flames, no wonder. Is this what you're relying on? He would not allow others to covet the things that he had his eyes on. Anyone who dared to approach would be killed on the spot. Yet, the other party was actually even more domineering and arrogant than him. He couldn't be bothered to make a move against a fourth-level martial saint. Sparing his life was one thing. Yet the other party was instead unforgiving, actually daring to strike him, a sixth-level martial saint, head-on? At first he was a little confused, but now he came back to his senses. What a treasure! This somewhat resembles the accompanying treasure of the exalted solar luminary, the extreme yang seal. Who are you to actually possess such a supreme treasure? You are the successor of the exalted solar luminary? The fiery phoenix abruptly flapped its wings, a dark red glow sweeping towards the extreme yang seal and the Northern Ocean clone. Yan Zhaoge did not answer as the Northern Ocean clone borrowed the earth-devouring burner to bear the brunt of the other party's massive, vigorous force before barely suppressing his roiling qi and blood, his figure abruptly turning. The silhouette of the Kunping condensed once more, expanding its extreme speed as it descended along with the extreme yang seal. Instead, it overtook the fiery phoenix as it shot straight towards the bottom of the sea. The fiery phoenix emitted a long cry, arriving before the Northern Ocean clone in an instant. While it was not as fast as the Northern Ocean clone at the same cultivation level, it was still extremely ferocious. If you don't answer, don't blame me for being impolite and capturing you first. Amidst the phoenix's long cry, the other party said nonchalantly. While he had been caught off guard by the extreme yang seal at the start, he had already stabilized his mind now. Seeing divinity martial saints were seeing divinity martial saints. They were destined to be unable to fully wield the power of high-grade sacred artifacts like immortal bridge martial saints, let alone a peak sacred artifact like the extreme yang seal. He similarly possessed a high-grade sacred artifact. While none of them were able to unleash their full power, he could also negate the threat posed by the extreme yang seal. After all, his cultivation base was higher, and he was just a step away from ascending the immortal bridge. Without the threat of the extreme Yang seal, he wanted to see what else Yen Zhaoge could rely on. Having caught up to him, Yen Zhaoge did not look back as he just laughed lightly. The nature of a phoenix is noble and pure, not arrogant and domineering. They were already very close to the bottom of the sea. As far as Yen Zhaoge could see, he could even already see that dilapidated palace. Its appearance was exactly the same as the image he had seen through the earth-devouring burner back then. It was just that it looked ordinary and dilapidated. There was nothing special about it. It was like the ruins of an unremarkable palace that had long been destroyed. It was not like what he had seen through the earth-devouring burner's projection back then. It possessed unique profundities that attracted everyone's attention, as if it could even suck in one's soul. Seeing this palace, the Northern Ocean clone suddenly threw the earth-devouring burner in his hand over there. The seemingly inconspicuous black incense burner turned into a beam of black light that penetrated the whirlpool of the sea and went straight to the bottom of the sea. After the earth-devouring burner entered the palace, the surrounding sea region suddenly became silent. The sea, which had been surging with undercurrents and dancing electric snakes, seemed to have stopped for a moment. The next moment, the great sea regained its original state, being swept along by endless magnetic storms. However, numerous black ripples suddenly emanated from that palace, expanding into the surroundings. A jet-black stream of light shot upwards, drawing the surrounding endless magnetic storms to converge towards the jet-black pillar of light as well. Yen Zhaoge and that fiery phoenix were currently in the path of the jet-black light. The earth-devouring burner appeared amidst the pillar of light, returning to the Northern Ocean clone's hand. The Northern Ocean clone shot downwards towards the light. A hole appeared at the center of the jet-black pillar of light, resembling a passageway as the Northern Ocean clone shot downwards towards that palace. An exclamation resounded from amidst the blazing fire. "You!" Yen Zhaoge smiled. "What about me?" The fiery phoenix wanted to head down as well. However, that hole had already vanished as the jet-black pillar of light contained a violent force as it mightily shot over towards him. The fortuitous purple light and the thick earth of meritorious virtue appeared together, protecting the fiery phoenix. That dark red treasured light appeared as well, blocking the jet-black stream of light. After a while, the jet-black stream of light dissipated, an unprecedentedly massive whirlpool appearing at the bottom of the sea. A great amount of seawater was dispersed into the surroundings, forming a vacuum zone. At the bottom of the whirlpool was precisely that dilapidated palace, its walls broken and dilapidated as it appeared ancient and desolate. The palace was no longer as inconspicuous as it had been earlier. Instead, a strange suction force emanated from within, causing one to feel an uncontrollable desire to plunge into it. Even Kong Ping and the others who were currently in the midst of battle were drawn over as they observed the sudden changes at the bottom of the sea with shock and uncertainty. After a brief moment's hesitation, Luo Ziwan, Gu Hong, and the others who were attempting to shake off Kong Ping's entanglement began moving downwards as well. While the situation of the palace was unclear, however bad it was, it could not be any worse than it was now. Making use of the chaos to shake off the experts of the Grand Xian dynasty was their top priority. Yen Zhaoge had already arrived before them. That fiery phoenix no longer cared about Luo Ziwan and the others as it emitted a long cry, shooting towards the palace first. The Northern Ocean clone traversed the passageway at the center of the jet-black pillar of light, descending all the way to the bottom of the sea. That dilapidated palace appeared before Yen Zhaoge, the earth-devouring burner in his hands ringing lightly. Gazing over, Yen Zhaoge saw the jet-black pillar of light gradually dissipating as that fiery phoenix descended towards the palace as well. Other than that, there were powerful auras descending from even higher up in the region of sea as well. They should be Luo Ziwan, Kong Ping, and the others. Yen Zhaoge smiled immediately turning and walking directly towards the dilapidated palace. Still, just as he stepped into the palace, a chill suddenly arose within Yen Zhaoge's heart as a pair of eyes seemed to be staring intently at him. Yen Zhaoge frowned, pausing for a moment before he continued striding forward, entering the palace. The interior of the palace similarly appeared dilapidated, numerous runes of indecipherable meaning inscribed on its surface. After carefully observing them, Yen Zhaoge felt that these runes did indeed resemble the inscriptions of the demon race somewhat. However, from their foundation, it could still be seen that they should have been left behind by humans, yet the profundities of the demon race had been integrated within. What Yen Zhaoge paid special attention to was that while the runes were incomplete, they still contained a complete concept within. It was just that this concept appeared distorted as well as strange. It seemed like the person who had left behind the runes had intentionally left this place in a dilapidated state, yet had instead achieved their desired goal. It was just like how counterfeiters would intentionally make things look old. Yen Zhaoge inhaled deeply, continuing forward, entering the depths of the palace. Very quickly, fiery light surged outside the palace as a fiery phoenix descended before it. The fiery light retracted, the figure of a young man who gazed gloomily at the palace before him. To be continued. Chapter 772. The fire phoenix's silhouette gradually receded and entered the body of a young man. This young man looked at the palace with a rather gloomy expression, thinking, "What's going on with that fella who bears the extreme yang seal? Is he related to the exalted solar luminary?" He had originally obtained news of the underwater palace by chance. Before this, even the figures on the surface of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory did not know about it. But now, it seemed that there were still things that he didn't know about in the underwater palace. Meanwhile, Yen Zhaoge had grasped this information. The young man looked up at the upside-down sea above. Time is limited. Lin Hanhua and the others should find out soon and rush over. He turned around and strode into the palace. Suddenly, he felt a pair of eyes staring at him. What else is in this palace besides the phoenix bone? The young man snorted, taking out a golden cup from his shadow, shrinking pouch. He exerted force in his hand and crushed the golden cup. The shattered golden cup transformed into streaks of light that formed a dazzling golden seal in the air. The seal flew into the depths of the palace, and after a short while, the entire palace began to shake. The seawater above the palace swirled and dispersed, forming a huge vacuum zone. At this moment, many invisible vortexes formed in the space above the palace, and the bottom of the vortexes all connected to the inside of the palace. In an instant, the palace gate seemed to split into thousands of pieces and opened in different directions. After determining the direction, the young man chose a portal formed by a vortex and stepped into the palace. After a short while, rays of light rushed out from the seawater above. It was Luo Ziyuan, Kongping, and the others. Some fled, some chased, each choosing a door and rushing into the palace. Yen Zhaoge, who had first entered the underwater palace, was currently traversing the dark passageway when the passageway before him suddenly began distorting and changing. For a moment, it was as if the heavens and earth were collapsing, and the entire place was collapsing. The entire palace was twisted and deformed. The path in front of him shattered and then reformed, returning to the appearance of a palace. In the next moment, it shattered once more before reforming once more. Yen Zhaoge was able to stabilize his figure, but he helplessly discovered that the path before him was already no longer clear. The earth-devouring burner was still accurately guiding him in the right direction, but the void in front of him had changed and the path was no longer a path, making it hard for him to find a place to step. When the palace finally regained its stability, the scene before Yen Zhaoge's eyes was already completely different. Streams of golden radiance appeared, illuminating the originally dark passageway. However, as Yen Zhaoge walked within, he felt as if he was being obstructed. Golden light wreathed, hindering his and the Northern Ocean clone's footsteps. Is it because of that person? Yen Jiaoge pondered. From the looks of it, it is not just that sword box within this palace. There are also other things. The other party was probably after something else, something related to it, or some treasures that could affect the palace. While Yen Jiaoge had made use of the earth-devouring burner to seize the initiative earlier, the other side had their own unique methods as well, trying to regain some ground. While his opponent might not be able to catch up, he had caused a change in the palace, delaying Yen Jiaoge's footsteps and fighting for more opportunities for himself. I'm still half a step faster now, Yen Jiaoge smiled. Although the golden radiance hindered his footsteps, the changes in space-time and the flickering golden light did not affect the earth-devouring burner from guiding him to his destination. Yen Jiaoge continued following the guidance of the earth-devouring burner, heading deeper into the palace. The further down he went, the stranger Yen Jiaoge felt. The passageway of the palace before him gradually changed in appearance, looking a little like flesh and bones. He seemed to have entered the belly of a massive beast. This fella. Yen Jiaoge frowned, feeling even more cautious. The earth-devouring burner in his hand shook more and more intensely until it finally actually broke free from Yen Jiaoge's palm, flying towards the depths of the passageway. Yen Jiaoge did not forcibly keep the earth-devouring burner, allowing it to leave his palm as he just sped up, chasing after it. As he walked, Yen Jiaoge's nose twitched slightly as a dense stench of blood wafted over. This stench of blood was brutal to the extreme as it emanated extreme malevolence and madness. Whether it was in the Eight Extremities world or the world beyond worlds, this was the first time Yen Jiaoge had encountered such a dense stench of blood and baleful qi. Yen Jiaoge had never encountered such a stench of blood and qi even on a battlefield where corpses lay and blood flowed everywhere. If one had to speak of dead people, how many hundreds of thousands or even millions would have to die for such a dense stench of blood to exist? It is not the blood of humans, but that of some extremely ferocious and tyrannical demon race. Yen Jiaoge narrowed his eyes into slits as he instantly understood. There is actually really the corpse of a massive beast beneath this palace, with that heaven-swallowing sword box being within its belly. He pulled back the corners of his lips. Such a dense stench of blood and baleful qi. This was an extremely powerful demon, definitely having dominated a region when it was alive. Yen Jiaoge composed himself, instead heading straight for the source of the densest stench of blood and qi, heading straight for it. The golden light within the passageway gradually vanished, only a great amount of blood and qi remaining. Up ahead, at the end of the passageway, dense blood light lit up, its color virtually turning black. After Yen Jiaoge had entered, a massive pool of blood appeared before him. The pool of blood was massive as it virtually could not be seen at first glance. Rather than calling it a pool of blood, it would be more accurate to call it a lake of blood. While the stench of blood and baleful qi was so dense that it did not disperse, it was not like ordinary tainted blood that emanated a stench that would cause one to feel like vomiting. The stench of the blood pool was extremely strange. There was a fragrance, a stench, a sweetness, and a saltiness. The various smells congregated together, instead causing one to feel that it was even more unbearable as it was just a simple stench. Still, what Yen Jiaoge cared about the most was not the smell here. Instead, it was the blood water within that pool, which actually rose and fell rhythmically. As compared to the complexity of the smell, the color of the blood water was extremely pure. It was not dark and heavy as it was instead bright, seeming as clear and bright as a blood-red crystal. The blood water rose and fell rhythmically and steadily. It felt like a heart was beating. At the center of the blood pool floated a massive box that was completely jet black with the words "Heaven Swallowing" written on it. This heaven swallowing sword box rose and fell rhythmically along with the rise and fall of the blood water at the center of the blood pool. The box was connected to numerous streams of blood-red light, which fell into the blood pool. Yen Zhaoge could feel spiritual energy being extracted from the blood pool in an endless stream before being supplied to the heaven-swallowing sword box. At this moment, the earth-devouring burner did not land on the heaven-swallowing sword box, as it instead hovered in midair above it, regaining its tranquil state. After carefully observing his surroundings and discovering no abnormalities, Yen Zhaoge leapt up, flying towards the heaven-swallowing sword box. He kept the earth-devouring burner once more before landing on the top of the heaven-swallowing sword box. When the tip of Yen Zhaoge's foot touched the top of the sword box, he was instantly dazed momentarily. To be continued. Chapter 773. It was exactly like when Yen Zhaoge had first entered the earth-devouring burner that year. As Yen Zhaoge's mind sunk into the mental world, the scenes before him turned completely dark. It was not just light. The deep darkness devoured even sound and smell. The dim darkness filled with a strange aura that enticed the soul. However, different from the earth-devouring burner, a cold light soon flickered before Yen Zhaoge's eyes, piercing them to the point of being dazzled. Gazing over, it was actually countless dense, white sword chi that obscured the heavens and covered the earth, shooting towards him. While Yen Zhaoge was shocked, he did not panic as he communicated with the earth-devouring burner. A jet-black vortex instantly appeared within his mental world. A shocking suction force erupted from the black vortex, blocking before Yen Zhaoge as it devoured the countless white sword chi within. It was just that the white sword chi seemed limitless as they shot towards Yen Zhaoge in an unending stream. While the black vortex was like a bottomless pit that devoured as much as it came, it was unable to devour all of the sword chi as the two sides descended into a tug-of-war. Yen Zhaoge observed while analyzing it. While these white sword chi were all within his mental space and their destructive power was directed towards the mind and soul, this did not mean that they were ultimately illusory. This meant that the heaven-swallowing sword box could also release such an oceanic amount of ferocious sword chi within actual space. As compared to the earth-devouring burner, the heaven-swallowing sword box clearly possessed more offensive power, as it indeed lived up to its name as a sword box. Making use of the black vortex formed of the earth-devouring burner, Yen Zhaoge blocked the simultaneous attack of the myriad swords, yet was unable to advance any further. He did not want to use other treasures. Otherwise, he might not be able to refine this heaven-swallowing sword box as he wished. Yen Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. I really don't believe that your sword chi is limitless. While the sword chi was indeed not limitless, it was still so massive that it left one shocked. The sword chi that resembled a tempestuous storm shot out for a full quarter of an hour before their momentum gradually subsided. Still, it did not completely vanish, just that it was not as dense and violent as earlier. Earlier, it had resembled a mountain flood that had broken through a dam. Now it was like a calm, flowing river. Yen Zhaoge nodded. This should be the normal situation. Earlier, it had been the sword chi that had been accumulated within the sword box for a long time that had been released in an instant. While the sword chi within the mental world had been vented, the sword chi stored within still existed within the sword box in the real world, just that it had erupted all at once just now. If Yen Zhaoge's consciousness retreated from the sword box now, he would still have to face the eruption of an all-filled rain of swords when he re-entered once more. With the black vortex blocking him, the sword chi rain was already unable. Yen Zhaoge silver, Yen Liang Yinling, as he thought and said. The original color of the mountain should not have been silver, but now its surface was covered with a layer of flickering silver light. Mountain, as countless sword that was and fell. The swords were so densely packed that the silvery sword lights connected together and covered the entire mountain, making it impossible to see the original appearance of the mountain. These sharp swords that flickered with silver light shot into the air from time to time, transforming into silver-white sword chi as they made a turn in midair, shooting straight towards Yan Zhaoga down below. Looking carefully, Yan Zhaoga found that, on the other side of the mountain, silver light was flickering as well. It was some swords descending from the heavens, landing on the mountain peak. This way, while the swords transformed into sword chi to attack Yan Zhaoga, the number of swords stabbed into the mountain peak would not decrease. One increasing, one decreasing, a balance was reached. Yan Zhaoga's interest was piqued. Turning to the other side of the mountain, what appeared before him was a massive pond that was as wide as a lake. Looking down, there was no water in the pond, but various kinds of spiritual chi were congregated here, roiling unceasingly. Yan Zhaoga paid some attention. The situation here was similar to that of the blood pool in the real space outside. The blood pool emitted a complex smell of many different things. Also, like many different existences were congregated together. The spiritual chi of the blood pool has always been gathered here. Looking down, Yan Zhaoga saw a massive vortex at the center of the pool, rotating unceasingly. The various kinds of spiritual chi in the surroundings were all dragged towards the bottom of the vortex before vanishing. Next, numerous swords that emitted silver light flew out from the center of the vortex, drawing numerous diagonal lines in the air as they landed on the mountain peak by the side of the pool, becoming a part of the myriad swords. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoga nodded slowly. While the devouring ability of the heaven-swallowing sword box was not as strong as that of the earth-devouring burner, the various powers that it devoured would be converted into sharp sword chi. The owner of the sword box should be able to release this sword chi to injure enemies. The concept contained within this myriad phenomena transforming sword pool was transforming all the phenomena of the heavens and the earth it devoured into sword chi. Yan Zhaoga's heart shivered slightly as he calculated the power of sword chi in the real world. A single strand of sword chi might not be worth mentioning, but the power of 10,000 swords simultaneously was truly terrifying. This was especially so if the other party did not know the background of the heaven-swallowing sword box and attacked blindly. Their attacks would be devoured and dissipated by the heaven-swallowing sword box before being counterattacked by the 10,000 swords simultaneously. They would most likely not be able to react in time. In a clash between experts of the same cultivation level, victory and defeat would often be determined by a single hair's breadth. If one party possessed the heaven-swallowing sword box, 9 out of 10 of his opponents would meet a tragic end. Yan Zhaoga appraised his surroundings. The attacks of the sword chi were still continuing. This meant that he had not passed the test of the heaven-swallowing sword box. Still unable to refine this treasure, refining the heaven-swallowing sword box seemed to be not just a matter of surviving the baptism of the rain of swords. The suppressive effect of the earth-devouring burner on one's mind is even more evident, requiring one to be able to restrain the fluctuations of their emotions. In order to refine it, other than having reached a certain cultivation level, victory on the mental level is even more important. The heaven-swallowing sword box was likely based on the same principle. Thinking of this, Yan Zhaoga made a bold decision as he suddenly stopped wielding the earth-devouring burner. Retracting the black vortex that devoured the sword chi, Yan Zhaoga stood upright where he was, enduring the tempest of sword chi descending from the sky. The sword chi passed through his body, yet he was completely unscathed. Yan Zhaoga soundly smiled. The test of the heaven-swallowing sword box was for one to be firm in their beliefs, to be courageous and fearless, daring to face the dangers of life and death directly, breaking through the loopholes in one's mind from the very edge of life and death. While the rain of swords had not ceased, the test still continuing. Still, Yan Zhaoga was currently already feeling extremely relaxed because he knew how he should pass the test of the heaven-swallowing sword box. Yan Zhaoga approached the myriad manifestations, sword transformation, pool step by step, looking at the various spiritual chi roiling and rising within before leaping within without any hesitation. Accompanied by the unceasing rotation of the spiritual chi, Yan Zhaoga was rapidly dragged towards the vortex at its center. He felt no fear whatsoever as he instead moved his limbs, speeding towards the vortex. There should be other existences beneath the vortex. This was a sword box at the end of the day. To be continued. Chapter 774. Faced with the vortex that devoured all things, not only did Yen Zhaoge not evade it, he instead sped up and charged within. The world before his eyes abruptly darkened as his mental world descended into darkness once more. The next moment, light appeared before his eyes. An ancient copper sword appeared before Yen Zhaoge, hovering silently amid space as it flickered with a faint luster. While the copper sword seemed peaceful, Yen Zhaoge could feel the brutality and ferocity concealed within. The bloody, baleful chi of the blood pool outside was unceasingly nurturing this sword. Feeling the aura within, Yen Zhaoge raised his brows. A high-grade sacred artifact. To be precise, it was a high-grade sacred artifact that was currently in the midst of being forged and about to be completed. Unlike the dim radiant wheel, which was still in its embryonic form, the copper sword before him was only a half-step away from completion. Using the analogy of mortal forging of iron, even the quenching and polishing had already been completed, only the sharpening of the tip remaining. While it was still incomplete, the aura and baleful nature contained within were already shocking to behold. Yen Zhaoge was virtually certain that if this sword was completed, it would definitely surpass the likes of the King Xian spear and the cloud circulating heavenly light sword, as it would be of an extremely superior quality. Yen Zhaoge's heart grew solemn as a pair of eyes appeared within the world of his consciousness. A pair of jet-black eyes, tranquil and quiet, met Yen Zhaoge's gaze. These eyes were extremely similar to the jet-black eyes that Yen Zhaoge had seen in the earth-devouring burner earlier. Still, they were even more intelligent. The jet-black eyes in the earth-devouring burner resembled the spiritual consciousness of the burner itself, more than the martial concept of its original owner. Meanwhile, the pair of eyes before Yen Zhaoge now resembled the eyes of a real person. A faint figure gradually manifested amidst the darkness of space with those eyes as the focal point. Yen Zhaoge appraised the other party. It was a black-haired old man in a brocade robe. The other party's eyes were quiet and deep, his gaze seemingly traversing through the ages as it met Yen Zhaoge's gaze. After this old man's figure had manifested, the ancient copper sword hovering amidst space was placed horizontally across his knees. With just a single glance, Yen Zhaoge knew that this old man did not truly exist, as he was already dead. This silhouette that existed within this mental space was a remnant of his martial will. If the other party was still alive, with his cultivation base that had the ability to forge high-grade sacred artifacts, seeing Yen Zhaoge with his remnant martial intent here would be the same as him personally witnessing Yen Zhaoge's arrival. But looking at it now, it was clear that the original owners of the heaven-swallowing sword box and earth-devouring burner were most likely no longer in this world. "Thank you for your hospitality, Senior." Yen Zhaoge cupped his hands towards the other party. That black-haired old man did not react, but the gaze with which he looked at Yen Zhaoge seemed much gentler. Yen Zhaoge strode forward, nearing the old man and the ancient sword. Suddenly, a chill arose within his heart. It was as if there was another pair of eyes staring at him. It was peerlessly terrifying, causing him to feel a chill run down his spine. This feeling was exactly the same as when he was about to enter the undersea palace. Yen Zhaoge composed himself, his gaze falling on the ancient copper sword laid horizontally across the old man's knees. This time, Yen Zhaoge could be sufficiently certain that that vicious gaze that was filled with coldness and malice originated precisely from that seemingly peaceful and harmless ancient copper sword. Now, as Yen Zhaoge's gaze fell on this ancient copper sword once more, the scene before him instantly changed. An inverted image appeared on the surface of the ancient copper sword. It was a ferocious beast with the body of a goat and the face of a human, its eyes beneath its armpits, tiger teeth, and human claws. A sound that resembled the wailing of an infant even resounded by Yen Zhaoge's ears. Hearing the sound and looking at the appearance of this ferocious beast, Yen Zhaoge exhaled slowly. So that's how it is? Taodai! This ferocious beast was none other than the renowned, peerless great demon, the Taotai that was acclaimed alongside the Kunping and the Phoenix. No wonder it possessed that concept of devouring the heavens and devouring the earth to the extreme. Connecting this with the actual world outside, the place beneath the undersea palace that resembled the abdomen of a massive beast, as well as that massive pool of blood, Yen Zhaoge came to a complete understanding. That black-haired old man had forged the heaven-swallowing sword box and the earth-devouring burner in order to forge a high-grade, sacred artifact sword. One of the core materials for forging the sword was an extremely powerful Taotai that he had slain, extracting its demonic essence and sealing it within the sword. Everything in the actual world outside was actually the remains of that Taotai after it had died. The pool of blood where the heaven-swallowing sword box was located was precisely the heart of the Taotai. The secret art of its original owner had unceasingly extracted the essence of the Taotia's qi and blood to refine this sword. Yen Zhaoge smacked his lips. It really isn't wasteful at all. This remnant soul of the Taotai should still possess some spirituality. It must have been stifled and despondent to the extreme, angered to the point of hovering between life and death. After being slain and having its demonic soul sealed within the sword, it still had to watch helplessly as its remains were used to forge the sword, refining its own soul. If it were anyone else, they would probably be enraged to the point of going mad, angered to the point of ascending to the heavens. Sadly, however, that old man had precisely wanted the remnant soul of the Taotai to feel such emotions, unceasingly suppressing and brewing them so that when this sword was forged, it would be even more powerful. It would really be impossible for it to have an easy time even if it died. The old man looked serene and kind, but his methods were ruthless and cruel, which could be seen from this. Still, the person who forged the sword still died somewhere else at the end of the day. Yen Zhaoge shook his head. It is really hard to say who won or lost. While the old man had died, the mechanism here was still slowly working. Now, the ancient copper sword was already nearing completion. Yen Zhaoge smiled slightly, his mind retreating from his mental space. Having seen the martial intent left behind by the old man, Yen Zhaoge came into contact with the heaven-swallowing sword box now, which instantly stabilized greatly. It was only a matter of time before it was refined. The Northern Ocean clone held the earth-devouring burner in one hand, pressing the front of the heaven-swallowing sword box with the other, communicating with the two supreme treasures with his true essence in an attempt to refine them. This process did not affect the forging of the ancient copper sword within the heaven-swallowing sword box in the slightest. Meanwhile, Yen Zhaoge himself sat atop the heaven-swallowing sword box. The streams of light within the blood pool began extending towards Yen Zhaoge's body. The streams of light enveloped his body as various mixed spiritual forces surged over towards his body. Some were blazing hot, some were cold, some were sharp, some were stagnant, all sorts of feelings were present. With such mixed spiritual forces surging into the body of a martial practitioner at the same time, it would be sufficient to cause his meridians to distort and distort, ripping apart inch by inch. Even many martial saint experts whose cultivation bases were higher than Yen Zhaoge's would not dare to attempt such a risky attempt. Yet, Yen Zhaoge possessed the peerless heavenly scripture, being able to absorb all things into the sea as formless and formless as they were. On the contrary, while such chaotic spiritual forces were mixed, as he unceasingly refined them, not only did Yen Zhaoge strengthen his accumulation of true essence, his projections of the various variations of spiritual qi also rose to a higher level. This was a greater advantage in this regard than the pure, powerful essence of true dragons. Even as Yen Zhaoge circulated the peerless heavenly scripture, he was also analyzing the yin-yang heavenly scripture. The power of extreme yang and minor yin within his body unceasingly transformed into the power of extreme yin and the power of minor yang, accompanied by the unceasing birth of the four phenomena of yin and yang. Yen Zhaoge could clearly feel his soul shaking. His martial true intent began transforming into numerous runes, which were inscribed onto his soul. To be continued. Chapter 7, 75. Yin and Yang merged, the four phenomena born. The power of extreme Yang, extreme Yin, minor Yang, and minor Yin within Yen Zhaoge's body gradually became complete, stabilizing and reaching an equilibrium as they interacted with each other. Using the principles of the peerless heavenly scripture and the yin-yang heavenly scripture to harmonize them, Yen Zhaoge's vast and abundant martial arts began to show signs of integration. The two yin and yang fishes turned into a Tai Chi diagram that seemed to be able to evolve the principles of the world. At this point, Yen Zhaoge ceased absorbing the impure spiritual qi of the blood pool. His heavenly book of yin-yang had already achieved initial success, and he was beginning to organize the various martial arts techniques he had learned so far in preparation for the next step. From the initial 8 extreme arts, coiling dragon sleeve, to the 6 spirits demonic fist, the heavenly broad creed palm, to various self-created martial arts such as finger flicking, shocking thunder. These included the clear chi profound art, the imperious ocean cold dragon art, the dim radiant 12 arts, the sacred heavenly fire scripture, the extreme yang scripture, the dark moon pill scripture, and the Xuanwu fist scripture. With the peerless heavenly scripture as the foundation, the cyclic heavenly scripture, the yin-yang heavenly scripture, and the immortal ending sword manual as the foundation, and the other martial arts as the exterior, Yen Zhaoge's martial true intent gradually transformed into numerous runes. Under the influence of his vigorous true essence, these illusory runes began to be inscribed onto Yen Zhaoge's soul. He re-entered the world of his consciousness, his body in a translucent state. One rune after another was imprinted on his body, fusing deeply into it. Yen Zhaoge could clearly feel his thoughts becoming more agile as he gained a deeper understanding of the profundities of the various martial arts. For a martial practitioner of the first level of the martial saint realm, the early merging avatar stage, to advance to the second level of the martial saint realm, the mid-merging avatar stage, the martial avatar formed of one's martial true intent, the true martial avatar which had already merged with one's fleshly body when transcending mortality and entering sainthood, would merge with one's soul a step further. Merging with the body, one would transcend mortality and enter sainthood, while merging with the soul, one would step into the second level of the martial saint realm. The way to combine them was to transform the martial intent into a rune and truly imprint it on one's soul. In the real world, at the center of the blood pool, above the heaven-swallowing sword box, Yen Zhaoge sat in the meditative position. His eyes were closed, but rays of spiritual light continuously emerged from the top of his head, enveloping his entire body. The aura emanating from Yen Zhaoge's body rose unceasingly. It was within this heart of the Taotai that the surrounding environment had formed a barrier and restriction. If it was outside, Yen Zhaoge would have been sufficient to cause a phenomenon between the heavens and the earth at this moment, causing all things in the surrounding heavens and earth to shake. But even so, the powerful force still shook the blood pool below, causing the blood water in the pool to ripple. Yen Zhaoge, whose accumulations were already incomparably robust, now successfully ascended to the second level of the martial saint realm, the mid-merging avatar stage. Everything seemed so easy and calm, but in the eyes of others, it was enough to make them tremble in fear. After all, it had not been long since Yen Zhaoge had transcended mortality and entered sainthood, having stepped into the martial saint realm. Yen Zhaoge opened his eyes, divine light within them as he smiled and descended from the heaven-swallowing sword box. The Northern Ocean clone held the earth-devouring burner in one hand and the heaven-swallowing sword box in the other, hovering above the blood pool with his eyes closed in concentration. He had never stopped refining the heaven-swallowing sword box, keeping the heaven-swallowing sword box and the earth-devouring burner for his own use. That evil sword that was about to be born within the sword box would very likely fall into Yan Zhaoge's grasp as well, because this sword had yet to be completely completed. Yan Zhaoge had made use of this chance to refine it. The difficulty of refining it was far lower than refining treasures like the King Xian spear. The crux of this was the heaven-swallowing sword box and the earth-devouring burner. Still, Yan Zhaoge was extremely careful as well. Its original owner had forged this sword in an extremely risky and extreme manner, using the fleshly body of that ferocious Taotai to refine the treasure within which its demonic soul was sealed. If it was not handled properly, or if it was damaged by the outside world, the consequences would be inconceivable. It was very likely that it would lead to the revival of that Taotai. Just from the majestic spiritual qi within this blood pool, it could be seen how powerful this Taotai had been when it had been alive. According to Yan Zhaoge's calculations, using the cultivation bases of human martial practitioners as an analogy, this Taotai had at least been a 9th-level martial saint when it had been alive, the late immortal bridge stage. It was even possible that it had been equivalent to an expert of the 10th level of the martial saint realm. If this Taotai was really allowed to reincarnate even in a heavily injured state where his soul and fleshly body were both incomplete, even the combined forces of those within the sea would be hard-pressed to stand against it. Therefore, Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone dared not be distracted as he was fully focused on the heaven-swallowing sword box and the earth-devouring burner. Meanwhile, Yan Zhaoge himself extended a hand now, pressing it on the surface of the sword box. Yan Zhaoge's extraordinary strength had already been extraordinary in the first place. Moreover, his cultivation base had now advanced a step further. With the help of his main body, the Northern Ocean clone's speed in refining the heaven-swallowing sword box and the earth-devouring burner was increasing. The martial true intent and engraved marks that the original owner had infused into the treasures were currently being unceasingly erased and expelled by Yan Zhaoge's fist intent. Meanwhile, the concept of Yan Zhaoge's martial Tao and sword Tao was unceasingly engraved onto these treasures, gradually replacing their original owner's will. Now, however, Yan Zhaoge's heart suddenly jolted slightly. Next, massive waves that surged to the heavens suddenly arose from the blood pool beneath their feet, wanting to drown Yan Zhaoge, the Northern Ocean clone, and the heaven-swallowing sword box all at once. Yan Zhaoge reacted swiftly, evading the onslaught of the blood water down below. At the same time, the Taotia's heart as well as the blood pool within shook together. This shaking was not a problem with the mechanism, instead coming from the outside world. Yan Zhaoge immediately realized someone is shaking this underwater palace, and it is not just a single area. He frowned. The refinement of this evil sword had reached the final juncture. Just a little more time, and it would be completed. Unfortunately, other than himself, there were others who had entered this place, and they had even caused a huge commotion. If he was not careful, let alone the failure of the refinement of this high-grade sacred artifact, it might even bring about immense danger. Those who had caused the disturbance might not have realized this yet. Even if they had, being in the outskirts, they might still have a chance to flee. However, Yan Zhaoge, who was right beside the heaven-swallowing sword box, would definitely be the first to suffer. Right now, he could even feel that the Taotai demon soul sealed in the evil sword had suddenly become active. The lifelike silhouette of a Taotai surfaced on the surface of the ancient copper sword as it seemed about to shoot out from within. The sharp, piercing howl that resembled the wails of infants resounded. Yan Zhaoge pondered for a moment before leaving the Northern Ocean clone behind to continue refining the heaven-swallowing sword box, while he himself followed the path from which he had entered, shooting outwards. As he sped along, the path before him was chaotic beyond compare. Beneath the disturbance of the golden light, it was hard to determine one's direction and sense the flow of spiritual qi. Still, after having walked outwards for a while, Yan Zhaoge suddenly heard someone's voice by his ear. Accompanied by the intense fluctuations of spiritual qi, the two sides were currently clashing. Still, both sides vaguely seemed to have the intention of not fighting. To be continued. Chapter 776. Yan Zhaoge was somewhat familiar with the spiritual qi fluctuations and the voices of the people speaking. He retracted his aura slightly and leaned forward. The other party's voice instantly became clearer. Please don't be impatient. We have no intention of becoming enemies with you. The one who had spoken was clearly the former chief of the Sacred Sun clan of the Eight Extremities world, the Purple Sun Marshal Saint Zhangchao. The enemy of the Great Xian dynasty is the Radiant Light sect. While we are residing in the Radiant Light sect, it is merely a temporary measure. After ascending from the lower worlds, we just happen to be within the Radiant Light sect's sphere of influence. Thus, we are temporarily residing in the Radiant Light sect. Zhang Chao's tone was calm, not containing any anger at all. Your position in the Grand Xian dynasty is extraordinary, and you should be able to come into contact with all kinds of news. My Sacred Sun clan has never directly become enemies with the Grand Xian dynasty, nor with the figures of your shunling 10 swords. Nor do we have any blood debts on our hands. Opposite Zhang Chao stood two people. They were the two brothers, Kong Maosheng and Kong Jinyuan. They had all accompanied their father, Kong Ping, in the great battle that had broken through the Radiant Light sect's Sun-Moon Peak. Then, under their insistence, they followed Kong Ping into the seas of the clear scenic region and into the endless magnetic storms. It was only after they entered the underwater palace that they were separated from Kong Ping. The two of them walked in the underground palace. They did not run into Luo, Ziyuan, Guhong, Gong Sanwu, and the others, but they ran into Zhang Chao. Kong Jinyuan's face was gloomy, and he did not say a word. His entire person seemed to be shrouded under a layer of darkness. This appearance was completely different from his usual domineering and unbridled appearance. Ever since his mother, Madame Kong, had perished, he had always been like this. Grief, anger, panic, bewilderment, all sorts of emotions intertwined. Still, after having calmed down slightly, he could not forget that it had been his impulsive blood incantation shattering space all that had given Yan Zhaoge a chance to execute within the wound of the sky. Everything that had been set up afterwards had originated from here. Without that blood incantation shattering space Yan Zhaoge's blood devil plate alone would not have been able to complete the subsequent blood devil ritual and illusory devil ritual. It was precisely because of the sudden appearance of that blood incantation space shattering all that Yan Zhaoge had been able to adapt to the situation, leading to the various changes that had occurred afterwards. In the end, it left the Radiant Light sect's Luo Ziyuan and the others, as well as Madame Kong and her two sons, in a battle between two tigers where one would definitely die, perhaps even all of them. No one mentioned this. His father, Kong Ping, had never mentioned it. His brother, Kong Maosheng, who had always been hostile to him, had never mentioned it either. But Kong Jinyuan himself could never forget it. Kong Maosheng, who was standing beside him, was as steady as before, but he was actually very calm. At this moment, however, radiance flickered on the God's Gate acupoint on his wrist, resonating with the actual stars up in the sky. He had shockingly already successfully broken through space, seeing true divinity as he stepped into the 4th level of the Martial Saint realm, the early seeing divinity stage. Compared to martial artists of the same realm, he was still extremely young and had unlimited potential. Kong Maosheng looked at Zhang Chao. What do you want to say? Just say it. Although he was looking at Zhang Chao, at least half of Kong Maosheng's attention was on the woman beside Zhang Chao. The woman was elegant and otherworldly. Her facial features were flawless, and her eyes were like that of a deer's. She was quick-witted, yet delicate and lovable. As compared to the last time Yan Zhaoge had seen her, she hadn't changed much, just having gained some calmness that had been accumulated over the years. It was precisely Meng Wan. She was currently standing calmly by Zhang Chao's side. Beside her was a handsome, high-spirited youth, who resembled the sun rising from the east, the rising sun that was currently ascending towards the heavens. It was Tang Yonghao, whom she had not seen for a long time. The three people of the Sacred Sun clan who had come to the world beyond worlds were all here now. As compared to Mengwan, the Radiant Light sect clearly valued Tang Yonghao much less, as the various resources they provided him could not be mentioned in the same breath. Even so, however, Tang Yonghao's cultivation base had also advanced by leaps and bounds, displaying his outstanding talent, which was rare even in the world beyond worlds. In recent years, the Radiant Light sect had been paying more and more attention to him. Still, Tang Yonghao, who was currently still a martial grandmaster, was still not enough to enter Kong Maosheng's eyes, even if his cultivation base was higher than Mengwan's. Kong Maosheng valued Mengwan more than the white crown on Mengwan's head. It was bright and cold like the moonlight of extreme Yin, yet no one could ignore it. Its radiance dispersed like ripples of water, seemingly enveloping the surrounding heavens and earth as an independent world was formed. Having already successfully attained the seeing divinity stage, Kong Maosheng possessed shocking strength that surpassed even Zhang Chao. This was especially so when Zhang Chao still did not possess a sacred artifact. Still, Mengwan wielded the extreme Yin crown, already able to unleash the might of a mid-grade sacred artifact. This supreme treasure that was on par with the extreme Yang seal was truly too powerful. If Mengwan wielded it and joined hands with Zhang Chao, even Kong Maosheng did not have sufficient confidence in defeating them. Under such circumstances, Zhang Chao had instead adopted a stance of seeking peace. Kong Maosheng's heart jolted slightly. Indeed, he heard Zhang Chao say, "We wish to forsake the darkness for the light. We hope that you can recommend us." Kong Maosheng and Kong Jinyuan both frowned. Fairly speaking, while Zhang Chao's strength was inferior to Kong Ping, Luo Ziyuan, and the others, he was already a seeing divinity martial saint at the end of the day, an expert wherever he went. Also, Zhang Chao might still have room for improvement. If he wished to submit to the Grand Xian dynasty, the Grand Xian dynasty would still welcome him. As he had said, there was no conflict between him and the Grand Xian dynasty. Still, what Kong Maosheng and Kong Jinyuan paid more attention to was the extreme Yin crown. This high-grade sacred artifact was not just outstanding in itself. It could also represent something beyond itself. Zhang Chao stood calmly where he was, waiting patiently. The existence of the extreme Yin crown was also where his confidence lay. After having learnt about the extreme Yang seal and the extreme Yin crown from various sources, Zhang Chao grew even more confident. The more one understood the extreme Yin crown like Kong Ping and the others, the more prudent they would be in handling things, not blindly wanting to take it for themselves like the Radiant Light sect. He believed that Kong Maosheng and Kong Jinyuan would most likely not refuse. At the very least, they would bring them to meet Kong Ping and the others first before making a decision. Instead, it was Zhang Chao who had been observing Mengwan's reaction all along. While Mengwan's current cultivation base was still that of a martial grandmaster, wielding the extreme Yin crown now, she could only be stronger than him, Zhang Chao. To Mengwan, Zhang Chao was a legendary grandmaster-level authority, her great senior apprentice granduncle, who was even stronger than Huang Guanglia, who had always determined her fate in the 8 extremities world that year. Still, with the passage of time, the current Mengwan already possessed the ability to make her own decisions, even when facing Zhang Chao. She was currently silent. Even as Zhang Chao felt at ease, he could not help but wonder what exactly Mengwan was planning. Beside him, Tang Yonghao could not help but knit his brows tightly, a look of worry appearing within his eyes. Looking at Kong Maosheng and Kong Jinyuan, Zhang Chao said slowly, "The Radiant Light sect has deep enmity with you. Actually, the two of you also have a common enemy, that Yen Zhaoga. Meanwhile, this old man's lineage similarly has a reconcilable enmity with Yen Zhaoga and his lineage." Chapter 777. Hearing Zhang Chao mention Yen Zhaoga, the expressions of Kong Maosheng and Kong Jinyuan both changed. Kang Jinyuan's expression became even gloomier, his eyes flickering with a cold light nonstop. Kang Maoshing stared at Zhang Chao and thought of many things in an instant. The extreme Yang seal and the extreme Yin crown had both been discovered in the Eight Extremities world. Meanwhile, like Yan Zhaoge, Zhang Chao, Meng Wan, and Tang Yonghao hailed from the Eight Extremities world. Everything else aside, Zhang Chao and the others' understanding of Yan Zhaoge might be even deeper than their own group, those of the Royal Reed Sea, and even those of the Radiant Light sect. This was especially so as the entire Grand Xian dynasty had always been concerned about whether Yan Zhaoge was related to the exalted solar luminary of the extreme Yang seal. Kang Maosheng looked at Zhang Chao and slowly said, "I'm unable to make a decision on this matter. I'll introduce you to my father later, and you can discuss it with him." Zhang Chao nodded. "Thank you for your trouble." He paused for a moment before continuing. "Your father's cultivation is high. I believe that the Radiant Light sect will be hard-pressed to escape destruction this time. Still, with the endless magnetic storms rampaging here, and the chief of the Radiant Light sect, Luo Zuan, is also accompanied by a high-grade sacred artifact, the Sun-Moon Wheels. If he manages to escape amidst the chaos, I might be able to help the people of the Grand Xian dynasty in searching for his whereabouts afterwards." Kang Maosheng and Kang Jinyuan's eyes brightened at the same time. "If there's a need, that would be great." As Kang Maosheng said this, his gaze fell on Meng Wan, looking at the extreme Yin crown on her head as he pondered silently. Zhang Chao glanced at Meng Wan as well. This extreme Yin crown is rather special. It can only be wielded by girls who possess the extreme Yin physique. Kang Maosheng suddenly understood. "I see, no wonder." It was no wonder that the Radiant Light sect had not been able to effectively control such a treasure, instead still having it in Meng Wan's possession. Looking at Zhang Chao, he said, "Since that is so, this extreme Yin crown is still—" Kang Maosheng suddenly stopped mid-sentence. A sense of foreboding arose in his heart, and he abruptly turned his head to the side. "You can forget about this extreme Yin crown." At the same time, a voice suddenly resounded by everyone's ears. Yan Zhaoge's figure appeared before Zhang Chao, Kang Maosheng, and Meng Wan. Within this palace formed of the flesh and blood of the Tao Tai, Yan Zhaoge was garbed in white with a blue robe on the outside, resembling an elegant young master. Beside him stood a girl similarly dressed in the standard attire of Broad Creed Mountain. It was precisely Feng Yunsheng. Meng Wan, who had been calm and indifferent all this while, narrowed her eyes. Feng Yunsheng met her gaze. Although they were in such an environment, both of them smiled. Looking at Zhang Chao, Yan Zhaoge smiled. "While it has been delayed for a few years due to the Radiant Light sect, the extreme Yin crown will still belong to my Broad Creed Mountain at the end of the day. This time, we will not let others interfere with it." His gaze moved from Zhang Chao to Kang Maosheng and Kang Jinyuan. Kang Jinyuan's eyes were filled with rage and resentment, and he was almost unable to restrain himself from pouncing forward. He was completely restraining himself. Kang Maosheng's gaze was similarly ice-cold. His originally solemn expression became even more solemn. His birth mother had died early, and he had practically been raised single-handedly by Madame Kang, viewing him as her own. Yan Zhaoge glanced at them before his gaze returned to Zhang Chao, feeling rather emotional for a time. The Radiant Light sect ship was about to capsize. It was only to be expected that Zhang Chao, who was a vassal of the Radiant Light sect, would want to change sides. The Grand Xian dynasty had as many experts as there were clouds, as they held a powerful position in the Royal Reed Sea, also having a common enemy with the Radiant Light sect and the Sacred Sun clan, Yan Zhaoge. While the Radiant Light sect and the Grand Xian dynasty already had a reconcilable enmity, Zhang Chao did not personally have any conflict with the Grand Xian dynasty. It was just that, having been closely following in the footsteps of the Radiant Light sect just a moment ago, the Grand Xian dynasty, who had destroyed the Radiant Light sect the next moment, would inevitably make one sigh. Just from Tang Yonghao's expression, one could tell how conflicted and disapproving he was. Still, Yan Zhaoge was not surprised at all that this had happened to Zhang Chao. Ever since he had learnt of the life experiences of this person who had been known as the sacred sun saint amongst the people of the Eight Extremities world, the most important figure in the history of the Sacred Sun clan, he had understood that Zhang Chao's ability to adapt to circumstances was unparalleled. When this hegemon of the Eight Extremities world who had ascended to the world beyond worlds had attempted to attack Broad Creed Mountain that year, facing their founder, the exalted heaven shaker, Zhang Dongge, who had successfully broken out of seclusion, he had directly retreated without even looking back. Afterwards, he had hidden in the mouth of a volcano, imprisoning himself for many years in exchange for quelling Zhang Dongge's rage. It was only when the Flame Devil world had invaded the Eight Extremities world that he had earnestly asked Zhang Dongge to allow him to leave the mountain as well, jointly resisting the Flame Devils. When Zhang Dongge had perished afterwards, Zhang Chao had finally been able to stretch his muscles and bones, leading the Sacred Sun clan to a peak in its history, dominating the Eight Extremities world. If not for the heaven diviner Zhan Shilo unexpectedly standing firm, Broad Creed Mountain, which had suffered a great blow to its vitality in resisting the invasion of the Flame Devils, would probably have long since been flattened by the Sacred Sun clan. And now, having arrived in the world beyond worlds, while Zhang Chao was very powerful, there would always be experts amongst experts, as there were many who were stronger than him. Zhang Chao thus began readjusting his position. It was not surprising that such a nimble and flexible person had chosen to jump off the Radiant Light sect, which was on the verge of capsizing, and board the even larger ship that was the Grand Xian dynasty. Even though he appeared cold and unfeeling, Zhang Chao did not care about it at all. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, his expression turned rather solemn. To think that after the Zhan brothers, Broad Creed Mountain would actually produce you father and son of the Yan family. Could it really be that the heavens are watching over Broad Creed Mountain? Yan Zhaoge said mildly, "The heavens aid the strong." This Yan does not know if the heavens are watching over my Broad Creed Mountain, but your luck is indeed not that good. Kong Jinyuan gnashed his teeth as he looked at Yan Zhaoge. "You actually appeared here?" Yan Zhaoge smiled. "You came. I naturally came as well." Kong Jinyuan's eyes virtually seemed like they were about to spurt fire. If not for those of Golden Court Mountain protecting you, you would already be a dead man long ago. You actually still dare to come here by yourself? Yan Zhaoge smiled as he walked towards Kong Jinyuan, Kong Maosheng, and Zhang Chao. Maternal love is something worthy of praise, being able to create miracles. Last time, it was your mother who saved you. I wonder who it will be this time? As he said this, Yan Zhaoge directly raised a hand, his palm enveloping the sky as he sought to envelop the three of them within. Kong Maosheng pulled Kong Jinyuan behind him, the sword by his waist, leaving its scabbard, transforming into a swordlight that resembled water as it shot into the skies, meeting Yan Zhaoge's palm. Zhang Chao sighed, similarly making a move as he executed the Sacred Sun clan's supreme martial art, the extreme Yang fist, resembling the blazing sun in the sky as it illuminated the surrounding heavens and earth. Yan Zhaoge's gaze flickered as he secretly circulated the cyclic heavenly seal within the heavenly broad creed palm, a terrifying force mightily descending towards the enemy with the momentum of collapsing the sky. Heaven and earth reversed. The powerful force of yin and yang reversed caused the blazing heat from Zhang Chao's extreme yang fist to instantly cool, becoming icy cold. Yan Zhaoge's palm did not sweep Meng Wan within. However, the extreme yin crown on Meng Wan's had began to emanate radiance. She looked at Feng Yunqing in front of her and saw that Feng Yunqing's eyes had suddenly turned into two dark blue suns. The cold sun divine saber was unsheathed. To be continued. Chapter 778. Looking calmly at Feng Yunqing, Meng Wan smiled. "Senior apprentice sister Feng, perhaps I have always been waiting for this day." When she said that she had always been waiting, she did not mean that she would hand the extreme yin crown over to Feng Yunqing. Instead, she looked forward to competing with this closest sister of hers, seeing who was the strongest maiden of Extreme Een. Even though she had always been the most outstanding maiden of Extreme Een in the past 8 Extremities Worlds Extreme Een bout, Mangwan had never forgotten that she had actually been Feng Yunqing's substitute at the start. If nothing had happened to Feng Yunqing that year, no one knew what would have happened afterwards. Jade Sea City's Chin Sutting had won in the 2nd Extreme Een bout while she had been injured. Turbid Wave Pavilion's Fan Xiao had won in the 4th Extreme Een bout due to her cultivating in a special technique. The Sacred Sun Clan's 3rd maiden of Extreme Een, her backup Yun Xiuqing. Mangwan had absolute confidence in all of these people. As long as nothing happened to her, she would be the absolute ruler of the Extreme Een bout. Chun Sutting, Fan Xiao, and the others would not be able to shake her position, let alone infinite, boundless mountains Ling Hui and the heavenly thunder halls Nian Lei and the others. Feng Yunsheng would not be able to catch up to her even if she started afresh for 2 years. However, if not for these 2 years, everyone cultivating normally, would she be able to surpass senior apprentice sister Feng, defeat her? This was the only thing that Mangwan was not confident in regarding the Extreme Een bout. To Feng Yunsheng, the Extreme Een crown was an obsession. Meanwhile, Mangwan also felt many regrets regarding what had happened that year. Now, this question was finally going to be answered. Feng Yunqing had actually miraculously made up for those 2 years, possibly even walking further and faster than her. While Mengwan was happy for Feng Yunsheng, she would definitely not surrender. Even if she had not been brought to the world beyond worlds by the Radiant Light sect and had remained in the 8 Extremities world, facing Broad Creed Mountain who had swept through the 8 Extremities world, she would definitely not surrender. Looking at Feng Yunsheng in front of her, Mengwan smiled, saying, "Senior apprentice sister Feng, it's a pity that we are now going to be opponents. Even without the Extreme Een bout, we would still definitely have had a battle. You are a disciple of Broad Creed Mountain. I am a disciple of the Sacred Sun Clan. Broad Creed Mountain destroyed the Sacred Sun Clan. While I do not agree with many of the decisions and actions of the clan of Senior Apprentice Granduncle Huang, Senior Apprentice Uncle Huang, and Senior Apprentice Brother Huang Jie, at the end of the day, I am still Master's disciple, a disciple of the Sacred Sun Clan. It was Master who nurtured and guided me, gradually walking to where I am today. For Master, for the Sacred Sun Clan, I cannot lose. I cannot even participate in this long, overdue Extreme Een bout with you. In such a situation, I must do everything possible, using all methods to obtain victory. I need the Extreme Een crown as my weapon to stand against that Senior Apprentice Brother Yin, to stand against you." Meng Wan's expression was tranquil, but her gaze was firm and unwavering. Feng Yunsheng was probably one of the few people in this world who understood Meng Wan the most. With her understanding of Meng Wan would probably reject the matter of abandoning the Radiant Light sect and joining the Grand Qian dynasty, just like Tang Yonghao. Unlike Tang Yonghao, who is currently unable to influence Zhang Chao with his current cultivation base, the current Meng Wan had the ability to say no. However, she did not. She was not familiar with Zhang Chao. However, in response to the upbringing of the Sacred Sun Clan, she was willing to listen to Zhang Chao's opinion, tacitly agreeing that the Extreme Een crown belonged to the Sacred Sun Clan and not her, Meng Wan. Perhaps this attitude would not be permanent. Still, it was like this for now at least. It was the same for her battle with Feng Yunqing now. If she followed her own wishes, she would rather complete this long overdue Extreme Een bout with Feng Yunqing, seeing who was the strongest maiden of Extreme Een. Now, however, she was not battling for her own sake. Instead, as a member of the Sacred Sun Clan, she was clashing with Broad Creed Mountain's Feng Yunqing. Feng Yunqing said, "Little one, I am not trying to shake your resolve. Actually, from the bottom of my heart, I have always wanted to battle with you, just like you. However, there are some things that I should tell you. Broad Creed Mountain did not exterminate all of the Sacred Sun Clan's disciples. Your master is also not dead currently residing in Turbid Wave Pavilion as a guest. If there is a chance, return to the Eight Extremities world to visit your master. In the entire Sacred Sun clan, there were only two people whom Meng Wan truly felt close to. One was her master, the other was Feng Yunsheng. It was only before them that Meng Wan was her truest self. Hearing this news, a smile blossomed on Meng Wan's face. If there is a chance, I will definitely return to see Master. If I do not die beneath Senior Apprentice Sister Feng Saber in this battle. Bright moonlight above Meng Wan's head transformed into a pure white phoenix, emitting a clear cry as it spread its wings and soared high into the sky. While Master is still alive, I must account for the Sacred Sun clan in this battle, going all out with my full strength. Meng Wan's expression was solemn as accompanied by the spread of the white phoenix's wings. The surrounding space was dyed with a layer of clear radiance, cold and silent as the cold pierced the bone. Feng Yunqing's cold sun divine saber rose unceasingly, the great ice-blue sun illuminating the surrounding area. There is no need for little one to worry. I understand what you are thinking, Feng Yunqing strode forward, because it is the same for me. Broad Creed Mountain has given me a new life. A high-grade sacred artifact is of great significance, possessing great power. I want to obtain it for the clan. The saber rose, blue light flourishing, illuminating the heavens and the earth. Be careful, little one. This saber of mine may not be inferior to the extreme Yin crown. Saying thus, Feng Yunsheng chopped downwards with her saber, space directly shattering. That power was not inferior to the full-powered attack of a seeing divinity martial saint in the least. The cold sun and the power of extreme Yin collided with a shocking momentum. Seeing this, Yen Zhaoge smiled from the side. A pity that I can't calm down and watch this battle. The brilliant rainbow sword appeared in Kong Maoshing's hand. When he slashed out, Kong Maoshing's sword light, which was like a river of time, rippled violently, as if it would break at any moment. When Kong Maosheng and Kong Jinyuan saw this, they both sucked in a breath of cold air. Father once said that his swordsmanship is extremely sharp, beyond imagination. But without seeing it with our own eyes, who would have thought that it would be so powerful? Seeing this, Yen Zhaoge instead smiled. It is a martial art of the Aeon Light, heavenly scripture at the end of the day. A pity that I cultivate in the immortal ending sword and not the immortal trapping sword. While he was thinking this, Yen Zhaoge appeared relaxed as he struck towards Zhang Chao with a palm even as he hacked at Kong Maosheng. Zhang Chao punched out simultaneously with his fists, two great golden suns intermingling as they formed a fist force of extreme yang which met Yen Zhaoge's palm. However, as soon as the two forces came into contact, the golden sunlight immediately dimmed, and the blazing temperature began to cool down. Zhang Chao's extremely tough, extremely hot, and extremely yang fist force was dispelled by the cyclic heaven seal. Not waiting for Zhang Chao to react, Yen Zhaoge's palm changed once more. He retracted his 4 fingers, only his index finger remaining as he tapped out towards Zhang Chao. Pale light appeared on Yen Zhaoge's fingertip. Guided by that pale light, Zhang Chao's fist force, which had turned from extreme yang to extreme yin, instantly swept back towards him. Yin Yang heavenly scripture, pointing at yin and yang. To be continued. Chapter 779. As Yen Zhaoge executed the yin yang finger, where his fingertips passed, the force of Zhang Chao's fist instantly reversed. Zhang Chao was greatly alarmed. Fortunately, he was cautious by nature and did not unleash all of his strength, so he still had time to change his move. Left hand in front and right hand behind, Zhang Chao blocked before him with his palms, dispelling the force of Yen Zhaoge's finger. Yet, beneath Yen Zhaoge's finger, the variations of yin and yang were too swift as there was virtually no delay whatsoever. Before Zhang Chao could exert force with his left palm, his palm was pierced through by Yen Zhaoge's finger. The pale radiance opened up a bloody hole in the center of Zhang Chao's left palm, piercing through it and continuing forward. With this obstruction, Zhang Chao managed to gather strength in his right hand in time. The extreme Yang true essence was finally able to block the attack of the extreme Yin finger. When Yin and Yang met, another change occurred. Zhang Chao dared not hesitate in the slightest as he hurriedly retreated, barely avoiding this finger of Yen Zhaoge's. He was both shocked and enraged, having already broken through the void to see true divinity and ascended to the seeing divinity realm. The might of the extreme Yang fist scripture was even more ferocious than before when he executed it. In terms of direct combat prowess alone, Zhang Chao was extremely outstanding amongst martial practitioners of the same cultivation level even in the world beyond worlds. However, as Yen Zhaoge cultivated in the yin-yang heavenly scripture and executed the yin-yang finger, it just happened to counter his supreme yang fist, causing him to be unable to move at all. He had a body full of strength, but it was completely useless. Kong Maosheng could only join forces with Zhang Chao now, the time-flowing sword expanding, transforming into a long river of time as it hacked down towards Yen Zhaoge. Enveloped by the sword light, Yen Zhaoge's speed seemed to instantly slow down. Yen Zhaoge's expression did not change as beneath his feet, black qi appeared on one side and white qi on the other. The two qis of black and white intermingled and coiled, moving upwards through Yen Zhaoge's legs, exerting force through his spine. He pointed at Kong Maosheng's sword light with his left hand, black and white appearing on his fingertips. Yin and yang fishes intertwined, faintly forming the image of Taiji. The Taiji diagram spun, and Kong Maosheng's sword light was immediately deflected, slashing towards Zhang Chao instead. Kong Maosheng and Zhang Chao widened their eyes. Having already attained the 4th level of the martial saint realm, the early seeing divinity stage, Kong Maosheng's grasp of his martial Tao and true essence had long since become extremely detailed as he could control and unleash them as he pleased. Unless his opponent was much stronger than him, or if his martial arts just happened to counter his time-flowing sword, even if Kong Maosheng could defeat him, he would at least be able to display what he had learned. When had something like this ever happened, the sword light deviated involuntarily, and it was difficult to even retract it? With his sword having been deflected by Yen Zhaoge, Zhang Chao was doomed. With the Laogong acupoint on his left palm having been pierced through by Yen Zhaoge's finger, when he tried to exert force, his vitality would leak out unceasingly, temporarily being equivalent to being crippled. Having paid such a terrible price and barely evading Yen Zhaoge's attack before he could even catch his breath, Kong Maosheng's time-flowing sword had already arrived before him. Zhang Chao was enveloped by the sword light, and his figure instantly slowed down. His left shoulder was immediately stabbed and blood gushed out. Fortunately, Kong Maosheng used all his strength to pull back his sword, allowing Zhang Chao to escape disaster. However, on the other side, after deflecting Kong Maosheng's sword light with a finger, Yen Zhaoge chopped out with the glorious rainbow sword in his hand. Wherever the sword light passed, everything would perish. In front of Kong Maosheng's eyes, there was only a speck of light that kept expanding until it occupied the entire world. In the next moment, it was as if the sword light was going to pierce through his forehead and penetrate his skull. He screamed, and a layer of watery light appeared on his body, as if he had sunk into the river of time. Time flowed rapidly. Enveloped by this, Kong Maosheng's speed suddenly increased as well, barely evading Yen Zhaoge's sword. Bolstered by this secret art, while his speed had increased, his longevity had also flowed faster. Even so, a red of blood appeared between Kong Maosheng's brows, stars appearing chaotically within his mind as a piercing pain overcame him. At this moment of life and death, Zhang Chao dared not hold anything back in the least. His figure rose and leapt as he lunged towards Yen Zhaoge's head from above. While he could not use his left hand, he clenched the fingers of his right fist, punching down towards Yen Zhaoge's head. Bright golden light condensed unceasingly, gradually turning purple. Zhang Chao's entire person seemed to have transformed into a great purple sun, plummeting down from the sky. The great purple sun that was even more terrifying than the great golden sun seemed to have reached the end of the heavens and earth, a great calamity occurring as it finally collapsed. The strongest martial art of the supreme Yang fist that Zhang Chao had created, the purple sun wheel that surpassed all the previous martial arts of the sacred Sun clan. As his fist struck out, it actually vaguely contained some of the might of the extreme Yang seal. Zhang Chao, wherever you go, my broad creed mountain will be able to deal with you. Yin Zhaoge, however, laughed, striking out with the yin-yang finger once more, pointing at the black and white on his fingertip as it spun. Zhang Chao's ferocious purple sun will immediately deviated. The target of the violent fist was no longer Yin Zhaoge, but Kong Maosheng. While Kong Maosheng had escaped death after being struck by Yin Zhaoge's immortal ending sword chi, a piercing pain filled his mind as he was completely unable to concentrate at all. Facing Zhang Chao's sudden punch, he could only barely dodge it. However, the ferocious purple sun will still struck Kong Maosheng's leg, directly breaking this flowing time successor's leg. Kong Maosheng clenched his teeth and did not make a sound. Two seeing divinity martial saints besieging a merging avatar martial saint was an inconceivable matter no matter where it was. What was even more inconceivable was that the two of them, seeing divinity martial saints, were unable to defeat the other party. Besieging the two, Yin Zhaoge dealt with them with ease, instead causing them to be flustered. What chilled their hearts even more was the fact that Yin Zhaoge seemed to be distracted. His mind was wandering. With my actions, the speed of the sacrificial artifact, which is used to seal the evil soul of the Tao Tai, has increased. Still, a little more time is still needed for it to succeed. As Yin Zhaoge clashed with Kong Maosheng and Zhang Chao, he mentally communicated with the Northern Ocean clone within the blood pool. Even so, he was still leisurely being besieged by two seeing divinity martial saints. Having successfully cultivated in the yin-yang heavenly scripture, Yin Zhaoge did not fear being besieged at all. He already possessed the profundities of the cyclic heavenly scripture which reversed the two extremities, as well as his self-created finger-flicking, shocking thunder, which allowed him to quickly return his chi. Now that he cultivated in the yin-yang heavenly scripture, yin and yang merged, the variations of the two extremities allowing him to possess peak methods of deflecting and borrowing power, his recovery rate of his essence becoming even more powerful. Aided by yin and yang, he virtually did not exhaust any of his true essence while battling two seeing divinity martial saints. Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone did not fear being besieged because he was just too fast. Unless there was an enemy whose speed was at least close to the Northern Ocean clone's, being able to tie him down, the Northern Ocean clone would be able to make use of his advantage in speed to easily face them all alone. As for Yin Zhaoge himself, he was even more proficient than the Northern Ocean clone in group battles and fierce battles. There had to be an enemy who was clearly stronger than him, or someone who could suppress the variations of the yin-yang heavenly scripture before Yin Zhaoge would feel pressured. Otherwise, it would be useless no matter how many people came. But right now, neither Kong Maosheng nor Zhang Chao could do it. Zhang Chao's mouth was filled with bitterness, despair rising in his heart. Back then, having attained the third level of the martial saint realm, the late merging avatar stage, he had been in high spirits as he had been prepared to unify the eight extremities world. Yet he had not expected to encounter Zhan Dongge, who had also advanced a step further, attaining the second level of the martial saint realm. In the end, he could only imprison himself within the volcano. Currently, Zhan Dongge had long since passed away, while he had become the first person of the eight extremities world to successfully ascend to the world beyond worlds. It seemed to prove that the one who had the last laugh was the winner. However, the Yin Zhaoge before him left him in even greater despair. The person before him was yet another martial practitioner of the second level of the martial saint realm. Zhang Chao himself was already no longer the same as he had been in the past, having attained the fourth level of the martial saint realm, breaking through space to see true divinity as his strength had soared by leaps and bounds, no longer being what it had been in the past. However, all of this was useless. Facing yet another broad-creed mountain martial practitioner, he was still not a match for him. To be continued. Chapter 780. Yan Zhaoge's figure flickered, his fingers shifting the universe, yin and yang circulating. Zhang Chao's purple sunwheel, which he had used all his strength to deflect, broke the leg of Kong Maosheng, who was working together against him. Yan Zhaoge himself did not cease in his actions. After the yin-yang finger of his left hand had succeeded, the glorious rainbow sword in his right hand carried an arc of destruction as it hacked toward Zhang Chao once more. Zhang Chao's heart turned cold. He could virtually foresee that making a move to block Yan Zhaoge's attack would most likely be useless. His move would be strangely deflected by Yan Zhaoge, falling towards Kong Maosheng once more, and Kong Maosheng's attack would fall on him. It was as if they would never be able to attack Yan Zhaoge, only able to attack each other. Even as they faced the other party's attack, they also had to face Yan Zhaoge's seemingly indestructible sword. Forcefully enduring his injuries, Zhang Chao let out a long howl, his figure shifting to the side like the sun traversing the sky. When executed by the seeing divinity martial Saint Zhang Chao, the sacred Sun Clan's leap of the rising sun far surpassed that of other sacred Sun Clan martial practitioners. Still, guided by the Qi, Yan Zhaoge's swordlight was even swifter as he chased after Zhang Chao, not giving him a chance to flee. Having distanced himself from Kong Maosheng, Zhang Chao finally made a move, blocking Yan Zhaoge's sword. However, an astonishing brilliance suddenly burst out from the sword light, and wisps of white qi lingered within it. Wherever the white sword energy went, the shadow of death immediately shrouded Zhang Chao's heart. He, who had always been mentally stable, vaguely saw an illusory scene in front of him. It was the end of the world, the end of the world. All things headed towards their end and destruction together. The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. The seas dried up and the land was covered in flames. The entire boundless universe was destroyed together. Zhang Chao groaned miserably. Blood spurted out from his injured left shoulder and left hand at the same time, burning in the air. He forcibly twisted his body, using his left arm to receive Yan Zhaoge's sword. At the instant he was struck, Zhang Chao's left arm exploded into a bloody mist. He had broken his left arm of his own accord. As his shattered left arm was twisted by Yan Zhaoge's swordlight, its flesh and blood instantly disintegrated. The blood mist that filled the sky instantly dissipated. His blood, tendons, and bones, which had been burning hot just a moment ago, were all shattered and turned into ashes. How tough was the flesh and blood of a seeing divinity martial saint! Zhang Chao voluntarily abandoned his left arm. His flesh and blood exploded, forming a terrifying rain of blood. If ordinary martial practitioners below the 4th level of the martial saint realm were to get too close, they would be directly blasted to death by this explosion. However, this terrifying explosion was instantly dispelled into nothingness by Yan Zhaoge's swordlight. It seemed as if the sound of thunder was louder than the raindrops. But when this scene landed in Zhang Chao and Kong Maosheng's eyes, it made their hearts sink to rock bottom even more. Zhang Chao's right hand clutched the bleeding wound on his left shoulder. His left hand had been severed at the shoulder. Who would have thought that I wouldn't die at Zhang Dongda's hands, but at the hands of his great-great disciples? Zhang Chao gazed at Yan Zhaoge. You still possess a supreme treasure like the extreme Yang seal. A pity, a pity. This old man did not want to provoke the 9 underworlds back then, and did not take the risk to descend into the deep abyss of the earth domain. Otherwise, if this old man had obtained the extreme Yang seal that was used to suppress the crevice to the 9 underworlds, everything would have been different afterwards. Zhang Chao let out a long sigh. It's a pity that there are no ifs in this world. I've worked hard for half my life, yet I've ended up in such a state. I really regret it. After that sword, Yan Zhaoge no longer looked at Zhang Chao. Instead, his expression changed slightly as he turned to look elsewhere. Fiery light suddenly shot out from a passageway in the underground palace. The cry of a phoenix resounded within the underground palace. While it was not as clear and bright as Meng Wan's, it appeared more authoritative and orthodox. Gazing over, Yan Zhaoge saw that it was a fiery phoenix. The fiery phoenix did not lunge towards Yan Zhaoge. This was not an expert of the southern blazing heaven territory who had come personally. Instead, he had created a puppet with the help of a secret technique, temporarily maintaining it with the strength of a merging avatar martial saint. The fiery phoenix spread its wings, yet lunged towards an unexpected person. Tang Yonghao. Zhang Chao clashed with Yan Zhaoge, and Meng Wan clashed with Feng Yinsheng. Tang Yonghao retreated to the side, Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yinsheng not attacking him. While Tang Yonghao did not agree with Zhang Chao's decision to abandon the Radiant Light sect and join the Grand Qian dynasty, he had not fled by himself that year, as he had just stood quietly in the distance, waiting for the final conclusion of the great battle. Now, Tang Yonghao was taken aback by the fiery phoenix that suddenly lunged towards him. After a brief moment of shock, Tang Yonghao realized something. Could it be because of that bone that I just obtained? The fiery phoenix was swift, its wings of flame instantly enveloping Tang Yonghao. Blazing fire seemed like it wanted to incinerate Tang Yonghao into ashes. While there was a great disparity between them, Tang Yonghao had no intention of submitting or begging for mercy as he straightened his spine and faced his powerful opponent head-on. Stimulated by those flames, Tang Yonghao's body suddenly emitted a five-colored light. This sudden change surprised Yan Zhaoge, Zhang Chao, Meng Wan, and Kong Maosheng. The silhouette of a divine bird actually surfaced above Tang Yonghao's head. The head of a chicken, the jaw of a swallow, the neck of a snake, the back of a turtle, and the tail of a fish. It was clearly a phoenix. This phoenix was surrounded by the five virtues, the water ripples of holy virtue, the thick earth of meritorious virtue, the white qi of nether virtue, and the blessed purple light of fortuitous virtue. Yet the dawn mist of moral virtue of black and white was tangible as it circulated unceasingly. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge was greatly taken aback. I have never seen Tang Yonghao like this before. Gazing over, he saw that there seemed to be an existence that flickered with radiance within Tang Yonghao's body. The silhouette of the phoenix and the dawn mist of moral virtue both originated from there. Tang Yonghao's body had yet to completely merge with it, as they appeared to be independent of each other. It should be some external object of his, a supreme treasure. The treasure had merged with Tang Yonghao's body, yet had yet to completely merge with it. That fiery phoenix spoke in the human tongue. This is something that belongs to me. What right and ability do you have to take it for yourself? He had not known of the existence of the heaven-swallowing sword box earlier. The reason he had come to this underwater palace was precisely for this phoenix bone. This phoenix bone contained the true intent of moral virtue, as its value did not just lie in itself. More importantly, it could make up for the deficiencies of his phoenix true form scripture, its significance surpassing the heavens, as its value even surpassed that of a high-grade sacred artifact. Unexpectedly, it had been inadvertently obtained by Tang Yonghao after having entered the underwater palace, even unexpectedly merging with his body. That fiery phoenix could not even be bothered with Yan Zhaoge now, as blazing fire descended, enveloping Tang Yonghao's entire body. The phoenix bone had already merged with Tang Yonghao's body, yet had yet to completely merge with it. This fiery phoenix still had a single chance now, which was to refine Tang Yonghao along with the phoenix bone, shedding his mortal fleshly body and returning to its original appearance. Virtue and virtue were the source of all arts, spreading virtue and spreading its laws to the world. The black and white dawn mist of moral virtue enveloped Tang Yonghao's entire body, unceasingly reducing the blazing fire into harmless spiritual qi. Still, the difference in their cultivation bases was too great as the blazing fire finally still gradually devoured him. Seeing this, Mangwan wanted to temporarily give up on Feng Yinsheng and charge towards that fiery phoenix. Yet, it was already a little too late. Now, a sword light flew over, the blazing fire instantly withering. To be continued. Chapter 781. As compared to Mangwan, who had borrowed the power of the extreme Yin crown, Yan Zhaoge's personal strength was, at the end of the day, the first to discover the arrival of that fiery phoenix. Witnessing the phoenix silhouette that had suddenly erupted from Tang Yonghao's body and the dawn mist of moral virtue of black and white, Yan Zhaoge seemed to have comprehended something. The initial goal of that descendant of the Southern Exalt's lineage in coming to the underwater palace, this time, should have been this phoenix bone. This piece of phoenix bone only contained the dawn mist of virtue, and lacked the true meaning of the other four virtues. There was only one possibility for the other party to think so highly of him. While the Southern Exalt's phoenix true form scripture possessed the true intent of the phoenix, it was truly incomplete of the five virtues: the virtuous thick earth, the nether virtue white qi, and the fortuitous purple light. It was hard to say about the holy virtue water ripple, but from the looks of it, the moral dawn mist was most likely lacking in cultivation methods. It was because of this that the person before them had taken the risk of crossing boundaries, barging into the territory of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory, barging into the royal reed sea in search of this phoenix bone. This also explained why Wang Hui and the others had actually dared to act viciously against a descendant of the southeastern Exalt like Yi Exan in order to keep it a secret. If this matter was known by the southeastern Exalt, it would be very difficult for Wang Hui and the others to succeed. The relationship between the southeastern Yang Heaven territory and the southern Blazing Heaven territory had never been good. If the phoenix bone fell into Golden Court Mountain's hands, they would have many ways to manipulate it. The flame phoenix flapped its wings and surrounded Tang Yonghao. It wanted to refine him alive and restore his precious bones. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge slashed out with his sword. Having slain Li Jin of the Southern Exalt's lineage, enmity with the Southern Blazing Heaven territory had already been sown. If the Southern Exalt's lineage's cultivation base rose greatly, it would clearly be disadvantageous to them. That fiery phoenix was merely a puppet. Having eaten Yan Zhaoge's sword, its flames instantly dissipated, its feathers seemingly falling off nonstop. You again! Fire Phoenix was enraged. Yan Zhaoge said casually, obtaining the method but not the meaning. Even if I let you obtain this phoenix bone, so what? You still cannot cultivate the dawn mist of virtue. The fire phoenix fell from the sky. The flames around its body gradually extinguished. This puppet had been cleaved into two by Yan Zhaoge's sword, unable to move any longer. The aura of the fire phoenix gradually became dim and weak. The spirit energy and martial fist intent that had originally remained within it all dissipated. Before the fiery phoenix had completely vanished, it gazed at Yan Zhaoge, having obtained that bone and cultivating in the Tao of virtue. I will naturally do some things to conveniently accumulate virtue and refine it into a black and white mist. What I think and what I usually do and what I do when I practice are two different things. I don't always need the moral dawn mist to fight against my enemies. I cultivate the phoenix technique to become stronger, not to turn myself into a phoenix. Paying attention to accumulating the five virtues is for cultivation. At this moment, the other party's emotions had already calmed down. People practice martial arts, not martial arts to control people. To be controlled and restricted by martial arts is like buying the casket and returning the pearls. Who would do such a stupid thing? Yan Zhaoge laughed. This kind of thing is a matter of opinion. The flames gradually dispersed, and what appeared before everyone's eyes was a folded phoenix. At this moment, it was jet black and charred, gradually burning into ashes. I heard your final words just now. So you are not related to the exalted solar luminary at all, only having picked up the extreme yang seal by chance. Yan Zhaoge looked like he was smiling, whilst also not at the paper phoenix amidst the flames. The other party said mildly, "While the passageways of the underground palace are currently chaotic, I already know this place. Please wait for a moment. This Shuang will be there very soon." Before that paper phoenix was completely incinerated, he glanced at Mang Wan from the corner of his eye, muttering to himself in a voice that no one could hear, "So similar." As the phoenix vanished, everyone exchanged looks. Looking at Yen Zhaoge, Tang Yonghao had a rather complex expression on his face. Still, he cupped his hands towards Yen Zhaoge, thanking him for saving his life. Glancing at the scattered ashes, Yen Zhaoge smiled. "There are many who want to find trouble with me. You will have to queue up." With that he gazed elsewhere. The hearts of Kong Mao Sheng, Zhang Chao, and the others jolted slightly now as they discovered a powerful aura suddenly approaching from another direction. Carefully feeling its power fluctuations, Kong Mao Sheng blurted out, "Senior Apprentice Uncle Chi." A tall, middle-aged man flew over, his face sallow and his gaze cold. Having met him a few times before, Yen Zhaoge knew that he was called Chi Wei, the descendant of Dao Esher who had come to the royal Reed Sea alongside King Xianwen and Xinlingzi that year to conquer the world, a leading formation grandmaster of the Grand Xian dynasty and even the royal Reed Sea. Seeing this, Kong Jinyuan was instantly overjoyed. "It's great that Senior Apprentice Uncle Chi has come." Yen Zhaoge smiled lightly, flipping his palm as a great golden seal instantly appeared amidst space, resembling the blazing sun in the sky, as it was even more terrifying than when Zhang Chao executed the purple sun wheel. Just having approached, before Chi Wei could even discern the situation, his field of vision was completely filled by sunlight. The mighty extreme yang seal descended towards Chi Wei's head, instantly leaving him dazed. He was proficient in formations. Given sufficient time, making use of the geographical advantage to set up a formation, he would be able to dominate the masses, his strength far surpassing that of martial experts of the same cultivation level. Conversely, however, he was slightly weaker in terms of his cultivation base. While Yen Zhaoge had yet to reach the seeing divinity stage at the end of the day, wielding the extreme yang seal now, Chi Wei's head was still nearly covered in blood. It was only thanks to the protection of the mid-grade sacred artifact, the blurry shadow-woven robe, that he had managed to block this blow. Regaining his wits, Chi Wei's gaze instantly turning colder as he looked at Yen Zhaoge and the injured Kong Mao Sheng again. He said not a word as he retrieved 13 yellow flags, throwing them out. The 13 flags fluttered in the wind, light shooting out in all directions as numerous streams of radiance linked together, enveloping this region of space. The environment of the underwater palace was complex with intersecting passageways. Having only just arrived here, Chi Wei would not have been able to set up a formation in advance. Still, he was indeed highly skilled in formations, as he had already reached the point where he could virtually establish a formation with a casual wave of his hand. Good. Yen Zhaoge could not help but nod in admiration. Still, while he was admiring, Yen Zhaoge did not stand on ceremony in the slightest as he pushed out with a palm, the extreme yang seal striking out with a domineering momentum once more. The glorious sun descended amidst the formation, right at the crux of Chi Wei's formation, causing it to be hard to activate and circulate as he wished. Illuminated by the all-encompassing sunlight, the 13 flags shook simultaneously as the formation became unstable. Chi Wei snorted, waving the formation flags with one hand while retrieving other treasures with the other, wanting to set up a second formation in succession. Even as Yen Zhaoge wielded the extreme yang seal, he had already long since slashed out with a sword, targeting Chi Wei himself. Chi Wei's movements slowed for a moment as he wielded the blurry shadow-woven robe to protect himself. A black shadow moved about on his body, enveloping him as he instantly flashed to the side. Then, a formation that flickered with the light of thunder appeared above Yen Zhaoge's head. Thunder roared, heavenly thunder rumbling 5 times. Yan Zhaoge's feet moved consecutively, his body rotating as he ingeniously saw through the formation, avoiding the direct bombardment of the thunderbolts. Then he executed the yin-yang finger, directing yin and yang, shifting heaven and earth. Numerous thunderbolts instantly changed directions, shooting towards Kong Maosheng and Zhang Chao. To be continued. Chapter 782. While Zhang Chao did not recognize Qi Wei, seeing the reactions of Kong Maosheng and Kong Jinyuan, he knew that he was an expert of the Grand Xian dynasty. When Qi Wei had set up the formation, Zhang Chao instantly recalled that this was that formation grandmaster who had encircled Yan Zhaoge and the Radiant Light sect martial practitioners in the Heavenly Inheritance region and the Suffering River region back then. This made Zhang Chao feel much more at ease. But before he could calm his heart down, he saw the fierce lightning strike towards him. Only now did he suddenly recall that Yan Zhaoge was similarly extremely proficient in formations. According to Tang, Yonghao, and Mengwan, this was a person who had dominated the Eight Extremities world with his proficiency in formations when he had been a martial grandmaster and a martial grandmaster. Now that Yan Zhaoge had long since transcended mortality and entered sainthood, what level of attainments would he have attained in controlling and breaking formations? Zhang Chao no longer had the time to continue thinking. He, who was already heavily injured with a broken arm, faced Qi Wei's green firmament demon subduing array. He had a slim chance of survival. Zhang Chao did his best to dodge to the side, but half of his body was still engulfed by the heavenly lightning. Amidst the violent crackling of electric currents, Zhang Chao groaned miserably. His flesh was badly mangled and charred. Yan Zhaoge laughed loudly. Zhang Chao, your tortoise divine art is pretty good, finally giving you the chance to reign supreme over all those experts of the same generation as you who have survived till the very end. Do you feel that you have survived till the very end, thus laughing till the very end? The glorious rainbow sword in his hand carried a brilliant swordlight as it hacked straight toward Zhang Chao. A pity that my broad Creed Mountain will take you in at the end of the day. While Ancestor Hantian will let you off, I will not. Qi Wei's face was livid. Having already heard from Kong Maosheng about Zhang Chao's defection, he immediately wielded the formation to block Yan Zhaoge. I'll protect this person. I won't tolerate your impudence. Yan Zhaoge's sword did not cease in its momentum as he simultaneously locked down the changes in Qi Wei's grand formation with extreme yang seal before striking out with the yin-yang finger once more. The power of the formation that was originally obstructing him immediately struck towards the brothers Kong Maosheng and Kong Jinyuan. Qi Wei had no choice but to protect the Kong brothers first. Yan Zhaoge let out a long laugh. Just now, who did you say you were going to protect? Where the sword light passed, Zhang Chao, who was already heavily injured and on the verge of death, was instantly beheaded. A large head flew into the sky, its eyes wide open. The #1 expert of the Sacred Sun clan who had once commanded the wind and summoned the rain in the Eight Extremities world, the Purple Sun Martial Saint Zhang Chao, had died with remaining grievances. Not only did he die with a grievance, but Qi Wei's eyes were practically spitting fire. He, a lofty expert of the 5th level of the Martial Saint realm, the mid-seeing divinity stage, had actually been unable to protect a single person. What was even harder for him to accept was that the person who had killed him right before his eyes was shockingly a mid-merging avatar martial saint. At this moment, Qi Wei, who had always been gloomy, could only feel his anger rising to the top of his head, almost uncontrollable. However, Yan Zhaoge's strength left him even more shocked. He had once clashed with Yan Zhaoge at the 1st level of the Martial Saint realm. While he had felt shocked then, it had not been as shocking as it was now. As compared to others, as compared to Qi Wei himself, as compared to the various experts he knew, such as Kong Ping, Hidongcheng, Guzhang, King Xuanmu, and the others, Yan Zhaoge was just so different. Every time he took a step forward, his strength seemed to increase more than other people's breakthroughs, more than he had expected. Qi Wei just felt that under normal circumstances, while Yan Zhaoga's strength should have increased from the first to the second level of the martial saint realm, it should not have been this massive. The experiences of others would definitely not be applicable on this youth before him. Kong Maosheng and Kong Jinyuan looked at Yan Zhaoga with complex expressions on their faces, finding it hard to understand. Tang Yonghao and Meng Wan were both momentarily dazed. While they did not approve of Zhang Chao's actions, he was still the most legendary figure in the history of the Sacred Sun Clan at the end of the day. To every disciple of the Sacred Sun Clan, he was a legendary existence, an existence even more supreme than the lofty Huang Guanlia who had ruled over everything that year. Even though Meng Wan had already surpassed him with the extreme Yin crown, this impression was still not so easily removed. Tang Yonghao and Meng Wan had not personally witnessed the deaths of Huang Guanlia and Huang Su. Now, however, personally witnessing Zhang Chao's death was naturally a huge blow to them. Senior apprentice Uncle Qi, someone came here just now who cultivates in a technique that is very similar to the Phoenix true form scripture of the Southern Exalts lineage. This Yan Zhaoga is on bad terms with him. Kong Maosheng suddenly realized, seemingly recalling something as he quickly said, "That person claims to be surnamed Zhuang." Qi Wei was taken aback. Cultivates in the Phoenix true form scripture, surnamed Zhuang. A cold light shone within his eyes as he chuckled coldly. There's actually such a thing? The silhouette of the fiery phoenix that entered the depths of the sea earlier indeed cultivates in the Phoenix true form scripture. Just that I had not thought that he would actually be surnamed Zhuang. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoga raised his brows slightly. Tang Yonghao was jolted awake as well, regaining his wits. Qi Wei smiled coldly as he looked at Yan Zhaoga. You who have come from the lower worlds are indeed unclear on many things. I think that you still do not know that the Southern Exalt is surnamed Zhuang. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoga's expression did not change as he nodded slightly. No wonder he already possesses a high-grade sacred artifact, even before attaining the Immortal Bridge stage. Looking at Qi Wei, he smiled relaxedly. Then, of the Grand Xian dynasty's initial king Xianwen, Shun Lingzi and Daoist Shi, which major figure is standing behind them? Can you tell me? Looking fixedly at Yan Zhaoga, Qi Wei could tell that Yan Zhaoga was not being tough on the outside but weak on the inside, as he was indeed composed. Even I have to say that I admire you, Qi Wei said slowly. I wonder if you are fearless because you are ignorant or if you truly possess courage. Still, whatever it is no longer important. Instead of staying obediently under Lin Hanhua's protection, you came running out to die. Now that you have walked right into my trap, I will grant you your wish. With that, Qi Wei formed a seal with each hand, simultaneously bringing them before his chest before pushing them forward in unison. 13 earthen yellow flags fluttered in the wind, earthen yellow smoke surging into the air. Dark clouds filled the sky densely with the light of thunder shooting everywhere. The two great formations attacked from above and below, trapping Yan Zhaoga between them. Yan Zhaoga's expression was composed as he wielded the extreme yang seal. Now, however, his heart suddenly jolted. At the center of the blood pool in the depths of the underground palace, the Northern Ocean clone, who was currently refining the heaven-swallowing sword box and the earth-devouring burner, abruptly opened his eyes. The blood pool before him began heaving intensely, its originally stable rhythm being disrupted as it grew more and more hurried. It was like his heartbeat had suddenly sped up. The sacrificial refinement of the sword within the heaven-swallowing sword box had already reached the final juncture. Affected by this, it instantly became unstable. The entire underground palace was shaking intensely. Yan Zhaoga realized the Immortal Bridge martial saints like Kong Ping and Gu Hong have encountered each other and are currently clashing within the underground palace. The disturbance caused by this is too great. The streams of light within the blood pool had originally intended to converge with the heaven-swallowing sword box, unceasingly extracting spiritual qi for it. Now, however, the sword box suddenly shook intensely. The streams of light entangled upon it abruptly began circulating in reverse. A massive suction force emanated from the blood pool, wanting to forcibly extract a certain existence from within the sword box. To be continued. Chapter 783. The underwater palace had been formed from the corpse of an extremely powerful, ferocious beast, the Tautai, after it had died. While the Tautai was dead, its fleshly body was still powerful, its body not rotting, as it had even created an underwater palace that resembled an independent space. There was not much difference between this place and the world beyond worlds, as it was isolated from space and separated from the world beyond worlds. At the same time, the boundary of the dimension was exceptionally stable, as it could accommodate several immortal bridge martial saints battling within, with the cultivation bases of Kong Ping, Gu Hong, and the others. Even if they clashed in the heavens and earth of the world beyond worlds, their battle would still shock the heavens and shake the earth. However, in the underwater palace, now, just the aftershocks of their battle would not be able to destroy this place, even if they did not intentionally attack it. Still, the great battle of several immortal bridge martial saints still caused a massive impact at the end of the day. Beneath the spiritual chi fluctuations, the ritual at the core of the underwater palace, which was used to refine the sword, instantly grew unstable. The Northern Ocean clone saw the heaven-swallowing sword box, which was being sealed before him, suddenly shake intensely. It was not the sword box itself that was shaking. Instead, it was something within it, drawn along by the streams of light that entangled the sword box. The sword within was about to charge out of the sword box, even before it had been successfully refined. A sharp howl that resembled the wailing of an infant resounded within the heart of the Northern Ocean clone, shaking his soul. Even with his current cultivation base, the Northern Ocean clone felt dizzy from this. That was the roar of a Tautai. Gazing over, the Northern Ocean clone saw the head and features of a ferocious beast gradually surface on the surface of the heaven-swallowing sword box, clearly resembling the legendary Tautai. While that Tautai appeared illusory and real at the same time, as it opened its great maw, a massive suction force emanated from within was real. As the momentum of swallowing the heavens and devouring the earth, swallowing the entire world expanded, the Northern Ocean clone instantly became unstable as he was sent flying. Seeing that he was about to fall into the mouth of that Tautai, the Northern Ocean clone mightily exerted force, his figure twisting in midair as he forcibly stabilized himself. The earth-devouring burner in his other hand shot towards the massive maw of the Tautai that had suddenly appeared on the heaven-swallowing sword box. After such a long period of refinement, the Northern Ocean clone had already grasped the greater part of the heaven-swallowing sword box and the earth-devouring burner. Now he could already wield these treasures. Alas, the earth-devouring burner that could even absorb and devour the attacks of seeing divinity martial saints seemed to have lost its effect before this Tautai. With but a thought, the Northern Ocean clone raised his speed to the maximum as he fled unceasingly into the distance. However, the distance between him and the heaven-swallowing sword box did not increase. It was still very close. His own efforts were only to ensure that he would not get any closer to the Tautai for the time being. The two sides fell into a stalemate, but that Taotia's roar, which was like the cry of a baby, was getting louder and louder, almost deafening. Yan Zhaoga noticed that the blood pool where the Northern Ocean clone and the heaven-swallowing sword box were located was beginning to surge intensely as never before. One after another, huge blood bubbles appeared on the surface of the blood pool before exploding. The demonic blood in the blood pool seemed to be boiling. The underground palace was changing at a speed that was clearly visible to the naked eye. The palace where the blood pool was began to shrink, as if it was returning to the original appearance of the Taotia's demon heart. Apart from the stench of blood, there was actually a thriving life force that appeared in the previously deathly silent underground palace. His flesh and blood were contracting, his meridians were spasming, and his bones were flexing. The once dead great demon Tautai actually showed signs of resurrection at this moment. The demonic soul of the Taotai, sealed within the ancient crimson sword, gradually broke out of its seal, wanting to break through the obstruction of the ancient crimson sword and the heaven-swallowing sword box, merging with its fleshly body in the outside world. Yen Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone just happened to be caught in the middle, being pressured by the fleshly body on the outside while being torn apart by the demonic soul on the inside. An evil light shot out from the eyes of the Taoye's head above the sword box, attempting to shake the Northern Ocean clone's mind. The evil light seemed tangible as it extended along their gazes, wanting to invade the Northern Ocean clone's body. This fellow wants to devour my Northern Ocean clone, making him a part of his resurrected body, Yen Zhaoge immediately realized. The Northern Ocean clone snorted coldly, the acupoints of his entire body shaking simultaneously with the Bai Hui acupoint on the top of his head. His true essence surged, transforming into the silhouette of a Kunping, raising its head and letting out a furious roar as it confronted the Taotai. The Northern Ocean clone's cultivation base was much weaker than that of the Taotai when it had been alive. Still, the Kunping was a peerless great demon, a ferocious beast of ancient times, completely not inferior to the Taotai at all. While this Taotai had been powerful when it had been alive, it had yet to truly resurrect at this moment. It attempted to invade and corrode the Northern Ocean clone on a purely mental level, yet was unable to do so. Now, however, Yen Zhaoge sensed that numerous black holes were beginning to appear within the surrounding underground palace. A terrifying devouring force was emitted from each black hole. The black holes increased in number, numbering in the hundreds and thousands as they gradually joined together to form a single, shocking sight. The devouring force within also gradually merged, growing stronger and stronger. This was a sign that this Taotai was reviving unceasingly. The body of a goat, the face of a human, the eyes beneath the armpit, the teeth of a tiger, and the claws of a human. This was the true appearance of the Taotai. However, because of its peerless divine ability to swallow the heavens and devour the earth, most of the time when people saw the Taotai appear, it was a massive black hole. Where the black hole passed, the sun, the moon, the stars, the heavens and the earth, the mountains and the seas, everything seemed about to be sucked within. Even light was devoured, with most people unable to see the Taoye's true appearance at all. The underground palace that had originally been formed of the Taoye's body was gradually being devoured and concealed by numerous black holes at this moment. This was a sign that the Taoye's life, force, and strength were unceasingly recovering. When this Taotai had completely revived, it would directly transform into a black hole, devouring all people and objects within and without. Whether it was Yen Zhaoge, Kongping, Guhong, and the others who were currently in the underground palace, they would all become this Taoye's first meal following its revival. Within the underground palace, Kongping, Luo Ziyuan, Guhong, and the others who were currently battling detected the changes in their surroundings as well. Comparatively speaking, the devouring force of the black hole where the blood pool was located was still slightly weaker. The black holes elsewhere in the underground palace expanded even more rapidly. Luo Ziyuan, Guhong, Gong Sunwu, and the others of the anti-Xin camp all secretly cursed their bad luck. They had originally wanted to make use of the chaos to avoid the pursuit of the Grand Xian dynasty. In the end, however, they had entered a dead end, with no path forward and pursuers behind. This was a true dead end. If they were not careful, all of them would die here. Those of the Grand Xian dynasty realized the danger as well. Not bothering to continue attacking Luo Ziyuan and the others, they instead attempted to leave the underground palace. Thinking of how his two sons were not by his side, Kongping felt even more anxious. Qi Wei was also shocked by this sudden turn of events. Frowning, he reached out and grabbed Kong Mao Sheng and Kong Jinyuan, throwing them toward a remnant passageway. Go! After sending off the Kong brothers, Qi Wei glared at Yen Zhaoge, forming seals with his palms before abruptly separating them. The two great formations that enveloped Yen Zhaoge from the heavens and the earth instantly began circulating in reverse simultaneously, about to shatter. Ever since he had appeared in the world beyond worlds, Yen Zhaoge had always exceeded everyone's expectations, causing heaven shaking, earth overturning disturbances. In Qi Wei's eyes, he was an even more troublesome foe than the Radiant Light sect. Fearing that the upheavals in the underground palace would not be able to kill Yen Zhaoge, he added another layer of insurance. He already no longer doubted Yen Zhaoge's high attainments in formations. However, Yen Zhaoge breaking his formations would delay their escape. He wanted to make use of this upheaval to keep Yen Zhaoge at the bottom of the sea of the clear scenic region forever. To be continued. Chapter 784. Controlling the two great formations to circulate in reverse. Qi Wei turned and left speedily as well, not wanting to be buried alongside Yen Zhaoge. Yen Zhaoge smiled. "Did I say you could leave?" He raised his palm, the extreme yang seal rising into the air, directly locking down the green sky devil descending formation that roiled with heavenly thunder up above, yet allowing the 13 flags formation down below to shatter. The 13 great flags all shattered, the great earth shattering as the sky still remained. However, beneath the influence of the surrounding black holes, the damaged formations formed an intense distorting force. The heavens and earth reversed, instantly sweeping the departing Qi Wei back. Qi Wei's expression changed slightly as the blurry shadow-woven robe on him transformed into a black shadow, enveloping him as he instantly flashed to the side. However, as Yen Zhaoge struck out with the cyclic heavenly seal, it reversed the heavens and the earth, forcibly reversing the power of the two extremities. Pressured by the palm force of the cyclic heavenly seal, the black shadow that was enveloped by the blurry shadow-woven robe instantly shook. The black shadow flickered between real and illusory, struggling not to return to its solid form. A mid-seeing divinity martial saint, coupled with a mid-grade sacred artifact, could unleash shocking power. Yen Zhaoge's cyclic heavenly seal was unable to immediately reverse the concept within. Yet beneath Yen Zhaoge's palm, Qi Wei's movements were obstructed. The numerous black holes that appeared in the surrounding underground palace now joined together, transforming into a boundless dark abyss. Yen Zhaoge retracted the extreme yang seal, protecting himself. The green sky devil descending formation shattered as well, exploding alongside the 13 flags formation that had been destroyed earlier. Qi Wei, who had wanted to use the destruction of the two great formations to deal with Yen Zhaoge, was instead swept along by the shattering force of the formations. The two grand formations that should have been destroyed together were instead destroyed one after the other beneath Yen Zhaoge's influence. The distorting power of destruction instead swept along its original owner, Qi Wei, before dragging him along towards the black hole. Qi Wei was truly extraordinary as he wielded the blurry shadow-woven robe to resist the suction force of the black hole while continuously striking out with his palm amidst space. The scattered light of thunder congregated once more. In just a few short breaths of time, the green sky devil descending formation that had originally already been destroyed and dispersed actually reappeared. The formation flags that had been used to establish the formation had been shattered, Qi Wei unable to restore the 13 flags formation. Yet, the green sky devil descending formation stood once more, heavenly thunder roiling and unceasingly exploding before the black hole as Qi Wei was gradually able to stabilize his figure. After the lightning shattered, it leaped about and was still sucked into the black hole. However, with the green firmament demon subduing a ray blocking the way, Qi Wei was not directly swallowed by the black hole. Brilliant! Yen Zhaoge laughed loudly, already arriving before Qi Wei. The extreme yang seal in his hand mightily smashed downwards. Qi Wei's eyes seemed on the verge of splitting apart, yet he was unable to dodge as he could only parry with all his might. In the end, he was smashed into retreat by the extreme yang seal, falling within the green sky demon subduing formation. The green firmament demon subduing array which was already on the verge of shattering under the pressure of the black chaotic hole, exploded once again. The roiling light of thunder shot outwards in all directions. Yan Zhaoge blocked it with a palm as he was jolted backwards alongside the extreme Yang seal. Yan Zhaoge had no intention of forcibly resisting it at all, as he instead borrowed its force to fly backwards, ensuring that he and the extreme Yang seal would not end up like Qi Wei, being sucked in by the black hole. Qi Wei, on the other hand, could no longer stop himself. He was engulfed by the black hole along with the scattered lightning. The lower half of his body had completely fallen into the black hole, and only his upper body was left outside, struggling with great difficulty. Right at this moment, a bright ray of sword light flew over from afar. Qi Wei glared at Yan Zhaoge. Before he could finish speaking, the sword light had already struck the top of his head. A pitiful mid-seeing divinity martial saint like him was unable to block or evade, as he could only be like a live target as he was stabbed to death by Yan Zhaoge's sword. Yan Zhaoge retracted his sword, sighing lightly. A pity that your attainments and formations are truly extraordinary. As Yan Zhaoge saw it, while Qi Wei was a 5th-level martial saint, the threat he posed was no less than Kong Ping and the others under certain special circumstances. It had actually not been a wise decision for Qi Wei to engage in close combat with him today. Such a formation expert would be able to play an extremely great role if he were to scheme in the background. Since the other party was using his weakness to attack his strength, Yan Zhaoge would naturally accept it. Qi Wei wanted to leave him here for good. Yet, he did not know that Yan Zhaoge was thinking the same. Yan Zhaoge similarly cherished talent. Still, he would never talk about this with his enemies. As Yan Zhaoge retracted his sword, Qi Wei's body began collapsing from his wound, gradually dissipating into nothingness. The immortal ending, sword destroyed all things. After Qi Wei had died and his life force was severed, his powerful fleshly body of the mid-seeing divinity martial saint realm was unable to withstand the powerful sword intent of the immortal ending sword as it broke apart unceasingly. Since he was dead and all his strength had dissipated, he could no longer resist the devouring of the black hole. Qi Wei's body was still in the process of disintegrating when it was swallowed by the black hole. It shattered into pieces and vanished without a trace. As Yan Zhaoge retracted his sword light flickered and swept, bringing back a shadow-shrinking pouch. Yan Zhaoge was still rather interested in the possessions of this formation Grandmaster Qi Wei. However, he did not have the time to inspect the contents of the shadow-shrinking pouch at this moment. Although Qi Wei had been killed, an even more powerful aura was rapidly approaching. The cries of phoenixes rang out as flames curled around them. The temperature of the surrounding void instantly rose. Yan Zhaoge did not need to carefully distinguish who it was to know who it was. In order to obtain Tang Yonghao's phoenix bone, and perhaps also get rid of him, Yan Zhaoge, in order to vent his frustrations, the other party had ignored the abnormalities in the underwater palace and the imminent revival of the Taotai as he had forcibly made his way down. The phoenix's body lit up with a dazzling flame, instantly illuminating the entire void. A dark red, treasured light flickered on its body as it was shocking. A late-seeing divinity martial saint who was also accompanied by a high-grade sacred artifact. Even disregarding the weapon, just being barehanded, his strength surpassed that of King Xuanmu, Luo Ziwan, and Zhou Haoxing of the same cultivation level. Having clashed briefly with him, Yan Zhaoge even felt that even barehanded, this guy might not be weaker than Luo Ziwan and King Xuanmu, who wielded the Sun Moon Wheels and the King Xian Spear. This was someone who could surpass cultivation levels and battle immortal bridge martial saints. The higher the cultivation level, the fewer experts there were. Anyone who could attain such a high position would definitely have outstanding aspects in which they excelled in. Ordinary people had long since fallen behind in the process of ascension, unable to keep up with their footsteps. Being able to surpass cultivation levels in battle at the 6th and 7th level of the martial saint realm. This person was not simple at all. Still, Yen Jiaoge had already anticipated all of this when he had stopped him from killing Tang Yonghao and obtaining the phoenix bone. Looking at the rapidly approaching phoenix and the underwater palace, which was already gradually collapsing beyond recognition, Yen Jiaoge mentally communicated with the Northern Ocean clone. Within the pool of demonic heart blood, the Northern Ocean clone was currently at a critical juncture. He had to face the imminent merging of the demonic soul of the Tao Tai with his fleshly body as he faced the danger of being devoured by the Tao Tai. Yet the Northern Ocean clone's expression was calm as he continued stabilizing the heaven-swallowing sword box and the earth-devouring burner while gazing downwards at the blood pool down below. Within the boiling blood pool, the bloodied water suddenly parted to the sides. A speck of azure blue surfaced amidst the dark, red, bloodied water, bright and dazzling. To be continued. Chapter 785. That speck of azure blue was dazzling and bright to the extreme, causing half of the space that was filled with the light of blood to be dyed blue. That was the final drop of the Tao Chia's heart blood, originating from the depths of his bloodline as it was being condensed to a high degree for his revival. This was an effect that would be very difficult for outsiders to achieve with secret arts. Even if all the demonic blood of the Tao Tai was sucked dry, it would still be hard to achieve. It was only under special circumstances like this that it was possible. As the heart blood appeared, the heaven-swallowing sword box instantly shook even more intensely. The ancient copper sword within the sword box was virtually unable to seal the demonic soul within. The roar of the Tao Tai was deafening to the ears. The projection on the surface of the sword box, the head of the Tao Tai, virtually turned tangible as it shot out of the sword box, shooting towards the blood pool, wanting to merge with that drop of heart blood and the fleshly body that had transformed into the underwater palace. Now, however, Yen Jiaoge's Northern Ocean clone suddenly made a move. The earth-devouring burner caused the Northern Ocean clone to slap down on the top of the heaven-swallowing sword box with a palm. The earth-devouring burner, that resembled a small black incense burner, stood atop the sword box, its legs gradually merging with the outer shell of the sword box. At this moment, the heaven-swallowing sword box and the earth-devouring burner merged as one. The earth-devouring burner looked like a decoration that had originally been on the top of the sword box. Fiery light suddenly surged within the black incense burner, resembling embers reigniting from the dead. The demonic soul of the Tao Tai that wanted to charge out of the heaven-swallowing sword box instantly halted before it let out a furious, enraged howl. The Northern Ocean clone opened his palm, roaring lightly, "Pan, pan!" Radiance flickered within his palm, a round, black and white figure leaping out from within, landing within the blood pool. It was precisely Pan Pan. He had left the myriad dragon palace earlier and remained within the blood pool, not following Yen Jiaoge and Feng Yinqing up as he had long since been prepared. Entering the blood pool, Pan Pan blinked, his tongue curling as he directly swallowed that Tao Chia's heart blood that resembled an azure gem. Instantly, a layer of blue light surfaced on Pan Pan's body, his eyes turning blood red. A violent, ferocious aura emanated from Pan Pan's body as his body began expanding uncontrollably. Usually, Pan Pan would intentionally shrink his body to maintain his form. Yet he was no longer able to control his body as he rapidly regained his original size, resembling the size of a mountain peak. Even so, there were still streams of blood-red light rising and falling on the surface of its body, as if its blood vessels were about to burst and rush out of its body. This dead Tao Chia's cultivation base was too high. Even though it had died, a single drop of its heart's blood was condensed from the essence of its entire body's demonic blood. Its power was so great that it was far from what the current Pan Pan could safely devour and absorb. The Northern Ocean clone had long since been prepared for this as he lifted up the heaven-swallowing sword box, landing on Pan Pan's head and setting it down. The cauldron fire on top of the sword box flickered, instantly emitting a tremendous suction force, helping Pan Pan share some of the pressure. The manic pain in Pan Pan's eyes vanished, becoming peaceful once more. His massive body did not shrink as he directly descended into the blood pool. The remaining demonic blood within the Taoyes demonic heart was also beginning to be absorbed by Pan Pan in large amounts. As the heaven-swallowing sword box and the earth-devouring burner completely merged, the Taotai demon soul that was just a step away from escaping was instantly retracted. A stream of light flashed across the surface of the ancient scarlet copper sword, sweeping up the roaring demon soul and returning it to the sword. The flowing light turned into a dot and kept rolling on the sword edge. A sharp howl that resembled the wailing of an infant gradually transformed into the cry of a sword, resounding from within the sword box and spreading unceasingly into the surroundings, finally reverberating throughout the entire underground palace. A powerful aura shot into the heavens, shocking everyone's minds. Kong Ping, Gu Hong, and the others were all stunned. This, a high-grade sacred artifact, has appeared, and an extremely powerful one at that, a peak existence amongst sacred artifacts. The blood pool dried up, the demonic heart gradually separating from the other parts of the Taoyes' fleshly body. Meanwhile, the other parts of the Taoyes' fleshly body had all transformed into black holes at this moment. Countless black holes gradually merged as one, forming a complete black abyss which devoured all life forms within. Endless magnetic storms rampaged in the waters of the clear scenic region of the Royal Reed Sea. Now, however, the storms actually gradually subsided. Yet, this was merely the beginning of an even greater tribulation. The seas of the entire clear scenic region, and even the surrounding desert mountain region and other places began to cave downwards. A massive black hole appeared at the bottom of the Great Sea, a terrifying devouring force emanating from within as it unceasingly devoured everything above it. The underwater palace at the bottom of the sea had already completely vanished. Those who had originally been within the palace were now all trapped by the black hole, dragging them downwards. That terrifying power was something that even Kong Ping and the others who had already attained the immortal bridge martial saint stage would find hard to extricate themselves from. Whether it was Kong Ping, Hidong Cheng Guzhang, or Luo Yuan, Gu Hong, and Gong Sanwu, they were all already unable to care about their earlier opponents now. Everyone was trying to break free from the restraints of the black hole with all their might. The Taotai had failed to revive as its demonic soul had instead completely transformed into a part of the sword, a peerless, ferocious sword having been successfully born. Yet the power of the flesh and blood of its remaining fleshly body had already been completely stimulated. Without the demonic soul possessing it now, its power instantly went completely out of control as it descended into a final frenzy. Its flesh and blood was completely incinerated, transforming into a terrifying black hole which would directly collapse after devouring all things. At that time, all life forms devoured by the black hole would return to dust along with it, dust to dust. The only place which had been less affected was the Taoyes' demonic heart that had been preserved. The remnant corner of the underwater palace formed of the demonic heart along with a piece of flesh and blood around. It barely managed to maintain its original form, as it also possessed a great resistance against the devouring of the black hole down below. In the palace near the blood pool, that fiery phoenix had already rushed before Yen Zhaoge. He was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. This underwater palace was formed of the remnant body of a Taotai, with a high-grade sacred artifact also concealed within. No, the sacred artifact was just forged. Ancestor He should have long since died. This is the mechanism he left behind when he was alive, continuing all the way till now. The figure of a youth appeared amidst the fiery phoenix, his brows knit tightly. To think that apart from the phoenix bone, Ancestor He actually left behind something like this. If I had known about it earlier, it would not have been so troublesome. The man's gaze turned towards Yen Zhaoge and Tang Yonghao, his brows relaxing. Fortunately, this place can still be considered safe. Let's first obtain the phoenix bone before looking at that sacred artifact. Gazing about, he directly reached out and grabbed towards Yen Zhaoge and Tang Yonghao. The fiery phoenix spread its wings, blazing fire that surged to the heavens, sweeping the area. The extreme yang seal flickered with radiance. Yet a dark red glow also lit up on the other party's body, resisting the extreme yang seal. While this high-grade sacred artifact of his was inferior to the extreme yang seal, his cultivation base was higher than Yen Zhaoge's, as he was able to exert the power of the sacred artifact more effectively. Yet Yen Zhaoge's expression was composed. The next moment, an extremely ferocious aura emanated over. The Northern Ocean clone carried a massive black sword box on his back as he appeared before them. Arriving before the sword box, the roiling, blazing fire that was born of the flapping wings of that fiery phoenix was instantly absorbed within, vanishing without a trace. The other party raised his brows, the fiery phoenix descending with a shocking momentum. The Northern Ocean clone put down the sword box, slapping it forcefully. The sword box opened, infinite sword chi shooting madly out. The sword chi and blazing fire clashed unceasingly amidst space, the sword chi slashing and extinguishing the flames while the flames incinerated the sword chi as they were locked in a fierce battle. Yet, following closely after the sword chi, a sword light slowly arose from within the sword box. To be continued. Chapter 786. Accompanied by the sword light slowly rising from the sword box, a ferocious, greedy, and tyrannical aura suffused the surrounding area. Enveloped by the black sword light, the hilt of a simple sword appeared at the opening of the sword box. The sword that had originally seemed to be forged of copper rapidly turned green in color. Looking at the material, it seemed to be bronze. The Northern Ocean clone extended a hand, grasping the hilt of the ancient bronze sword before drawing it out of the sword box. Black light instantly suffused the area. The sword light transformed into a massive black hole, traversing space. Evil sword Taotai. Where the dim, unclear black sword light passed, it instantly devoured all the blazing fire. After devouring the blazing fire, the black sword light did not weaken in the slightest, as it instead grew even stronger. Seeing this, the youth enveloped by the silhouette of a fiery phoenix raised the corners of his eyes as he formed a saber with his palm, chopping out towards the Northern Ocean clone. Blazing fire condensed into numerous saber lights which intersected in midair. The fiery red saber lights were incomparably condensed, each resembling a thread of silk. Innumerable saber lights intersected, forming a massive, inescapable net that enveloped the Northern Ocean clone from above. The Northern Ocean clone did not tarry as he wielded the evil sword Taotai to meet it in battle. Yen Zhaoge arrived behind the Northern Ocean clone, his index and middle fingers forming a sword as he tapped on a major acupoint on the Northern Ocean clone's back. The infinite variations of the immortal ending sword intent instantly transformed into a sword art that was compatible with the evil sword Taotai, making it easier for this sword to exert its power. The dense black light transformed into a boundless black hole, its edges expanding unceasingly as it seemed infinitely massive as it met the opponent's phoenix wing heavenly net saber. This evil sword is of a very high quality. The youth amidst the flames frowned as he saw this. His strength far surpassed that of ordinary experts of the 6th level of the martial saint realm. Meanwhile, Yen Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone had yet to reach the immortal bridge stage as they were unable to exert the full power of the evil sword Taotai. Under such circumstances, it had actually been able to block his saber. This surpassed his predictions once more. He snorted coldly, suddenly extending a hand. Dark red light flickered, landing in this person's hand. It was that high-grade, sacred artifact that he had previously been wearing on his body for protection. As the light faded, Yen Zhaoge gazed carefully at it, only to discover that it was a great bow. The other party drew the bow, blazing flames agglomerating on his fingertip and rapidly forming a fiery red arrow which was aimed straight at Yen Zhaoge. This was a high-grade saint artifact, grade bow. If it was used for protection, it would not be able to display its might at all. Only at this moment could this person be considered to have truly used this high-grade saint artifact. The bowstring shook a fiery light piercing through space, shooting straight for Yen Zhaoge with a momentum that shocked the heavens and shook the earth. There was no time lag between when the firelight was shot and when it reached its target. In the space between Yen Zhaoge and the other party, there were no traces of fiery light traversing and burning left behind. This arrow seemed to completely ignore the boundaries of time and space. It was only when the evil sword Tao Tie's black sword light flashed that the fire arrow was blocked by the black hole. But this time, the black chaos hole failed to devour the rocket. Bright light erupted as the fire arrow actually pierced through the obstruction of the evil sword Tao Tie's sword light, still persistently shooting towards Yen Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone. In wielding this treasured bow, the other party was already infinitesimally close to unleashing its full power. Combined with his powerful strength comparable to that of an immortal bridge martial saint, the two combined as one, it was truly terrifying. Still, Yen Zhaoge had long since been prepared for this. The extreme yang seal descended from the skies, smashing onto that fire arrow. Having pierced through the black hole, the fire arrow, whose power had already been greatly reduced, was instantly extinguished by the extreme yang seal. A stern look flickered within the youth's gaze as he felt vexed at having been unable to take down Yen Zhaoge. He had already treated him seriously. Still, the other party's wealth was even greater, possessing even more treasures. He did not know whether to laugh or to cry at this. In terms of wealth and accompanying treasures, there were extremely few people who could cause him to lose out. Who would have thought that he would actually be suppressed by a martial practitioner from the lower worlds today? How much true essence do you have to be able to simultaneously wield two high-grade sacred artifacts, being able to withstand such depletion? Feeling this to be inconceivable, this youth said nothing as he directly drew his bow, shooting yet another arrow. In the end, it was still obstructed by Yen Zhaoge. The other party stared wide-eyed. How is this possible? A second-level martial saint and a fourth-level martial saint can simultaneously wield two high-grade sacred artifacts? Yen Zhaoge's expression was calm as the majestic true essence accumulated by the peerless heavenly scripture and the cyclic heavenly scripture was rapidly depleted. The yin-yang heavenly scripture circulated, helping him to unceasingly replenish his depleted vitality. Currently, he was not as relaxed as when he had been battling Zhang Chao, Kong Maosheng, and the others. Even with the support of the yin-yang heavenly scripture, his true essence was also being depleted greatly. Still, Yen Zhaoge did not panic. He was currently waiting for a suitable opportunity. This opportunity lay elsewhere, in the battlefield between Feng Yunsheng and Meng Wan. A heaven-shocking battle was similarly taking place there. When Zhang Chao had died, Meng Wan had been slightly dazed. Still, she had quickly regained her focus. Apart from that, the intensity of the battle between her and Feng Yunsheng was not inferior to that of Yen Zhaoge's in the least. The two girls unleashed all their techniques as they were locked in a stalemate. A blue-black fire dragon and a silver-white phoenix were locked in battle. While they were within the underground palace, due to their actions, great changes occurred in the actual sea of stars above the sky of the outside world as well. The cold, desolate lunar star of extreme Yin moved straight up into the sky, seemingly replacing the position of the sun. At the same time, the devilish chi of black fire overflowed, devouring radiance, accompanied by the boundless power of corrosion. The power of the Rahu star of the dim star also manifested. A portion of the majestic power of the actual 9 luminaries began traversing space, bolstering the extreme Yin crown and the cold sun divine saber, neither giving way to the other. At the start, Feng Yunsheng was at a slight disadvantage. The extreme Yin crown was an actual high-grade sacred artifact at the end of the day, as it was perfect and flawless. The cold sun divine saber was still in the recovery phase, unable to truly display the flare of the Rahu saber of the past. Feng Yunsheng could currently only maintain the full power of the cold sun divine saber for a rather short period of time. In her battle with Meng Wan, She had not adopted such a risky and radical method of fighting. Still, as the battle progressed, the radiance of the cold sun within Feng Yunqing's eyes grew more and more intense. The saber light of the cold sun divine saber also growing brighter and brighter. The ferocious black fire and devilish qi similarly surged as it was stimulated unceasingly. Towards the end, Feng Yunqing reversed the situation, even beginning to switch from defense to offense as she gained the upper hand. In the past extreme Yin bout, the clash between dragon and phoenix was repeated. Still, this time the phoenix was female, the dragon roaring to the 9 heavens. The radiance of the cold sun and the black fire and devilish qi intermingled, forcibly suppressing the cool moonlight. Feng Yunsheng paid the price of suffering some injuries as well, forcibly jolting Meng Wan away from the extreme Yin crown. She inhaled deeply, wielding her saber with her right hand as she extended her left, resembling a true dragon extending its claw as it reached into the radiance of the extreme Yin crown. Meng Wan forcibly suppressed her injuries, still refusing to give up on the extreme Yin crown. Yet, blue-black radiance flickered on the cold sun divine saber, keeping her at bay. The dim blue radiance of the cold sun within Feng Yunqing's eyes dissipated, the acupoints of her entire body simultaneously shaking as streams of cool moonlight surged from within. Just like Meng Wan, it was the purest form of the extreme Yin physique. A formless staircase seemed to appear before her as she ascended it. At this point in the battle, Feng Yunsheng was already nearing the end of her rope as she was unable to continue battling. The fatigue from wielding the cold sun divine saber enveloped her, leaving her extremely weak. Yet, Feng Yunsheng gazed straight at the extreme Yin crown up above, straightening her body as she strode upwards. The light dragon that soared amidst the horizon pulled that bright moon into its embrace. In the end, Meng Wan sighed softly, Tang Yonghao's expression also complex as he was filled with emotion. Seeing the light dragon ascend to the heavens to pluck the moon, Yan Zhaoge smiled. In the end, Chapter 787. With the passing of time, the extreme Yin bout had already become a thing of the past. To Feng Yunsheng, the extreme Yin crown had long since ceased to be her everything, her life's goal. Still, looking at her who had finally gotten what she wanted after a few ups and downs, Yan Zhaoge still felt emotional as he felt happy for her. Around 8 years ago, she should have obtained all of this. She should not have had to wait for so long afterwards. Still, the world was full of ups and downs as Feng Yunsheng had still missed out on the extreme Yin crown at the end of the day. She no longer even had a chance to participate in the extreme Yin bout. Fortunately, all of this had finally come to a perfect end today. The youth, enveloped by the silhouette of a fiery phoenix, looked expressionlessly at this scene. A mere person of the lower worlds possesses so many supreme treasures. Are you not afraid that you cannot bear their weight? You must know that a man's wealth is his own ruin. At the end of the day, Feng Yunsheng had still yet to step into the martial saint realm. Her great battle with Meng Wan had exhausted her greatly. While she had won the extreme Yin crown now, she no longer had the strength to continue battling. Both the extreme Yin crown and the cold sun divine saber could no longer be wielded. Yan Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone working together to simultaneously wield the extreme Yang seal, and the evil sword Tao Tai was already their limit. With a great amount of true essence depleted, the recovery rate of the peerless heavenly scripture and the yin-yang heavenly scripture could not keep up with the rate of depletion. Very soon, Yan Zhaoge would be unable to wield high-grade sacred artifacts. Still, the chance that he had been waiting for had already arrived. When Feng Yunsheng defeated Meng Wan and obtained the extreme Yin crown, Yan Zhaoge took out a crystal, shattering it. He snapped his fingers, Pan. Outside of the battlefield, within the blood pool formed of the Taoche's heart, Pan, whose body had become the size of a mountain peak, lowered his head to look at the crystal that had originally been hovering in midair. It seemed to have been triggered by something as it suddenly shattered. Pan blinked, azure blue light still roiling on the surface of his body as he shot out of the blood pool. As time passed, although the underground palace near the blood pool did not turn into a black hole, it was still crumbling. Pan Pan charged out of the underground palace through the gap, and then his body grew even larger. His body, which was already as huge as a mountain, continued to expand, occupying the void and covering the sky. In the end, it was even bigger than the broken underground palace in front of it. A berserk look once more surfaced in Pan Pan's eyes. With a roar, he directly opened his mouth and bit down on the underground palace that was on the verge of shattering. The place it bit was the location of the already dried-up blood pool, the heart that originally belonged to the Tautai. The pool of blood was bitten down by Pan Pan and then swallowed. The part of the underground palace that was originally centered around the blood pool could no longer be maintained and completely shattered. Yen Jiaoge and the others who were currently battling within the underground palace, as well as the dilapidated walls of the surrounding palace, all collapsed at this moment. The sky of the world beyond worlds could already be seen above his head. Looking around, all he could see was a huge whirlpool formed by the surging seawater. They were currently at the center of the whirlpool. Below the whirlpool was a massive black hole formed from the collapse of the Taoyue's fleshly body. That black hole was vast, encompassing a vast area as it viciously devoured everything up above, wanting to drag all life forms down with it. The blood pool was devoured by Pan Pan, the underground palace completely shattering. The man enveloped by the phoenix silhouette immediately sensed that something was wrong. The terrifying devouring force of the black hole down below was working on him as well. Streams of black light actually shot out from the whirlpool, sweeping towards him. He frowned, hurriedly drawing on his strength. The phoenix spread its wings and soared high into the air, avoiding being sucked in by the black hole down below. With his cultivation base, even with the protection of a high-grade sacred artifact, if he really fell into the black hole and it collapsed, he would still be doomed. Soon, however, a black sword light flickered before his eyes, its aura extremely similar to that of the black hole down below. It was precisely Yen Jiaoge who had attacked once more. It would have been fine if the other party had not seen it. Looking carefully, his heart instantly turned cold. Having devoured the Taoyue's demonic heart, Pan Pan's blood vessels expanded once more, streams of light surging madly as a vicious light flickered uncontrollably within his eyes. Still, as he stood amidst space, while he too was attracted by the black hole down below, he was still able to stand stably. Yen Jiaoge kept the extreme yang seal. Still, the sword light of the evil sword Taotai in his hand flickered as it displayed great resistance against the black hole formed of the Taoyue's fleshly body. Yen Jiaoge, who was at ease, directly chopped downwards with his sword. He greeted with a composed expression on his face. Having clashed twice, "I still do not know your name?" That youth gnashed his teeth. Wudong Slope. Zhuang Chaohui. The southern blazing heaven territory's phoenix, Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope, where the Southern Exalt's Dao Arena was located. Zhuangshin was the name of the Southern Exalt. As Zhuang Chaohui blocked the sword light, his rising figure halted as he was immediately swept along by the numerous streams of black light down below and dragged downwards. He frowned, glancing at Yen Jiaoge before shaking his head in the end. Under such circumstances, the black hole down below that devoured all life forms had instead become Yen Jiaoge's greatest assistance. Fighting here was akin to Yen Jiaoge's home ground, and it was also a home ground advantage that was virtually limitless. Yen Jiaoge didn't even need to exert too much force to block the path for Zhuang Chaohui to be sucked in by that black hole very quickly. As long as he was dragged into the black hole at the bottom of the sea, he would be in a dangerous situation. Zhuang Chaohui couldn't focus too much on Yen Jiaoge at all. 80% of his abilities were used to resist the power of the black hole devouring the heavens and the earth. Wielding a high-grade sacred artifact was indeed a huge drain on Yen Jiaoge. But before he could exhaust himself, Zhuang Chaohui was swallowed by the black hole. Zhuang Chaohui's body shone with the purple light of fortuitous virtue, preventing him from falling into the murderous tribulation and separating him from the black light. The fire phoenix flapped its wings and soared into the sky with all its might. The bow that was flashing with a dark red glow helped it block the attack of the evil sword Taotai. A wisp of Yin virtue, white Qi appeared, seeking a chance of survival in the endless predicament, finding the path of escape with the greatest hope. The fire phoenix continued to ascend, escaping from the terrifying devouring power of the black hole below. Passing by Yan Zhaoge and the others, he attempted to bring Tang Yonghao along with him. Having long since been prepared, Yan Zhaoge immediately blocked with his sword. Zhuang Chaohui's eyes revealed obvious resentment and regret. That phoenix bone that Tang Yonghao possessed was of utmost importance to him, to the southern blazing heaven territory, and to the southern exalt. The southern exalt's disciple Li Jing, who had been killed by Yan Zhaoge, and his disciple Wang Hui, who had been captured by Yan Zhaoge, had actually caused such a ruckus, all because of this phoenix bone which contained the true intent of the dawn mist of moral virtue. That was Zhuang Chaohui's ultimate goal in coming to the southeastern Yang heaven territory this time. Its significance even greater than a high-grade sacred artifact like the evil sword Taotai. He looked up to the sky and let out a long sigh. Suddenly his figure turned, and his phoenix wings swept up the completely unrelated Mengwan at the side. Then he flew into the sky and rushed out of the sea of the clear scenic region. Lil Wan, Junior Sister Meng, Feng Yinsheng, and Tang Yonghao both exclaimed. Yan Zhaoge was rather taken aback as well. Even if he wanted to vent his anger, he shouldn't have done it on Mengwan at this moment. The whirlpool below churned, and several figures rushed out of the water. However, their bodies were covered in black streams of light that were constantly trying to drag them back down to the bottom of the sea. Their situation was even more tragic than Zhuang Chaohui's. Yan Zhaoge blinked. The person in the lead was Kong Ping. To be continued